Hey, welcome everybody. Welcome to my life. No, how are you guys doing? Glad to see you. Been preparing for this, and always uh, it'll happen how it happens. Good to see you. Hey Janet, how are you? Trinity Beach Bum, how's it going, lady? Kimberly Porter, it was so good to hear from you, and I will be returning to that. Hey Carolina, it's so good to see you. Glad you guys are here. What a shit show, right? What a damn shit show. Welcome in, everybody. I won't be able to go through all the names, but you're more than welcome to be here, and I do appreciate it. There's so many things that I need to talk about. I don't know how. I feel like all this time, you know, ever since Lori and Chad Daybell happened in 2019. Lori was my aunt, and she was married to my uncle Charles Vallow. Well, they adopted my nephew from my brother and his long-term girlfriend, um, due to issues with substance abuse, and so my only nephew became, my only nephew became their. He would basically, I guess, I never really tried to equate it this way because it's weird. Um, but JJ Vallow, um, was adopted by Charles and Lori because they were younger. They were engaged in the community. They were churchgoers, right, for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, aka the Mormon Church. They don't like to use that word because the last prophet that just passed away recently, he changed it to where if you said Mormon, or if you approach a Mormon, or LDS with the word Mormon, then they look at that as like a slur. It's a victory for Satan, basically. So whatever. It's terrible what they go through. I believe, always having to live within the boundaries of a little tight package and lots of pressure. And I think that's why we see a lot of these Mormons that just go buck wild, and it's usually pretty big. When they screw up, they screw up big. So, and it's not just these kind of cases. It's also, Utah is the fraud capital of the world, by the way. I mean, MLMs, they're pretty much born and bred there. And so either you're in an MLM maybe and selling to your neighbor, and then it's just, I don't know how that works. But I know that there are good people. I know we have a lot of people who are from Utah who visit difficult research. So I appreciate anybody. I appreciate everybody's contribution. This is, uh, it takes a village. Straight up, it takes a village. Um, I guess what my whole thing is here is to because of the difficult research that I've done since the murder of my uncle Charles, my nephew JJ, and Tylee, my step cousin. Um, I don't know what it was, but it was just my knee jerk reaction to. I just immediately started researching. The very next day after I found out my uncle was shot by Lori and her brother Alex, I didn't know this till probably this year, that I found in my storage boxes, my storage accounts, that I started looking the very next day. I started pulling background checks and digging into who Lori and her family were. Although I slept under a roof with them one time, when Lori and Charles had first gotten married, and our two families were together under one roof, which is eerie to think about now, knowing what I know, what we've learned from just everything that's unraveled through the cases, trials, all the things. So it's been a very trying time, right? Well, I've learned a lot. I'm a nevermo, which is I'm not Mormon. That's what that means. I've never been one. My Uncle Charles, however, did convert to the church. He was a Catholic, lifelong Catholic, but he converted when he met Lori. And I mean, here the rest is history. Okay. So my introduction to the Book of Mormon was Lori and Chad, right? Thank them. And it is what it is. Like I didn't like I just there were some problematic, I say a lot more problematic than just what was mentioned. Whenever the shit hit the fan, basically, um, there were some doctrines that they were dabbling in, obviously, like multiple mortal probations, which is basically the LDS version of reincarnation, almost, according to Julie Rowe. And basically this call out theory, this all kinds of things. Well, I quickly learned as I'm going and starting to research into the LDS background. And I mean, like the first thing I saw was an article, right? And it was about the LeBarons, Ervil LeBaron, who was excommunicated, God, probably about 50 years ago, him and his family, and they migrated to or they went to Chihuahua, I want to say, Mexico, where they continue on with the Church of the Firstborn of the God of Lamb, I think is the name of it. Well, that's the first article I ran across, and I was like, huh, this is interesting. That people on Ervil LeBaron's list, hit list, kind of like what was attributed to Chad, but it was just Chad's and only Chad's. So help you, Chad. But I don't think that's true. I think that this is a club, a secret club. I know I don't look at Chad and Lori as elites. I mean, they're like the servants to the elites or something. I don't know. I just know that they're in this club, which the Mormon pillar, there's like 5 pillars. I don't know the names of them right now, but they're like different, like religious pillars. Okay, we'll just say, and um, this is the Mormon one, and it's a doozy. Okay, I've learned a lot. There are so many things crammed into my brain over this 6-year gap of time that, again, I'm gonna say this because it's true. A lot of this, I believe, like the title of this video, was hidden true crime, basically planted by LDS Church. I mean, it's not a far reach. I don't even think it's a reach at all. It's pretty apparent. But I didn't realize that it was a possibility. I didn't realize it was a possibility until this fallout, right? That just happened starting October 15th. It started a long time ago for me, but I had approached my mom about it probably in 2021, and we didn't agree. And so it caused a rift between our relationship. I felt very guarded, and protective at the same time. And it's like there was so much happening at that time. I couldn't formulate my thoughts because that's just like a subproduct of what is really going on at that time, which is my family was, 3 members of my family were murdered, and that's my aunt, Aunt Lori, and then Chad, and then you hear it's a cult, and then you're like, "Oh, well, there's a church," they're all hiding behind Jesus, but they're claiming godliness, but they're like the most wretched people I've ever ran across, I'm just like, no. This is it's bizarre, it's evil, it's just evil. Um, I mean, I was raised Catholic, I went to catechism, but nothing stuck. So I don't adhere. I don't know. I just I believe that there's a higher power. I don't know who, what, if, I don't know. Nobody knows. That's just there you go. That's pretty empowering. Nobody knows, not even those who claim that they're prophets. Okay. You can have a relationship with your source, God, Jesus, whomever, whatever. I think the people or I think the deity that these people call Jesus or good or light is actually Satan, and I mean, it actually is, and it is. But what they've done is or from researching into the LDS sect of this, okay, what they've done is basically when they are in public or amongst other people, they say, "Amen, Jesus." That's who they pray to, but they knowingly, between one another, between fellow cult members, they know that they're not worshiping Satan. So, I mean, this piles into the SRA stuff, which is or just ritual abuse. They added the satanic part so you wouldn't touch it. So you wouldn't believe, that doesn't exist. Well, okay. But yet there's a lot of victims in the wake and still never gonna see justice. So that sucks because Tylee and JJ, in my opinion, and from 6 years, almost 7 of deep diving every aspect of this case for every day, like every single day for the last almost 7 years. That's what I've been doing. So, what we're gonna do since Lauren has exposed herself, and decided to burn her false fucking kingdom down to the ground or whatever the hell she said, it it's like this air of look, it just is light. It's light air, like you can breathe again. The fog lifted, and I'm no longer like being hidden by hidden true crime. That's my experience, and that's how I feel. Um, but because of how it happened, a lot of people have been in the comments and they're like, "Well, why were you on her live?" And I'll tell you. I'm human. This is my family, okay? They've intertwined that Lauren and Hidden True Crime John have intertwined themselves with, okay? They're now gonna be part of the story for the rest of my god dang days, okay? Unfortunately. But here we are. I'm also mature enough to say that I appreciate the work that she's done, that Dr. John's done, I think. I don't know, analyzing all that stuff right now, it's kinda a little backwards. Not looking too good, Dr. John. So, and we have every right to question them. So if you're here and you're like, "Oh my god, I worship her, and Dr. John, how could you?" Don't. Just see yourself out because you're not here for the right reasons. This is why I'm here. So, we're not gonna align probably. This isn't about whether or not somebody stalked her or not. I'm pretty sure she stalked herself, and that's what it looks like. There's evidence of no I'm sorry. Wait, how did I say that? There's evidence of no evidence of a stalker. That's pretty shitty. So instead of Lauren being worried about like shaming somebody for releasing some text that she's scared of because she talked shit about me, my family, I don't know who else. I mean, I guess everybody's on the table, right? Everybody's on the chopping block. Okay, you don't shame the person or people that could out you for writing shitty things about people you claim to be advocating for. And not only that, you raised it like 15 levels and you like traded your own self-made misery and you compared it to my family who are victims. Well, now they're victims of you too, but they are victims of the story that you covered, intertwined yourself with, or were planted here to control the narrative. It happens all over the place, all the time. So I don't know. It's just it kind of presented itself like, oh no, could that be what's going on? Why did they show up in 2020? A lot of people cropped up around that time. I didn't start here. I had my channel since 2016, but I didn't start it or I didn't go live until October of 2021. I wanted to humanize my dead family members, as much as I could because I was seeing a lot of chatter about how JJ had autism and, Lori dumbed him down so much to different people, after I'm sure before too, but when JJ after Charles was dead and saying things like, "Oh, it's just my niece's drug baby," and I'm like, "It's actually your nephew's," but, why would you call him a drug baby? It's just it's tragic all the way around. She's a user, and I see a lot of I'm just saying, I'm gonna call a spade, and I see a lot of the same behaviors and the alarming, just the alarming behaviors and thought process and refusing to, accept any kind of responsibility. Lauren, it appears, in my opinion, that she took this route instead of just saying, "Hey, I was a shitty person. I was drunk." Whatever, girl, you just approached. This is what I would have done. Wouldn't have been fun, wouldn't have been easy, but it's the right thing to do. So, I don't know. There's so many things that I'm like, is she credible at all? I mean, I guess maybe she reported the way she did because she had to in order to be credible, with everybody else, with other people reporting on the story. And she did a lot of interviews in the beginning with questionable characters like Eric Smith and Sean Little Bear and other people. They're not questionable people, but like AVAL people who came forward and shared their stories. I'm not calling them shady or nothing. I'm just talking about, these are people that knew of this kind of stuff, this doctrine, and this dark light scale that basically measured the light and dark within a soul, and not just any soul, but 3 members of my family, and my mom was also on their hit list, which brings me back to Ervil LeBaron, who had I wanna say there are 25 victims, 25 yeah, that were about that, and, some of them even were killed after Ervil was in prison and or after he died in prison, so but one thing caught my eye, whenever I was researching into Ervil, and it was the fact that there were, this article I ran across in the very beginning of this, so 2019, 2020. It was, I don't remember the exact details, but, uh, there was a shooting or something, of women and children at the border, uh, right where the colony is for the LeBaron clan, the Romneys. They're all, down there so they could live polygamous lives. And it's interesting because, like, Ervil LeBaron, what did I say the church name was? The Church of the Firstborn of the God of Lamb, I think it is. But Chad and Lori are accused or attributed to starting their own church, the Church of the Firstborn. So there's a big pattern here. And I think that this has happened over and over and over again, not because members were trying to start their own sect, but that they went through this exaltation ceremony and then shit got crazy. Once it gets crazy, the church cuts ties, keeps its public image on par because it doesn't matter. And you'll see a lot of similarities, I think, between how the church acts, you know, versus its members. I mean, that's what they look up to. These are godly men to them. This is like a Catholic looking to a pope holy, you know? I mean, I didn't realize that until I started learning about the culture and just how this works for a Mormon. Now, I'm not gonna get it all right. I never do, if there's anybody here that is ever LDS, then they're very tolerant, okay? Just saying. I make mistakes a lot. I'm not perfect. I'm not exalted, and, like everybody else around us, it seems to think they are. It's wild. And let me know if nonsense shows up, Donna. Will you please just, shoot her the guest link? I gave it to her earlier, but I don't know if she got it. Please, thank you. Um, yes. Thank you, Little Red. I think I know who you are. I think Church of the Firstborn is celestial. Child of all people should have known that. So wild. Well, and then you got to think President Nelson, the prophet that just died, he's like, think celestialier. I can't even say it right because it's not even a word. I don't think celestialier. I don't know. So there's that aspect of it. What I'm kind of trying to say is that I believe that there's so many Chad and Lori's that happened before, and it's just a public thing. There are fake excommunications. There are all kinds of different ways the church can go about things to protect its image. I think that's first and foremost for the church is business, right? It's like business in front, party in the back. I don't know. But and if it is who I think Little Red Zero speaks, O speaks, maybe. I don't know. Um, I was thinking about this the other day. If this is you, um, about the foot zoning and things like that were used, how these kind of people who are of this belief system, the inverted, I call it inverted. I think I picked up from Jay the other day, reverse Uno, basically. That's reverse Uno. Like, there's a lot of that going on. And um, it's crazy because, my aunt, she's like, I've learned over the period of the 6 years that Jesus visited her, and I'm just like, This is just not." Well, I believe somebody visited you, ma'am. I just don't believe it was Jesus, okay? And you can tell that by the wrath, the wake of victims and their paths. So that's not Jesus, okay? It's not how this works. But it's like these subtle things to where we give them permission to, you know, it's like we give them permission. So then, it's just like a little twist. It's like it's subtle, it's a lie. It's just enough to allow them in. And then that's history. It's oh my God. It's so sneaky and it pisses me off too. Well, like with the 7 mandates, the 7 mountain mandates, I'm learning about it, so I don't quite have that all down. Welcome everybody. Come on in. Um, it is 7:30 Eastern? No, no, I live Central. And I mean, I went and checked after that. I was like, "No, I have the right time." I hope I started at the right time. I went and checked it. I'm sorry if not though, but welcome in. I'm gonna turn this off because it's bothering me. I don't like it. All right. Phew. Too busy. Here's it for all my visions of glory, right? That's tacky, right? All right. I'm turning that off though. But all right. So I'm just gonna kind of start reading over some things. Um because hold on. Hold up. Let me scooch down here. Everybody kick your shoes off. My mouth is dry today or this evening. So, of course, because of course. I mean, I'm just going to kind of go over a few, like, I'm trying to figure out. Okay. Hold on just one second. Sorry, I have a bad cough. Like all of a sudden, it attacked me. It's some damn creepers. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. Just today, I've kind of had a little hard time. Out of nowhere, I'll just start coughing. It sucks. I better not be inheriting Lauren's cough. Oh my God, can you imagine? I guess what I'll do is just go a little over the timeline according, and this is according to Lauren. Okay, I'm just gonna kind of combine all these things. So let us establish the context. Let me get my voice back. My throat is crazy right now. Okay, I think I might be okay for a minute. Okay, all right. Cheese and rice. Cheese and rice. Okay. So let's see here. Let me get back over there to my window. There it goes again. All right. So basically, let us establish the context before delving into all these documents. This is basically just a rundown. Okay, according to Lauren, Lauren will refer to her stalker by that term throughout the entire 9-hour live. Okay, and I think that was on purpose. April 2024, Lauren met her stalker in Boise, Idaho at the Chad Daybell trial. The stalker, she claimed, I want to change the language. I didn't do it in the writing here, so I need to change it right now. I'm going to say, because I'm not going to sit here and say quote unquote. So I'm just going to say Christina. Okay. Because Lauren was doing anything but protecting anybody but herself and her brand. So April 2024, Lauren met her stalker in Boise, Idaho at Chad Daybell's trial. Christina, identifying as a podcast fan, this is according to Lauren, gifted Lauren a cell phone microphone and tripod. Lauren also met another podcast fan, Lori, and her last name is Day, and Lindsay, a podcast producer who began working part-time for Lauren. The stalker, I'm sorry, I gotta change it again. I'm sorry. See what she did? Do you see how this works? I even heard lawyers repeating it verbatim after that happened, and that's disgusting. I mean, whenever Lori and Chad, before they were convicted, I had to say allegedly. Why? Because I'm not above the law. I'm not exalted. So it's pretty pompous to just, and it's defamatory actually. So, can't open yourself up to liability like that. You can't build a brand on my family's pain and suffering and then burn it to the ground. That's kind of dumb, don't you think? Anyways, all right, let me not get angry. So, I guess Christina, Lori, and Lindsay also befriended another woman named Janice. So this is why I was like, first off, like when she had the 9-hour live, Lauren, on October 15th, I saw that she was live. It had been on for like 55 minutes at that point. I jumped in. She was around that time she was started talking about, I was trying to figure out who it was because I didn't go from the beginning. So I didn't know that she was going to identify and try to protect her quote unquote stalker by, not using her name and instead saying stalker. That way she could pound it into everybody's minds that were, and it was like what, 10 to 12,000 people in chat. Okay. For a 9-hour live, which Lauren did not use the bathroom one time. Let's just think about that. That's kind of weird. Girl, you need to hydrate. Anyways, yeah, so that was intentional. Lauren has prided herself before many times on how she's PR, 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 PR. Okay, so she did this intentionally, in my opinion, and it's disgusting. And I'm bringing nonsense up so she can help me wade these waters.
Hey.
Welcome to the helm.
I'm here for whatever
You
you need me for.
You're supposed to go, "Arr, mateys." No, I'm just
Oh,
picking. I
our
can't believe
lady.
I did. So this is nonsense. Is it good? Is it on the web or is because you change your name a lot, and I'm like, I
Oh,
think you do.
my little tag name. Yeah,
Yeah.
they can refer to me either as Nonsense or Becky, either or. It doesn't matter.
Ah, okay.
Either
Well,
one. I always change that.
you do?
Yes, the little tag thing underneath your name.
Yeah. Oh, that one right there. I'm talking about, yeah, okay. Because I'm like, what is it? And how you go across different channels, and it's like, it'll be with numbers over here, different. I don't know. Maybe it's
It's
just me.
because no, it's doing that weird thing with the at sign in some chats, and then other chats, it's their regular like name, but some are their handles. It's
Yeah.
yeah,
I'm
that's how.
like, well, maybe they're not monetized at some, and I don't. I'm trying to figure it out myself.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it has anything to do with monetize because I've seen it happen in both, but I don't
Hmm.
know what YouTube does. Yeah, sis, you should have been a detective is right. Like
Yeah.
YouTube just messes with stuff, keeps us on our toes.
Oh yeah, don't they? With their SEO, search engine optimization, so they can figure out who's dark and who's light real quick. Guess who's dark? Not Lauren.
That's mm,
She's
mm,
barely even she's barely even, suffering. Okay.
right.
She'll make those subs back in what? Maybe a one live stream where, love bombing and just everything's great, and then one Patreon, because they feel safer behind the paywall.
I
Anyways,
I don't know. I don't
you
know if
don't you
I
think she, hurt herself hurt her brand?
I do. Yeah, I do. Because if people actually really stand on what they're saying and they care about the victims, this would be a hard pass. If they are actually victim focused and victim centered, once you see this, you can't unsee
Mhm.
it. So,
I've Yeah, I've seen one person so far covering it that was like, "Well, just because," but I mean, well, let me finish my sentence. "Well, just because I don't agree with everything that they did," you know, as I'm, like, basically saying to the TV whenever I was watching, "So, basically, you're still subscribed, you're still gonna support her, just you're gonna create some content right now and make some money. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha."
mhm, mm.
So, I still watch because that's what I do. I do. Um, but today I was floored because I jumped in chat. I think she had been on for 2 hours already at that time, but Every Day with Jay, or Jay is for Justice, towards the very end of her she had a 5-hour live stream today too. Sometimes we get carried away, but she ran across some interesting, flooring, questionable, curious, I don't even know all the things, but eh, information, and I was like, "Oh my god." It opened up Pandora's box is so wide right now, it's not even funny, and Lauren kicked that sucker open, so
She did.
she
Nobody
sure
can
did.
handle it herself.
No, but she's trying to silence everybody. And I was actually listening. I'm just kinda catching up with nonsense. I know. But I was actually listening to, Alex Erickson, I wanna say,
Mhm.
Jen Liu, and I wanna say they were playing the recordings, of the court hearing, and there was this one point at the very end where Christina's attorney was kinda trying to figure out what she could not do, what you know what I mean? Like, I guess the details, like, you don't wanna run across Lauren, right? Never know. She can walk into a bar where you already are at and then try and stage you.
Well, and
But,
that's the crazy
go
part
ahead.
because in her 9 hours, she played the body cam where the law enforcement officers are telling Christina
Mhm.
that she could be in the bar as long as it wasn't the crime con, or within 500 feet. So
Exact
she was already
Mhm.
there. You, the whole
And the Utah judge agreed with that. I mean, without even kinda walking into it,
right.
he kinda mentioned it on his own. And it's better for me to like, I'm finding the spot in Jay is for I'm sorry, Every Day with Jay. It so messes with me. To find the spot to share with you because it's safer for me to, um, share from somebody another creator that's kinda like third party, okay? That way I get struck by Lauren, so okay?
Yeah.
Even when she uses content of my own family, I'm just throwing that right there. And it's just how wretched can you be, you know? Like, how desperate can you actually effing be? Never mind.
Well, that's did you watch okay, can I mention this while you're digging this up? The part
Yes.
2 of her Mormon Stories interview. Now, again, she promoted that in the 9 hours. That's the only one out of 3. She went on 3 during that time frame between June and the RO hearings in October. The only one she promoted was the Mormon Stories podcast with John Dehlin. And the
Mhm.
second part was a mind blowing situation. So they talk about how he couldn't get work in the area doing these evaluations. He
Mm.
even did the Mormon missionary classes, but then chose not, like, the whole thing that did you
Who is this? Who did that?
Lauren, when she was on the Mormon Stories podcast, the second part of that, the part
Yeah.
2, is mind blowing how she tells the entire story about how Dr. John and her met, and
Yeah.
then onto
Her
how he
cousin.
couldn't work with doing these evaluations during the pandemic
Mhm.
when they were
Mhm.
shut down, and then how he tried to take missionary classes but wasn't there.
Oh, I didn't catch all that. I didn't watch it.
And the
I watched the first
oh,
one, but I didn't ever circle back. I was
yeah,
not
it's one you
interested.
want to watch. It's one.
Yeah, I know I've been watching with you and things like
Mhm.
that, but I know I need to. That's because that's part of my deal. I watch people whether I like them or not, whether I agree with them or not,
Right.
and she is, actively and has been actively, my opposition, my family's opposition.
Yeah.
She's been doing damage control. She is I'm sorry, narrative control.
Mhm.
Straight up. I mean, I'm saying that from my experience. That is exactly what it looks like, feels like, smells like, all the things. She has kept me as best she could hidden. And I'm nobody. I'm straight up. I'm just a normal mom on YouTube. Okay, right? That's what she said. But I mean, for real, I just came here and I think that everybody is similar, at least to wanting justice and doing everything to be a voice for the victims and
Mhm.
fighting against exploitation and all the things because it never stops. Trust me on this.
Yeah.
And I've watched kind of from the sidelines because I've been so in, in the corner. I'm baby now. Nobody puts her there, but I'm just saying, like, I've been watching or I've been able to watch where I think a lot of these newscasters, these, Dateline 2020, all the things. I'm not saying everybody, but I'm just saying the media companies are owned by, you know, the richest people in the world, and they have to go by a certain script or they won't get paid. There's somebody right behind them. And I mean, I think a lot of us are on board. I think a lot of us agree about that. You can't really trust those sources, but I think that they do use people like my family, like my mom, my dad, Colby. They're the kind of like what I said about Lauren about how she picks her own quote unquote victims. I mean, she did say my victims when, yeah, she claimed them,
She.
but I'm
Yeah.
not victim enough for her. Like I see through her bullshit. And so I guess she sees me as a threat,
What
not
was the
just,
words? Destructive and
yeah, dumb or wait.
some. I can't remember the exact. I have it.
Basically picking on I mean, this has been traumatizing. I have ADHD on top of this. I have my own issues, and like I've had all this information crammed inside my head for a long damn time. And I mean, for her to make fun of me like that is just so trashy. It
Yeah.
is so trashy.
It's
And it says more about her, and that's just a little one, and she talked about Jordan McKay
yeah.
on that same screenshot and my friend Jen, who used to go by the L Mom. who actually Dr. John allegedly, I'm just going to say allegedly because but I had a, I do have a source for this as well and screenshots, but diagnosed my friend as psycho.
Really?
Mhm. And then, like, Lori
Oh,
Hellis was emailing and then Lori Hellis was emailing her. This is how I know it. Jen did a video about exploiting basically Daybell, Vallow Daybell victims, okay? I didn't know that she was doing that, but she did, and she's a woman of her word, and I cried because, I felt visible, I felt acknowledged, my pain, like, it hurts, this is hard, plus the losses, it's like all the things. And especially at that window of time because this is when everything was hitting the fan. Donna Serafina was, like, just sending
oh,
me threatening messages. The indictments had just come down. Lori just all of a sudden went incompetent. And then, there's Awen, Mark, the Mark Means thing. Then also in on that was Lauren and Lori Hellis. But then they threw Awen under the bus and then they distanced themselves from her, and then this is what it looked like to me. This is, and then once Lori Hellis started challenging Judge Boyce, even showing up for court hearings in Idaho to have the records unsealed or whatever court documents unsealed, which I mean, I'm for that. Yeah, hell yeah. But with all the name dropping that was going on, even my parents made special arrangements to fly there just to make sure their name wasn't dropped. Now that's so screwed up. We live in Southwest Louisiana.
yeah.
Whole trip, just to make sure people keep your name out of their mouths and don't, because this is what's happening. And I mean, calling dropping, that happens in the church too. So it's nothing new.
Oh,
Nothing new.
mm-hmm.
Well, so Jen did that video and, uh, I had ordered some bracelets, justice bracelets. I was trying to raise money so I could go. So I could go make a trip up to Rexburg. I'm at poverty level, okay, y'all? I live in a mobile home. I rent, okay? We live on a, fixed income. We have kids. We have bills, like well, anyways, because I've seen those comments too in my comment section lately,
You
you
didn't
know,
get wealthy off of your family's tragedy like other people did? No. You
uh-uh.
live like a normal human being that doesn't exploit true crime victims for their
Well,
content.
no, because I also make money off their death, so I'm a
Well,
tragedy pimp
I'm
too.
no, you're
That's
not.
what they're saying, and I'm like, "Do not compare me to Lauren.
No.
She is not that's my blood
Yeah.
that she effed over. Fuck her,
Right.
okay? That's like comparing apples and oranges, or Jen Lou said, I think she said apples and carburetors. Like, it's not even
Yes.
on the same level.
Agreed.
So, I'm not sitting here, like, just rolling in the dough. I have never been able to do that. I've never been able to, stare away from the gas pump, okay, because I live on fixed income. But so I was trying to raise money somewhat, to, be able to travel to Rexburg whenever that was coming up. But Lori Hellis started making bracelets to, her newsletter and everything that she created for, and she was writing a book, right? All the things. Hey, Alex. Um, it was like a meat market, when you're single or when you're not single, when you go to a bar, and it's like, holy crap, you're like, move. You want to be ugly so fast. It's like people had, like, climbed over me. Hey, tell your mom and your dad, I'm sorry for their loss. And I'm like, no problem. I lost too. I'm just saying, don't.
Oh,
It's just fucking weird. It's so weird.
I,
It's it's sickening. And I think that people need to. I think this isn't just Lauren and exploiters. This is like we have a really effed up idea about high profile murders.
Uh-huh.
And I'm blaming the mainstream talking heads for that and the crime cons where they're trying to brand murder and it's really disgusting.
But if you think about it too, Kresha, they have been, think of Geraldo Rivera when he did the mock trial over John Benet Ramsey's case. This has been going on for decades. It's just changed from like
Yeah.
mainstream media, the tabloids, to social media. And here we're seeing it now, the ease with what people can get access to these case, the information, the victims, stuff that we
Yeah.
would have never learned before until a trial is coming out. Now we're having documentaries happening that really could sway a jury pool
Oh yeah.
before these cases are even going to trial. Like it's
The
complete.
timing is very interesting. And I know I'm not dumb. We're not dumb, y'all. It's like orchestrated. I mean, whether it's to not even influence the trial, but maybe to influence an election, local, like everybody's getting promotions. And I mean, I'm all about people who do their job, work hard, I appreciate them. I do. I have mad respect, but I don't think that they're above being compromised or corrupted. I'm not, I mean, that happens all over the place. We see it.
Yeah.
And then we see the impacts of that, even on the grand scale of things with Epstein and Diddy and, you know, nobody being held accountable. It's so gross.
It's frustrating.
Mhm. It is, and I'm like, I used to think that I wanted to create laws in my family members' names, and I really have thought hard and long about this, and I'm like, "You know what? How about I get behind some that aren't being enforced?" Because there are so many, that's all they wanna do is just box us in, and
Yeah.
more rules, more laws, more things to throw the book at us, more things to make money off of us. Because the prison system, it's entirely owned by elites. They all this is so crazy how this web weaves. It's this case. I started out like, trying to figure out who's who's in this quote this cult, and then I'm like, is it the church? And then you figure out there's a small cult, which is okay to say cult, like right here. But
Yeah.
then if you call a bigger one cult, like the church, the mainstream cult, then, people don't like you so much. But I don't care. Like I don't owe anything to these people. They didn't even
No.
acknowledge my family members that were their actual members of their church. So they didn't use their platform to try and help us find Tylee and JJ. They didn't even look our way. But they know who we are. Trust me.
Oh,
Whole
they
department for that.
oh yeah, they know. But they had time to come out and make statements to their members such as don't get involved and, trials or any investigation into anything without the church's permission or approval. They
Mhm.
know what every one of them are doing. And again, this isn't well, I don't know. This is Crush's channel, of course, but
Go ahead.
I mean, for me, I do not, it's not I hate Mormon or I'm
Mm-mm.
anti-Mormon or anything of that nature. When you bring it back to the facts, the doctrine is what is practiced, and many of them try to soften that of, well, that's not, they're just this fringe offshoot group. But when you take it back,
Mm-mm.
they were raised in this before
Mhm.
Lori and Chad. They got here because of the doctrine that they were raised in those environments that they were. I mean, this isn't just a one situation. There is many situations outside of your family that this is harmful
Mhm.
doctrine and has caused a lot of pain and suffering for people. But I'm not
They
trying to shame LDS people. Good people are good people outside
Yes.
of their belief systems usually. Um,
Mhm.
but there are a lot of bad that hide behind this.
Yep. Yeah, and that's so alarming to me. Like, to find that out, I'm like, "These people because I believe in God, whatever, you know. Again, I don't know what that means. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know what if there's a next life. I don't know if it's just lights out. And again, I don't care if Chad and all his buddies and friends with their dreams and visions, so-called dreams and visions and near-death experiences, okay? I don't care what the hell they saw, okay? If you've had a near-death experience, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about this group of people, and I don't believe that all that was just a power trip in order to flip it to where they have the authority and they saw God. Okay. So well, I saw Jesus. You don't get to visit with him. Basically, like Lori acts, with the kids, like the kids visit her. Tammy visits her. And they're like, "Oh, you didn't do anything wrong, mom." And you're just like, you don't get to control them in their afterlife too, hooker. I did. I say hooker, okay? But that's mm-mm. That's why we're here, you know? We're here because of control freaks. They're just, like, so scared to die, they have a fascination with death because they are so scared to die themselves, and I've experienced this, but I also came to terms with that too, and I'm just like, "Oh, well, it is what it is." Nobody has control. Nobody knows what's after this or if there is anything. So, nobody has the authority over you. You want me to
Right.
pull that up?
Yes, please. There's a
Okay.
lot of questions in the chat, so I figured if we just showed
Ooh,
this might answer that question, and then they don't have to take our word for it. They can just take Lauren's own statement about this true.
yeah.
This is from Mormon Stories podcast. This was filmed July 2nd. This is the second portion that aired on July 16th. Here is her answer about whether she is currently LDS or not. This will answer some of your questions.
That's a good place to be. So I think, I am, where am I? What is my Mormon story? I am Mormon, and I'm actually a proud Mormon. I'm proud to be LDS. This is my heritage. I just can't wake up tomorrow and not be Mormon. It's an identity. It's a culture. It's something that has been really good in my life. So, I mean, I don't know what the future looks like. Everything changes. I don't know where my life will lead or what will happen, but yeah, I'm a Christian. I'm LDS. I'm agnostic.
Which is kind of almost impossible to be, but okay.
I want to be able to realize that the complexity of life outstrips any illusions I may have had and be open to change.
So there is the answer for that. Yes, she is LDS.
Yeah. But I mean, there are times whenever she acted like she's just this Exmo and oh my God, I remember hearing her say this. I mean, I just kind of overheard it when we went to the children, to Tylee and JJ's memorial during Chad's trial. So 2024. Wait, yeah, I think so. And we went to this restaurant after that, and she was within earshot, and she was talking about cognitive dissonance or critical thinking skills, and I was just like, okay, because I understand it's taking their power back. If there are many people who actually go through faith transitions and fall out, and I'm glad, but I'm sorry for the pain that they go through, that people here have gone through in their faith journeys, like I've learned a lot through this process, and I've never been Mormon. I've never been it's just taught me to be more sensitive to that because I tended to be I'm hard on Lauren on this aspect because while she had her channel, the very beginning of it, and one day I'll find the video where I can hopefully maybe share it. Where she gets on the video. It's like a pre-record, I want to say. Might have been alive, but she is like crying and she's upset about her religion, her faith. And how, in these comment sections, and there's kids missing, and then they wind up being found dead 10 months later, and then people are pissed. And they have every right to be, and they have every right to ask questions. But I believe, as we are seeing playing out right now in real time, they can't handle even questions. And I mean, the same thing, like the same behaviors that I'm witnessing with Lauren and John, who's not LDS, he came from a Lutheran background. It really doesn't matter. They're going for one religion anyway, so it doesn't matter. We'll all have to believe how they believe. So might as well get on board. Okay? Or let's go through, let's process all this, because once you realize their end game, it takes all their power away from them. And it's so empowering. But now I got to figure out how to like get that out without getting my channel tanking or anything.
Well, it's
But
a lot.
yeah, it is. It's heavy, especially not having the right. I mean, I wasn't raised in this system. I don't know. So it's very foreign, and I'm trying to speak some foreign language that is also known as Mormon speak. And it's very distinct and it's very deceptive. It is so it got Lori out of having a witness by her bishop, okay, who he was like, well, Lori said that she was going to destroy my uncle. She was going to murder him. She was going to kill him, just like the scriptures say, right? She was going to be like Nephi, and so was her brother. And there's that whole story. But that evaded her, that helped protect her. It helped cloak her in this religious, whatever the hell it was, fervor. I don't know. Disgusted. It's just disgusting. But it bought her a get out of being held responsible a little earlier by the police, at least, because Bishop, his name is Bishop Gay Benia. He is friends with Jason Mao, who's an ex Phoenix cop, I believe. Who, I mean, he's the only one that I saw in all this, and I want to say Melanie Gibb did too, but had been buccal swabbed. He had to give over his DNA sample, and I'm like, why? The window of time that Tammy was murdered, this is crazy. And it still baffles me. But they still never ran that either. So it's not that he's not guilty. It's that they didn't run any evidence, to find out if he was or not involved. I believe he is. I do.
Wild.
But so Jason Mao and Gabe Benia, they're friends. They lived around the corner from each other, which Lori was in their same ward, and Melanie Gibb was too. Zalema, they're in the same ward. And this is, I'm wondering if this is like the same bishop, that basically said, well, when Lori said, I'm going to destroy you, it could have been subjective, like, or objective. I'm sorry. He didn't see it as a real threat. So this is something I learned with my friend Jen, who was raised Mormon all her life. And so I sent her a document or something. And I was like, well, here, show me. I don't know what I asked her, but it was something about like the red flags. Like what scripture do you see in here that's like just slapping you in the face? Okay. That's alarming, or that you can see as a threat of some kind. And she was like, she sent it back and she was like, girl, I've looked at this my entire life. Nothing pops out to me because it looks normal. And that was a big eye opener for me because I was not raised Mormon. I don't know scriptures like that. So I read it like it's a book. I read it like it's a key to these quote unquote Mormon secret combinations, that it's the key to this doctrine that they're, pulling out of this. It's because it's like, also, I believe it's intentionally written the way it is, and it's laced with this language that's dripping in blood atonement and violence and just rising up against and just fighting, and just all the things, territorial. Look how they act. There's a lot of people And so if Lauren is Mormon still, which I mean, you know, you can take the church, the girl out of the church, can't take the church out of the girl, I guess. Either way, okay. But like, oh my God, the comment sections, you know, it's the same way that people are acting and fending for Lauren. They will not find fault in her. They think that she apologized. Okay. Even Megan, I watched one of her videos and she thinks she said she apologized. I heard her. And I was like, no. She said, if I did something wrong, not I did something wrong and I apologize. No, that's not, she did not. Megan, she didn't. If you're listening, I don't think you will be. It sucks though. I don't know. I'm gonna let you take over because I'm getting overwhelmed. I
No, you're
don't know
right.
what to do.
Here, I'll give another example for anybody that doubts what we are saying. If you want to pull up this one, this is from August 13th, 2025. I'll switch it here and give you a break. So this is again another confirmation of her own statements.
And then I went off on this specific thing. I want to come back to the I've learned a lot thing. But first,
this is from Radio Free Mormon discussion, again, August 13th. So in the midst of her most frightening time of her life, while she's claiming she is stalked, she did multiple interviews with, which is kind of shocking to me. These are people that are mostly in faith crisis or ex-Mormon spaces. This is where she kind of went during that time. But here's her statement.
First, it came as a modest surprise to me that you yourself are Mormon, that you're a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And I suppose the only reason it came as a surprise is that you craft your reporting such that you don't talk about that very much. You don't lead with that. Is that right?
That's right. I will share about when I'm discussing LDS crimes or an LDS specific theme to an LDS crime, because not every, James Craig didn't kill his wife because of his belief system. We can talk about LDS culture all we want when it comes to that crime, but it wasn't a belief system like, let's say, Lori and Chad Daybell or Ruby Franke and Jody Hildebrandt as much, right? So when we're talking about these elements of belief when it comes to the LDS faith, I will always be honest and share my LDS background.
That's not true, though. That's just not true in my experience of what I've seen. And for anybody saying that she didn't say agnostic, I saw somebody mention that. Let me take you back here for a moment, just so you can hear. She doesn't only say it once, she says it 3 times. Here you go.
With the sick and the homely and the lowly in heart, but I don't know. So I don't know if I can be LDS and Christian and an agnostic at the same time, if that's okay. Because I also, I don't think I can ever have the pride to say, I know that there is a God. I don't know. I don't know if there's a hereafter. I hope there is. I maybe think there isn't. I want there to be. So I think I'm humble enough to say I'm agnostic, but I would never have the pride that Lori and Chad had to say that they know. I mean, even in Lori's most recent interview with Nate Eaton, she's saying that she knows the Savior. She knows.
She can't even, I've mentioned this numerous times. Kresha has heard me say this over and over again. This was her Mormon story, and every question she is asked, somehow she ties it back to Valo Daybell.
She'll be exonerated.
She knows her kids are fine.
She knows her kids are fine and
Tammy's
happy.
fine.
And the Jesus is super happy with her. And
Jesus is super happy with her. But how different is this than saying that you know that God lives and you know that you'll be with your family forever? We don't know. Mm-hmm. We hope.
Yeah.
But I think, this is actually a quote that I wrote in my book, page 218 of my book, about change.
She quoted herself.
And I say,
the whole entire time, Kresha, this interview in itself is absolutely mind-blowing. But she goes on to say it again. You've heard the other comment about agnostic, but there it is 3 different times. So she meant what she said.
And she don't like the temple, right?
Right. Let me find that. Hold on.
Yeah. Yeah, you're the one that brought that to my attention. And there, I mean, what Mormon, active Mormon, active LDS does not love the temple like the temple. That's what they strive for, is to devote their life to the temple. And that's what Lori did. And that's where this kicked into high gear.
Right. Here's
Do I need to bring it up or?
yes, sorry, I took it down.
Okay. All right. That's okay.
I keep doing that to you.
Thank you. I appreciate this. It helps.
No, you're good. I'm just trying to give you time to wherever you want to go. I'm here.
You know who was attending the
you.
temple? Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow. You know who else was? Elizabeth Smart's kidnapper. I hate the temple. I've always hated the temple. To me, the temple is just a place where people pretend to be something when actually they're not. The idea of
and there goes her book again. I mean, it's just
oh my God.
Yeah.
Hi self. I love you, like hi self.
Yeah, it's wild.
Jay or on Everyday with Jay, she had pulled up some videos of her dad, of Lauren's dad.
Oh,
and it just the way she went over it, it sounded, or the way Jay went over it, it sounded like he too was not accepting responsibility, and that I think that's because they like scapegoat Satan, and it's Satan's fault that they did what they did. They were deceived, basically. Melanie Gibb tells Lori in a recorded call that kind of saved her ass. I mean, with the law, not with me, but she says, you have been deceived. I'm sorry, but you have been deceived. She calls her core whore. And if you think about when you look into what core whore is, I was like, who the hell is core whore? What the hell is this? Because LDS has their own characters. Okay. They're not ancient. They're nowhere in the Bible. Here we go. I have my hunches as to whether Nephi is Nephilim, in the end days. Just saying. I don't know. I feel like that's going to be a surprise. But anyways, I mean, the thing is that, like Ruby Frankie, same thing. It's Satan has deceived me, and that Korihor means Antichrist. And whenever you put all these things together, like Lori told my uncle that she was a god and that she was here to lead the 144,000 into the new millennium and usher the second coming of Jesus Christ. Okay. Wow. Right. Delulu.
Yeah.
But whenever I learned what was really going on, because I'm trying to study all these people, I'm racking my brain. I study them. That's what I do. I don't know. People watch. I don't know. And I listen to what they say, and I love to use their words to hold them accountable. Like, that's my favorite thing to do, because you can't evade what you say, and I mean, again, the words that my aunt used with my uncle before murdering him, I've found on my own within Mormon doctrine. It all of it is like controversial. There's a second anointing ceremony that happens where it's secret, and I think that's the call out. It's an invitation, and the prophet of the church has to like hand select your name. And I think that they were matched up. Chad and Lori were matched up. They went to the temple. It's an FBI testimony in both trials. It's corroborated by temple records from the church, or scan records or whatever. And then you go look at Chad Daybell's story that he wrote. We call it the James and Elena story, or loin fire, which is, it's disgusting. But there's a time when he talks about how James and Elena were, kneeling across the altar from one another and staring into each other's eyes. And this is it. That's what's going on. They're getting sealed right there. I've never been in a temple. I'm pretty good, with imagining things, with not imagining, like not my imagination, but visualizing these things. And I've just had to watch a lot of Mormon Stories podcasts. I had to read a lot of Mormon comments just in the comment sections around blogs. And because nobody's really, when you go and look in on these comments and stuff, they're gold, especially in Mormonism, because anything that's in like quotes and they do like to quote. I'm like, nugget, 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 breadcrumb, breadcrumb. I mean, they leave them all over the place. I mean, it's pretty obvious, you know.
Mhm.
But and so that's what I did. And like in that moment, they're not they left a comment there, you know, maybe 5 years before. They're not trying to sway me or convince me that I need to think this way or that way. I've just kind of been gathering evidence, if you will, of what this means. And I mean, yes, they do have their own speak. Okay. They have their own language. And it's different. And it helps them evade being culpable, responsible, by other people who are questioning Mormonism. Okay. So just because they use the same like buzzwords as others, I think this helps them get away with things. But yet, and I'm going to liken this to what Lauren's doing and Dr. John, how they're trying to define what stalking is and what it's not. But have y'all noticed that Dr. John's been using a lot of descriptions, definitions, uh, like statistics and stuff from the UK? I find that really odd. I don't know why, but
Or that
it's
are
just,
outdated 15-year old.
yeah, 2001 or something, you
Yeah.
know. I'm just like, he quotes everybody else. I mean, does he have, anyways, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not in that profession, and I'm kind of wondering if he is. It
Speaking of
reminds,
that,
yeah,
you want another clip to?
I do. I love clips.
I know you do. And I just happen, because this stuff, it hits your brain. I can't even imagine how it has been for you, though. I always think about that. I'm like, how does Kresha process all of this? Because it's
A short
mind-blowing.
circuit. Short circuit all the time.
Well, I can understand why I short circuit, and I don't have family members that have been murdered because of this belief system. So I can't even imagine. But somebody in the comment section mentioned something about Lauren and Dr. John being sealed in the temple. And this is I'm just trying to answer questions with some of these clips that I've seen repetitive. But this goes way outside of, in my opinion, Dr. John and Lauren. They're just kind of one of the parts right here that we're talking about right now. But here's an answer to that question. Again, this is part 2, aired July 16th, was filmed July 2nd.
The baptism interview didn't go well for either of us. Like, that was weird. And so finally, he said, Lauren, I will get baptized, but if I do it, I realize it is for you and it's not for me. And if I'm going to be true to myself, I want you to know that I probably would not get baptized. And so I looked at him and said, you need to be true to yourself. I don't want you to get baptized for me. And in that moment, we both came to the conclusion that that's what it would be. And to this day, he's been very respectful of when I choose to go to church, when I don't, whatever I do, whatever I teach our son. And
That was a question that I had. Did you have a conversation before you were married, or kind of at this time in your marriage, about what religious practices you would have if you two had children together?
He didn't adhere to any religion. I did share that I would like to raise a child, LDS, and he said he was open to that, but that we both wanted to raise a child that would understand, again, all religions and all faiths and all the possibilities out there. And so it felt easy. I think it has been easy for us. You know, we found out we were pregnant, and like we both wanted a child so much. And in fact, when he was born, I'll just I'll share that, and I'll share what we did for his blessing. But I was, when he was born, we had a baby blessing for him, and because I wanted him to be a child on record, and my dad had actually just gotten out of
A child on record, in my opinion, means recorded in
On
the
the
Mormon
roll.
church.
Yeah, on the rolls.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And
prison.
there's no way for us to find that out, right?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No, because he's still under 10 from what she said.
my child was born. And so he came down and we decided to have a baby blessing in the home, and we invited the bishop. And
She also mentions in this her dad's never been excommunicated, even though he spent time in federal prison. And like, again, but they don't, this is where it's very like people, there's varying stories on whether Chad and Lori have been, and there's no clear cut. There's so many.
Well, and this is one of those things and one of those times where I'm going to interject, and I mean, not interject, but just I want to say that after Nate Eaton had an interview with Lori, right? Stay in the boat, Nate, get back in the boat. And all her other weird LDS speak, okay, that he understands. But after that, and because she was still like, oh no, I'm still a member as far as I know. I mean, she has. It looked like she kind of was surprised by that. Like, oh no, I'm still a member of the church. And so that makes me think that nobody ever went and talked to her. She never got any paperwork. Like Chad did allegedly. His was disfellowship, different than an excommunication, which is interesting. So. And back in Joseph Smith's time, I mean, I've done research. I remember this, that Joseph Smith used to do fake excommunications for public, just to satisfy you. They also, I believe, the Second Manifesto and all those things to denounce polygamy, to stop the practice of polygamy back whenever Utah was. I guess trying to, I don't know if they were trying. Yeah. They were trying to become like, it was was it Deseret territory? Was that what it was called? I don't remember what it was called, but anyways, it was like Mormon land. Okay. And in order to become part of the United States of America, to join the statehood, they had to denounce polygamy. And so they did, but I don't think so. And I think Chad and Lori were the 2019 version of secret spiritual wifery, polygamy on the down low.
Yeah.
And I'll die on that hill. I swear I will. And inner psychic right here, she says he used the stuff from oh, that's not the one. I'm sorry. I was looking for the one about her dad. Here it is. Her dad may still have legal problems. His crime was very complex. I'm not sure he meant to commit crimes. Maybe sloppy business that happened to be illegal. Okay, so maybe he does think that. I didn't go that far into it, so you probably know more than I do. But just that first glance, I was like, he's doing these appeals. It seemed like, and so that's what made me think that he's thinking. He thinks he's innocent, even though he's not in prison. Anyways, I don't know. That was just my first glance. So yeah, hold me accountable. I'm not exalted. Okay. For sure.
I think that's an interesting part though that you brought up. It does seem like there is a lot of reputation management in what they choose to do. Like Tim Ballard, I think we were both shocked that he was publicly excommunicated, because we've seen people commit more heinous crimes. I mean, his crimes, in my opinion, were still heinous, but he was very publicly excommunicated by the church. And I think that was to create distance between him and M. Russell Ballard.
Mm-hmm.
So,
oh, yeah, immediately.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And they use Vice, which a lot of the believing Mormons, they trash talk it. They're like, oh, it's like a National Enquirer. And I'm like, shut up. Whatever y'all got to do. And they do. They justify it in so many ways. It hurts my brain. Really.
Yeah.
But that was a quick, like, oh my gosh, let's sever the ties. And y'all, let's do a little mind trip right now, because this is crazy in the sense that I've been digging into the Hamblin case for years now. David Hamblin, and through Lynn Packer's reporting, he's an ex-Mormon investigative journalist. In fact, one of his uncles was an apostle in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Okay, they like it when you use the whole word because it takes up a lot of space in the comment section. Okay, but So, I mean, I got a lot that's where I got my start was from Lynn Packer's reporting on the OUR op-ed series that he did. It opened my eyes to a lot of things, and I still go back and I'm like, oh, I find things, nuggets and things, because I didn't know anything back then hardly. And I always go back and I've learned since then, and learned more. But he was talking about in his op-ed number 23, he had Mitt Romney on there, he had Elder Ballard, and he had this guy named Gordon Bowen. Gordon Bowen is accused by 3 daughters of David Hamblin and Roselle Stevenson. Okay. They claim that their dad and their mom prostituted them out to elites in the Salt Lake City area, in the real cush, area. And there's this guy, Gordon Bowen, who's accused of being the church. They go by the LDS Church of Satan, or actually Church of Satan, but it's like this cult within a cult. It's crazy. But they act like normal believing Mormons, they believe in Jesus. Like I said earlier, they say that they're praying to Jesus, but they're really not. They're just really praying to Satan, as jokes on everybody else, right? And so again, that kind of goes into the whole SRA investigations that have happened and turned up. Oh, they're not, even Lynn Packer at the very end of that number 23 video says, he brings up Mike King, who I believe has been compromised from the beginning and put in this arena also to appear like to get everybody's trust, and then to distance the beliefs of the beliefs of the church away from Chad and Lori. It's like sever that at all cost. And then they go on Court TV, they go on all these different programs, and they aren't, in my opinion, forthcoming. They're not being all the way true. They're not being real. They're not being truthful. And I see it because I found it. I'm like, no, 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 no. And it's a constant struggle, tug of war. And I've found all the things that Lori and Chad have been accused of doing, reportedly doing all those things. And I have found it all within the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the mainstream church, which is the actual, really, if you want to say, at least this is what I think, there's the RLDS, which is the Reorganized Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Then there's the mainstream, which is the Brighamite sect, which is he was the second prophet after Joseph Smith died. And then there's the FLDS. So the FLDS is fundamentalist. That's the one in the dresses that we always see, the pastel colors, Warren Jeffs, the just really bizarre. It's really sad. It really is. But Lauren has spent a lot of time in that area. And then the mainstream Brighamite church is more of your blood atonement part, that it's like monstrous. But if you want to go more low key, just kind of more fitting in with, I'm not saying Christian view, but more than any of the other sects of Mormonism, I'd say the RLDS are that, anyways, that's just my little simple
No,
idea.
that was great. You want me to play that part where you're talking about where he mentioned?
Yeah, where he says that Gordon Bowen wasn't asking for demons. He was asking for demons to be cast out, not to be invoked. So it's go ahead. Thank you.
Of course. Here is this is from Lynn Packer. Both Kresha and I really like Lynn. So
we're fangirls.
Yeah, we're fangirls of Lynn's great. And so is American Crime Journal, who works hand in hand with Lynn and has done some excellent deep dive investigations into a lot of stuff too.
Like, especially with all his coverage of like Bundy and I mean just all those kind of cases. Oh my God, I would love to meet him.
I would love to pick his brain. That
yes. He wouldn't have one when we're done with him.
I know, you'd be like, can I get a protection?
Yeah, gotta go.
Here is what Kresha was referencing. This is again from Lynn Packer, October 25th, 2022. The title of this video is Our
Yeah, they
op-ed,
just branded it.
OUR op-ed number 23, satanic ritual abuse allegations.
This is
In 1992, the Utah Governor's Office funded $250,000 for an Attorney General investigation into Utah ritual abuse. The task force's report was published in 1995. It said, the AG's office studied 300 cases of ritual sexual abuse which claimed children were sexually abused and Satanism was involved. We were only able to truly get confessions where someone had used Satanism or satanic beliefs or doctrine as part of their control mechanism in only about 3 or 4. Allegations of organized Satanists, even groups of Satanists who have permeated every level of government and religion, were unsubstantiated. Mike King, who led the investigation, concluded, however, it is possible and even likely that there were isolated instances of child sex abusers using satanic or occult imagery to scare victims into silence. Even though
That's concerning to me that Mike King was
he
involved.
writes cult books.
Yeah. He's involved in the Children's Justice Center in Utah.
And with Trish and with Karim Khan and Authorum Lab, all the things. And he worked on the task force for SRA, yet only his cult that he helped take down has, that's a cult. That was satanic ritual abuse, basically.
Yeah.
there have been Mormon-related ritualistic cult-like child sex abuse cases. One was the 1991 Zion Society cult case. It was a deviant polygamous cult or ring. There could have been up to 4,000 child victims. 12 were eventually convicted. Deceived is a book about Detective Mike King's investigation and ultimate takedown of the deviant polygamous cult led by Arvin Shreve. Another is the case of Ann A. Johnson Davis, where there was concrete evidence of satanic ritual child sexual abuse. It was not prosecuted because of the statute of limitations. Davis, now deceased, wrote a book about her ordeal. That's the end.
That's the end, as Lynn says.
Oh, so did he say that part about where he asked if they were cast?
Oh,
the
do you want me to
casting
go
out?
back to that? I didn't go that
Yeah,
far.
it's like right before that, I think, because he's talking about Gordon Bowen and
Bowen.
Yeah, Bowen, which is interesting. That's an interesting last name because Elder Ballard, who was an apostle in the church and who Tim Ballard was sued by these women, lots of women and men who have claimed, some have been settled out of court, by the way, and we don't even know, but Gordon Bowen has the same last name as Elder Ballard's wife. Her maiden name was Bowen. And I don't think that's by chance. Okay. Coincidence theorist, you're welcome, but it's like, how many coincidences can you have? It's Ballard and Bowen and Bowen. And actually Elder Ballard looked to Gordon Bowen, or looked at Gordon Bowen as a prodigal son. So it's like, and here, when Tim Ballard claimed that he, let me back up. Whenever Tim Ballard was publicly excommunicated, or publicly distanced, publicly shamed, humiliated, whatever, to sever the tie publicly through Vice, right? That happened. Okay, well, the guy, okay, so then Tim Ballard and his whole camp, everybody, that's basically making money off of all this too, off Tim's, I'm going to say fraud, allegedly. They were all saying that, no, he was not excommunicated. It was just this big old rift, and we're like, what? No, we saw, we heard, we read the email, we listened to the reporters, but come to find out, and I got my information from Goel, who has been doing investigations into this ritual abuse ring of David Hamblin and David Levitt and all these elite Mormons. Okay. And, he had a source or two. He had two sources that said that Gordon Bowen is who penned or whatever, emailed the public denunciation of Tim Ballard. And so this would mean that Tim is probably right, that it wasn't Doug Anderson, the spokesman for the church, that it was likely. You just have to kind of know how these bloodliners work. It's crazy because like Mitt Romney is real good friends and buds and has worked on projects together with Gordon Bowen, he's he's in denial. He's gay, but he's in denial. Okay. And so it's kind of like, it reminds me of Jody Hildebrandt big time, like just in denial, but they're going to sit there and be righteous and just better than everybody else. But then denying their, staying at a place where they can't even accept who they are,
Yeah.
So it's just really gross. But so I'm just saying that Gordon Bowen, who's accused of being the LDS Church Punisher, I'm sorry, the LDS Church of Satan Punisher. Let me clarify that. Of these girls, he's accused by these girls, David Hamblin's daughters, okay, who still have not been able to take them to trial, get them through court because just somehow, they just, oh, we didn't turn this over. They The judges are rearranged and moved kind of like wards, when abuse happens. Within a ward, they kind of even will change the stake. I'm sorry, the ward lines.
Mm-hmm.
Reminds me of Brenda and Dick Miles, which were President Nelson's daughter and son-in-law, who were accused of being part of the Bountiful child sex abuse ring. Okay, this is so deep and so convoluted, but it's by design. It is by design, and it works. And I mean, it's disheartening because I'm not a victim of not this kind of abuse, but there are so many that are, who are silenced all the time, and that's why I'm here. Like that's why I'm here. The rest, that I have to share, it can come out, I back them 1,000%. Um, I believe them, and I believe Tylee and JJ were ritually murdered. Period. End of story. And Rob Wood kind of let the cat out of the bag with that when he said that, Chad and Lori did these murders of the children because of religious beliefs. And so I was like, "Oh, bam, I kicked the door down." Right? I was like, "Been waiting. Okay, now I know." But they want to make it about money, power, sex. But this is like the driver that gets them to where to go through and evade culpability. People aren't holding them accountable. And kind of the same thing we're seeing with Lauren. Okay. Same thing we saw with Lori. Her family enabled, they rallied around freaking Alex Cox after he murdered my uncle at the behest of his sister and needing to be protected. They lied, that was a setup. And the whole point was to get his money, his $1 million. Okay. Which they didn't get, thank God. But I mean, it's just, how you gonna be, Charles is their son-in-law, the Coxes, right? Their son-in-law. And yet when after Charles is murdered, Lori's parents and family rallied around Alex Cox and called him a hero. And that's so fucking just so backstabbing and just gross. I mean,
Yeah.
they
that-
know they knew Charles for 13, almost 14-ish years, okay? I mean, no. And they covered for Lori. They made excuses for Lori because they believe the same thing, because this belief system is not mainstream, okay? It is mainstream. Way more mainstream than I'm comfortable with. And I think a lot of this has to do with people who are inside this system not being real with themselves. Because how could they believe the same things that Chad and Lori did? I think there's a lot of like self-reflection that needs to go on, and it's not happening.
I
Some
agree.
people get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It goes back to that once you see it, you can unsee it.
Mm-mm.
Here's
Okay.
somebody asked about this, so let me quickly share this. This is what Kresha and I are talking about as far as American Crime Journal goes. It's a website, highly recommend. He is an incredible investigative journalist.
Mm-hmm.
Lynn Packard quotes or uses a lot of his reporting too. They collab a lot. So
Okay. Who that was Damon?
yeah, that's Damon's.
Okay, okay. I didn't see the name, but I was like, oh.
Yep, there's his website, American Crime Journal. And then here goes back to this. Tell me, I think I went back 10 minutes because this is actually really, this whole
It is.
is incredible. You want to watch the whole thing?
I mean, drop it. Yeah. Why not?
Okay.
Why not?
You tell me when to pause. I'll run the little toggle button and you tell me when to pause. This might give people a little bit more understanding. And I'm also going to pull up the link between Lauren and Mike King because we have something recently with that too. Somebody asked about Angel Studios. Yes, they were who produced The Sound of Freedom, owned by the Herman brothers.
Thank you, Betsy. Who are Mormon.
Yeah.
And Lori raves about Chosen, by the way. And I think that's just part of the programming. And that's where Tom Harrison comes in. I think Tom Harrison, and I know this is going to sound so weird, but you know, there's a lot of people they'll just be like, okay, yeah, I'm not touching that. But this is what's happening. Okay. They're being programmed. There's a whole book by Dave McGowan called Program to Kill. I do actually have the link. I can share a look right here. You can, you'll have to write it down with a pencil or pen or your phone. And I have that. This is my link to the shared book. It's a PDF and it's eye-opening. That's my advice. But anyway, so that's what's happening here. They were programmed to kill. Not saying that they didn't do it. I'm just saying that it helps them do it. Okay. It helps. Yeah. I don't have anything else to say. It's crazy.
If you want, you go wherever you want. I'm just trying to pull up stuff to help everybody understand what you're talking about as we go.
Can I press play right here or what?
I can play here.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I got you. It's on my side.
Yeah.
3.
I'm waiting.
I'm hitting it. You tell me when to pause.
The Utah County investigation into a suspected satanic child sex abuse ring. One of the suspects is New York Madison Avenue advertising executive Gordon Bowen.
Advertising.
Two of Bowen's close friends who are not suspects, Utah Senator Mitt Romney and high-ranking Mormon apostle M. Russell Ballard. Even though Russell Ballard and Mitt Romney are not suspected of involvement in or knowledge of any ritualistic child sex cult, if one existed at all, both have known for more than a decade that Bowen was accused of having bizarre sexual fantasies, of being addicted to pornography, and of alleged sexual assaults. Later in this episode, possible reasons why they looked the other way. It remains puzzling why Russell Ballard and the LDS Church continued to engage Bowen in its public image campaigns. A recent example of the continuing Bowen-Ballard alliance is a multi-million-dollar movie about Jesus.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, got you. I've muted, so.
Yeah, he's free.
Yeah, he is.
Some you can't.
Ballard.
I can turn closed captioning on too. Sorry about that.
In the Mormon Church entrusted Bowen to oversee the project despite Bowen's weird, even eerie notions about the Savior. The completed film is yet to be released. The project remains clouded in secrecy. A little more detail about the movie near the end of this report. Russell Ballard, who is now second in line to assume the presidency of the LDS Church, is a common denominator between the relatively new child sex abuse investigation in Utah County.
He has passed away.
I cried, but not because I missed him. I cried because I was like, no, he's Yep, it died right there.
Yeah.
And the more than 2-year-old investigation in Davis County looking into Operation Underground Railroad. Ballard is close to the subjects of both probes. In a previous
Right
episode, I
there.
already reported that Russell Ballard not only encouraged Tim Ballard,
Go back to Gordon, Elder Ballard, and Tim, the picture, and it'll give you a visual of there's Elder Ballard in the middle. Okay. They claim no relation to Tim Ballard. Anyways, right? I guess if you believe it, then it's true, or if you say it. But and then there's Gordon Bowen, and it's Elder Ballard is like a grandfather to Tim, according to Tim, and Catherine, his wife, and with Gordon Bowen over here, who is kind of this, he's a gay man who's an alleged gay man who's in denial. Okay. Um, I've seen all this information. So just, it exists. But here's this guy on the left, Gordon Bowen. He's part of this Utah County Sheriff investigation. He's known as the prodigal son of Elder Ballard, who's also like a grandfather to Tim. But yet, whenever the lawsuits, the women came forward they were suing Tim, right? Holding him accountable, right? There was an investigation into Operation Underground Railroad. There was an investigation going on at the same time or around the same time with David Levitt, former Utah County prosecuting attorney, who now, he went to Scotland he bought a castle in Scotland. Anyways, who'd have thunk? He's connected to, I'm talking about David Levitt. His wife, Shalom Levitt, is a sex therapist, sex education teacher woman who believes that you need to talk to your toddlers, if you catch them humping something or whatever, and that, uh, you start talking to them about sex. She's one of those, but yet she works at BYU. She works at BYU, which is the Mormon school. Okay. And it floors me. But yeah, that's wild. Okay, so David Levitt was also being investigated. He was actually the one they were looking at. He was like I guess target. I don't know the word, the terminology, but he's also, this David Levitt guy is also accused by the Hamblin daughters, the same ones that are accusing Gordon Bowen here, of being involved, him and his wife, in this larger LDS abuse ring involving cannibalism. I know, right? And when I saw that headline back in 2022, I was like, no way. There's Tylee and JJ were found the way they were. Tylee was found the way she was, which is disgusting and just heartbreaking. But here's allegations of cannibalism, and then this anyways. So it's interesting because there's ties to the Ukraine, Ukraine. I want to say he's a leader. I don't know what kind of leader, but somewhere up in there. His name is Viktor Yushchenko. And there's information on Adam Herbett's Fox 13 News investigation. Lots of stories Adam Herbett's did on these people, where it looks like David Levitt. There's too many people with the same name, okay, all these things. But David Levitt was basically setting up what looks like it could be a human trafficking agreement, ring, whatever you want to call it, between him, I guess, allegedly, and the Ukraine, because they wanted buffalo, and he had plenty of buffalo, which is a slur for Native American women, women, children, who knows. And then anyway, so there's just a lot of this weird stuff going on, but none of it's ever come up to the surface all the way. David Levitt and his wife are connected to Esalen Institute, as well as Best Friends Animal Society. Yep, I'm here to pop your worldview. Yep, that's me, Debbie Downer. Best Friends Animal Society, which is also related to the Process Church of the Final Judgment, which is Scientology. It is Scientology, and Scientology is the Process Church of the Final Judgment. It's crazy. Go visit Rotting Jules. That's who she researches, and it's awesome. Good research. They're kind of behind what happened to Charles Manson and all that stuff. These have been happening for a long time. These kind of orchestrated, I'll say, cover or fronts. Okay. There's always some really dark, nefarious shit going on behind them. That's where it's at. Tylee and JJ are just a cover story now. But their deaths, all these murders, all this stuff, they're the front for that. And it's still hiding behind them, lurking, going on in the shadows. Okay. And so there's a lot to lose here. That's how this works. I mean, if you think about Epstein, this is the Mormon, in my opinion, the Mormon version of Diddy, Epstein. In fact, they're all friends. It turns out. Sean Reyes, who was the former Utah, you can probably say it faster than
Attorney
I can.
General.
Yeah.
Sean
And he
Reyes,
only stepped down because he agreed to have a lawsuit dropped against him.
because he completely let everything go that was going right under his nose with Tim Ballard. It was set for him to be the next senator, and then Tim Ballard would eventually be a senator, and then he would be the president of the United States, and then the next prophet for the Mormon church.
AKA, and this is via Tom Harrison
Mhm.
and Ken Krogh. And here is, let me show you the picture right here. This is Lori when she's being served. Oh, it's not the right picture, but I mean, she has the Visions of Glory book under her leg right here, written by this guy right here. To the left, it's his dreams and visions, and the Mormon you see on the screen: Tim, Ruby, Lori, Jody, Julie, Chad, and many more. David, he also is in David Hamblin's case. He testified against Gordon Bowen, which is on the screen right there to the left. That guy. Same one that may have been the one that wrote the email to publicly publicly distance Tim Ballard from the Mormon church, to sever it, publicly, because it's all about public. And so there's a big beef between Tim and Gordon. They don't like each other. And it's interesting because, like, when Mitt Romney gave up his, left his senator seat, he did not want Tim Ballard to have it. And so, like, they throw shade at one another. It's the most fascinating thing I've ever watched. Like that, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm here for it. Like, what are they doing? Because they throw shit at each other. And then it's just interesting because I'm like, whoa, aren't they on the same team? But no, they're not. They are, but they're not. They compete with one another. They throw each other under the bus. It's ruthless. It's trashy. It's funny. I don't know. It's they create a lot of victims. Okay. In my opinion. But I just wanted to kind of emphasize this part right here. This is I mean, this is it, this is how it goes in my life, at least to the crimes of my family. It's because of this right here. And if Elder Ballard, he was an apostle in the church, he was also, he's also a descendant of Joseph Smith via Joseph Smith's brother, Hiram Smith. And I mean, it's so deep. I don't know. I'm getting overwhelmed because it's deep.
Sure.
I'm gonna
Let's take a break and let's play this.
Yeah.
And then we
Thank
can look
you.
more together. Of course. Whatever you want me to pull up and help, just let me know. I'm just here as the support system. So to help wherever I can.
I appreciate it. It helps me get it out.
Things, it's such a frustrating mess of things too. Like, there's so many things that go into this, and it's hard to process it all because there's ties to
each sentence. Each sentence, I'm like, I could go off into 8 different directions.
Somebody actually told me yesterday, they were like, can you just play the video? Well, first and foremost,
No.
Fair use, we can't. And secondly, you're lucky, because every other thing, I could have gone in 500 other directions with the same information, and it connects to these different things over here too.
And nobody else gets it like you and me. I'm telling you, I've not found it yet, not like this.
Well,
It's so specific and so unique. I'm like, I don't even what does this qualify under? Like, if you had to put a title, what would it be? I don't I have as a brain buster.
yeah, I don't know. We said that the other day too. What would we call this? Like, and thankfully though, I think we're finding our people, because there's a lot of them
Yes.
in the chat that are definitely understanding where we're going and are
Good.
adding to extensive amount of information and other rabbit holes. I told them the other day, I was like, okay, you guys got me down so many things, and the things they're mentioning continue to connect. And I'm like, whoa, what are you guys
Mhm.
doing to me? So, but here we
Yeah.
go. I'll continue to play some of this, and we'll tell me when to pause
Awesome.
again.
Okay.
In a previous episode, I already reported that Russell Ballard not only encouraged Tim Ballard to found OUR, but along with 2 other general authorities of the church, also invested in the Tim Ballard venture. This side note,
A lot of them.
unlike the late Senator Orrin Hatch and current Senator Mike Lee, Mitt Romney
Current Senator Mike Lee.
Who is
Is-
going he's going to be speaking with Glenn Beck at TPUSA this December. So, and actually Mike Lee is who according to the lawsuits filed against him, Tim Ballard met with Mike Lee the night before at the airport in Salt Lake City, where they strategized to Tim was going to run for Senate. And, and not only that, but Mike Lee, I had photos of him a long time ago, but I didn't know who he was. I didn't understand the politics of it all, like who's who knows who. Well, Mike Lee would go to the Firm Expo conferences and Book of Mormon evidence conferences, the Preparing a People thing, same thing that Chad and Lori and Tim and Beck and all these people went to. So Mike and Nancy James, like these are their people. Okay. So it's not like Tim, some celebrity, and how would Chad know him? I mean, Chad sponsored Tim Ballard's Operation Underground Railroad. I'm sorry. I just ran that all together. Chad Daybell sponsored Tim Ballard's Operation Underground Railroad, the Rexburg Rescue Run. That's a mouthful. On the weekend that Tylee Ryan was murdered in Rexburg, Idaho. Okay. None of that really came out. Just a little bit of that came out in Chad's trial, and it came out through Joe Murray, Chad's son-in-law, and Chad's daughter, Emma Daybell Murray. So, I mean, these connections are everywhere.
That's wild, though.
It is. It's close. That's direct.
Well, and then I'll play this.
Money.
I'm
Follow the
going
money.
to take another. Yeah, this is.
I
not
know.
publicly endorsed OUR. In fact, Tim Ballard has been talked about as a potential candidate to run against Romney in 2 years.
This is,
If
that's
a
old.
ritualistic child sex ring was operating in Utah,
Again, just a reminder for anybody
Oh
coming
my
in
God.
October 22nd. Or
Not only that, I'm sorry. Not only that, but listen to Tim recently, he's all against SRA, satanic ritual abuse. Oh my God, it's infiltrated. Church is going corrupt, which is the same thing they're saying Chad said, but it's actually prophesied in the Book of Mormon and their scriptures and everything that the church will become corrupt. Okay, so people aren't paranoid. They've been learning this their whole lives. So it's like, okay, Chad and Lori were not going to build a church right there in the same damn Rexburg town where their church is. Like he was serving a calling at the same time. So he had keys to the church, the meeting house. Not, I don't know about the temple, but just saying, nobody wants to talk about how Chad was picked or chosen by people in upper positions, stake presidents, bishops, however it goes, to hold a calling and be a ward clerk in the church, work with the bishop, under the bishop, like it's so when Heather Daybell testified to the fact that Chad Daybell would be at the church meeting house 2.6 miles away from Tammy and Chad's actual house where the kids were found, and where Alex would go and wait, he waited at that church 2.6 miles away, the night before Tammy was murdered. He would go hang out in church parking lots, temple parking lots. He didn't Arizona, Idaho, didn't matter. He was there. And anybody that's like so chill and relaxed and comfortable to lie in wait, as as you're about to go and try and execute somebody and or execute children, your niece and nephew, your new brother-in-law's now late wife, I mean, it's just gross. It's so it baffles me. And why didn't the church turn over any kind of cameras footage, any kind of tapes? Because they don't have to. Because Lori was going to the temple in the celestial room with Jason, Mal, Nicole Earl, one of the 7 gatherers, and all her other little 7 gatherer friends, and they were plotting and planning murders. That's what they were conspiring. It's wild.
It's
Taking oaths and endowments and covenants, and it's all about the new covenant, new and everlasting covenant, which is polygamy. I mean, it doesn't just mean that. It just means that they want, or they found a way to get into this secret society, okay, that exists somewhere within the temple. I mean, because there's different layers. Like the temple, you could look at it as an outsider. You and I can't go. You have to be a member of the church. You have to be up to date on your bills. You can't owe back child support, taxes, things like that. You have to pay 10% of your gross income per month, per month or whatever for tithing. Sometimes it seems like a good old boy club,
fine.
You have to dedicate your life to the temple. You have to pass questions through the stake president and or the bishop. Was Lori's bishop the one who gave her temple recommend, Gabe. I mean, there's so many layers and just questions that I still have that have never been addressed, and I understand I'm not going to get them all answered, but I do through this research.
Right. Somebody said, why do you think they want the Olympics back in Salt Lake City? Good point.
I know. Well, speaking of, Gordon Bowen and Mitt Romney were over the last one, 2002 Winter Olympics. They designed the torch. I mean, I have a picture of Elder Ballard, like a couple of the apostles, like Elder Neil A. Maxwell, he was really close with Tom Harrison, who lived in the same ward. And guess who else lived in the same ward? Dick and Brenda Miles. Guess who else lived in the same ward? Elizabeth Smart. Guess who else lived in the same ward? Lauren.
Mm-hmm. Oof. Okay. I'm giving you a break.
Utah.
Giving you a break right quick. You tell me when to pause and when you're ready for more.
Thank you.
You're doing great, though. You're like laying it out. You're doing wonderful.
Where was Tim Ballard? Was it going on right under his nose? OUR claims it detects and breaks up child sex trafficking rings. It says it's happening here. Before I proceed, 2 disclaimers. This report is for mature viewers only. It contains adult themes and sexually explicit content. Also, in 2008, I consulted on a child custody dispute involving Gordon Bowen. When the case settled out of court, I was asked to sign a non-disclosure confidentiality agreement. I
like that
declined.
part.
That's how sealed records from the case help document this report.
Go, Lynn.
I love his
Utah
dry sense
County-
of humor.
I do too. I just love his reporting. This is
Yeah.
what I also said this the other day, and you and I have talked about this. This is why, to me, it seems like, because without Lauren, this was, people often like link exposing the church somehow to Lauren. I mean, they've given her credit for some of these like connections and stuff with these people. This was all out here. There's been people reporting on this for years and years. There was nothing that the church could do to stop people from finding out this information with or without Lauren. The only thing, in my opinion, that she was kind of able to do was on the public side of things. She was able to soften the lines a little bit, really push that this was just this random offshoot fringe group.
It's the preppers and the politics and Yep.
Which they do have some different adaptations, but the main doctrine is all, and it's been ongoing for a long time.
You can't pin it on just one group at all. That's not how that works. But it's because they're all in one of the same. You know, it's wild because it's mainstream basically. So, I mean, and that became apparent after Chad and Lori went to jail, and then, you know, there's rumblings of, oh yeah, Chad still has a following. No, there are other people that believe the same shit. Is what it is. Okay. Yeah, the same club.
County-based child sex abuse investigation made headlines this summer and fall. Some news outlets called it alleged satanic child sex abuse and a
Oh, I don't like this
ritualistic
woman.
sex ring. NBC News reported that the Utah County case is based on a false conspiracy theory, saying satanic panic is making a comeback, fueled by QAnon believers and GOP influencers. Went on to say, baseless accusations are branding people as Satanist pedophiles at the speed of the internet.
These allegations are wild. They are very unlikely to be true. And unfortunately, what happened was people got them in public records requests and spilled them all over the internet. And so it's not just enough that something terrible happened. It's that Satan is somehow involved in it.
Can we just, she gets on my nerves. Okay. You want to know why? Because she just kind of did the same thing that Lauren did.
Yep.
It's not that these things exist or that there's satanic ritual abuse happening. It's that somebody got a hold of the grandma docs, the FOIA docs, and spilling them all over the internet. That's not the problem here, lady. The problem is that report shouldn't exist, period. And that report exists because these women, these girls went and separately gave their report. Like they did their own reports. They didn't sit in the same room. Okay. They did their 3 different reports and they match. They corroborate one another. It's crazy. You know, it's like they have all these excuses to discount this kind of shit, but you just have to pay attention to what's being said because people tell on themselves, you know, they tell you exactly. Like right now, just now, what she said is like, it has nothing to do with actual abuse or not. That wasn't her, rebuttal. You know, it was that the fact that people were spilling it all over the internet. So satanic cults must, you know, Satan's responsible. It's stupid. It's like I don't know all those arguments, you know, straw man, blah, blah, blah. I don't know all that terminology, but it just don't make sense.
Right. Somebody also mentioned something in the chat about Brian David Mitchell and Wanda Barzee. So I just Googled it, super simple as a Google search just to show Elizabeth Smart was kidnapped by Brian David Mitchell and his wife, Wanda Barzee. Both were former members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormon Church, but had been excommunicated prior to the kidnapping. Mitchell and Barzee were active members of the LDS Church early in their marriage, but in the mid-1990s, they began to distance themselves from the church's mainstream practices. Now, this is where things will start sounding familiar, or should. Mitchell came to believe he was a self-proclaimed prophet, took the religious name Emmanuel David Isaiah, and developed a delusional belief that he was meant to have 7 wives in a polygamous celestial marriage. Polygamy was officially disavowed by the LDS Church in 1890. Elizabeth Smart's abduction was motivated by Mitchell's desire to make her his second wife as part of his own bizarre and fringe religious views that were far afield from the official teachings of the church. The LDS Church officially disavowed any affiliation with the kidnappers and their practices shortly after their arrest.
I think it's like, you know how a doctor writes a prescription? That's what it feels like has happened all these years, all these times. Think about Mark Hoffman with the Salt Lake. I went back, like, since they started publishing after the Charlie Kirk, I call it a situation. Okay. I don't know about no assassination. I don't know. I wasn't there. Okay. That's how I say it. There's some weird shit going on. And I think, you know, whatever. Not here for that. But anyways, I just threw myself off. Oh shit. Oh, okay. It's like the same story, the same narrative goes out there. Oh, he was trying to be a prophet and start his own church. He was trying to practice polygamy. Don't it seem kind of convenient that, I mean, the same story over and over and over again? They're still friends. Like FLDS still kick it with the LDS, like money, 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 money. You got to follow the money. In the Hamblin case, there's allegations that they would go and pick up, the Hamblin people, their ring, which is 144 or so people, okay, that are a part of this alleged, or that are allegedly a part of this alleged SA abuse ring with cannibalism and murder and all kinds of crazy shit. Well, the Hamblin daughters claim that the grown-ups in this group would go and obtain undocumented, okay, polygamous children to sacrifice. I know. It's disgusting. It's horrible. It's heart-wrenching. If I can get you, like, if you even believe that, I ain't got to get you to believe nothing, but if you can believe that, but you hear all these other stories out there, I have fought with myself. I'm like, I know evidence says Tylee and JJ aren't here anymore. They were killed on or murdered on different dates, with about 15 days apart from each other, I want to say. We don't know Tylee's manner of death, her cause of death. We don't know what day she died on, the September 8th or September 9th. We don't know where she was murdered. We don't know where the rest of her body parts are. Okay? We don't know we don't know if anything happened to her sexually. We don't know how many participants, if, more than just one. People debate all the time whether Lori was hands-on or not. Doesn't matter. There's so many more hands on it, is what I'm trying to say. There are so many people being protected. Lori and Chad also become somewhat of a fall guy because they're protecting the greater good, because that's how this works. Same thing with JJ. September 22nd is significant in Mormonism. It was significant for Chad because he claims that Tammy's grandma, Lucille, came to him and told him to get Tammy to stop playing Farmville and to, basically get her ass back to working on genealogy, which, I mean, that's what they're doing in the temple, is they're asking for these dead ancestors to, it's necromancy. Okay. That's what they're doing in there. They're conjuring shit up, conjuring spirits up. Lori, in her own testimony with Melanie Gibbs, said in a recording that my family, my angel family, okay, straight up, she was like my husband's cousin or something. I don't know. Natalie White is what she said. And I was like, oh yeah, that's my family. Like she even said that, like, Natalie White, her husband's cousin, like went through the wall and kissed her on her cheek in the temple and thanked her for baptizing the dead. And that would be her, right? You're probably, well, I'm like, do they baptize us now or do they wait or what?
I think there's.
I don't want my name nowhere near that place. Nowhere. Like, it bothers me on a spiritual level as well, because my family was marked, some dark, some light. Kelsey was marked as, what do you call it? 3D or whatever, 3 dark. My mom was even given a zombie name of Rhonda. So there's that weird shit. Chad was practicing the dark arts, basically the lower keys of Solomon. When Nate Eaton went through the walkthrough right before, I want to say the next day, it was torn down, Chad's house. And so when he went to this red barn in the back and did a walkthrough on camera, there was this weird saying, I don't know, something on the wall. And I immediately, right then and there, I Googled it, and it brought me to Agrippa, which are, I don't know how to explain because I'm not an expert, but that's what it is. The sigils that were found, the weird names, Eplos, those kind of things. That's demonic. That's what it is. Okay. That's what was going on. He was using his pendulum just like Joseph Smith was using his seer stones, just like Joseph Smith was using his dowsing rods. This is no different. President Nelson, he peered into a hat for a photo op. Then you have the death masks, that they parade around. Those are of Hiram and Joseph Smith. And now Gordon Bowen is accused by the Hamblin daughters of, whenever they were taken as payment, basically, because their dad pissed off the other CS members, they were offered up as basically an offering, like, here, I'm sorry, my bad, I'll do better. Okay, here's my daughters, do what thou wilt, right? And so one of them recounts how their mother dropped them off there at Gordon's house. And I mean, again, he's a guy who's denying the fact that he's likely gay, okay? And he's accused of being the LDS Church of Satan Punisher. Okay, that's not to be taken lightly. I mean, when you say Punisher, I'm like, what? Okay, so I'm just going to try and graze over this because it's uncomfortable, so buckle up. But he takes them out. He takes the daughters allegedly out to the shop in the back. And when they walk in, one daughter allegedly recounts that there's a dead man hanging from the ceiling rafters. Okay. And that there's these torture tables and cages. Not like, I don't know. Anyways, I don't know. Wasn't there. But he allegedly showed them. Let me go back to the man that was dead, hanging from the rafters. He was also skinned, and they said it looked like an expert did it. It was like so precise. And that, hold on, I gotta, it's painful to even say it. I can't imagine even questioning somebody if they made this shit up. Like, it's just, it's so frustrating because the shit happens, and not just in the movies. And they get away with it because they're never turned in. They never get held responsible. So continuing on.
Can I say something to some of the
Yeah.
people really disrespectful in the chat?
Well, yeah, go ahead.
I won't be mean, I promise. I will not.
No,
take
they don't have to be here. It's okay.
Well, I understand that, but they're just being extremely disrespectful. Like, oh, is this going to head to Pizzagate? First and foremost, if you can't be here in supportive of Kresha and her explaining like what her research has uncovered, if you aren't here to listen and understand, like, this is what she has been trying to process this entire time, this is whether you want to admit it or not, that's on you. The information is out there. She is just processing it. This is what they do here. This is nothing new. This is what she does, is research and connecting pieces, because these pieces.
This is what Lauren don't want to do. She wouldn't fucking touch this with a 10-foot pole.
And this is extremely.
Why? Because it's protecting it. Sorry.
It's disrespectful to you because they're trying to
stop
you.
The victim. Yeah.
It's extremely disrespectful to you and the belief systems behind what led to the murder of your family members. Again, you don't
believe it, but they do. It's
right.
like
in our beliefs, this is, but it's incredibly, and I'm seeing it over and over again. Like, if you don't want to be a part of it or don't want to hear it, go on. That, like, stop being.
Don't say you're for the victims either. Yeah.
She's been silenced long enough, and I will be damned if you people do this to her again. Go over there and freaking cheer on HTC, whatever the hell it is. I don't care. Stop being disrespectful to Kresha, because this is her time to speak and tell you guys everything that she's been trying to process and weed through. I'm sick of seeing it.
It's gross. I get it. It's
she
disgusting.
Didn't want to end up here. Do you think she ever wanted to be in the position of trying to research the belief system that led to her family members being murdered? And unfortunately, they're not alone in this, how this has ended up. This is why we're talking about it, because unfortunately, Lauren even says herself that there will be more Mormon crimes like this. It's job security for her, right?
But
it's
and it protects the cult.
Yeah.
It protects those elite bloodliners. Same ward, same church, same city, same town, same neighborhood. Okay.
Right. And
how
go
many
check
coincidences?
Go check. They can go fact check this. Everything we're giving you, the sources, the dates, the times, the names. You can go fact check yourself.
I'm just not a good storyteller, and that's not. It's traumatizing. Like it's like I'm not a victim of this, right? I am having such a hard time even saying it. Like I can't imagine, and then not be believed, and then have people, throw shit at you the whole time, and then try to hold them accountable, and then it slips through the courts for 40 years. I mean, come on.
Right.
You know, I mean, you can choose to be ignorant and that's fine, you know, but you can also choose to just understand and try to understand to the best of your ability and act like they're in this chat, because there's so many times I would show up, people would be talking about my family members murdered, dismembered, wrapped in an abundant amount of duct tape in his pajamas with his pull up on with GHB, a little GHB in the system.
Mm.
His sister, they showed where, I don't know, I just say it's a hole. They showed what looked like grass around a hole, and it looked like it was so, you don't see Tyler, you don't see a person, you don't see anything, but it looks like a little bit of litter, that's what it looked like. JJ, he looked like him, but it's like Tammy looked like herself, but Tylee was unrecognizable. I saw a hole in the ground, and that's it. So it's like, that's so shitty. And they don't have a voice. Okay. They were silenced, and that's not fair. Like, that's the least I can do. The least I can do is get the fuck over myself and my cognitive dissonance. I mean, that's a luxury, right? They don't get to breathe. Like, I don't know. It's the least I can do.
Well, I'm so incredibly proud of you, because you are incredibly brave, and I'll be damned if people continue to try and silence you on my watch or anybody else. And I speak for all of the difficult research followers, because they feel the same way.
Yeah.
Kresha has been silenced for far too long, and we're not going to continue to let that happen. She has every right to question every single thing that she wants to. And that means if your gem, I heard Jay say this earlier, so I got to say it. All your gem is a rock. Your hidden gem is a rock. Go kick it, if that makes sense.
I was waiting on her to say that, the kick rock, go kick it, but then I was like, maybe she's not saying it because it'd be violent, you never know. Oh man, y'all know how to kick ass and take names, I'm like, all right. I try to, I don't know. It is difficult straight up. That's why this channel is named this. It is difficult research, and you can't get around it. Like, there's no way. You have to go through it and try to understand it to the best of your ability. There's so many connections that tie back to the belief system is what they believe. Right. I don't believe it. I don't practice it, but they do. And so somebody's got to respect it somewhere, you have to acknowledge it, because they believe in it. Lori believed in it. Chad believes in it. They believe they're innocent. Lauren, I'm not saying she practices these, but I wonder how much of her life has, it's just, you don't know what people believe. Okay. And so while QAnon and Pizzagate, all that stuff happened way before any of the, my family's case happened. I didn't know anything about, I still don't. I never really, I know a little now, but there is a picture of Julie Rowe posing in front of a pizza place. I'm just throwing this in here, somebody, because it was the day that Tylee and JJ were unearthed from Chad Daybell's property, and she took the fucking time to go pose in front of a pizza joint. Right. Selfie, pizza joint. She didn't look like she had makeup on, I don't know why she would do that, but she was like, I just want to express my condolences. Yet her husband's name was in the FOIA docs under all their weird little ritualistic, like, ceremony thing. Okay. I don't know how to explain it, but it's like role play. And that's what this is, It's not meant to make sense. It makes no fucking sense. I'm right here with you saying it makes no sense. I ask Jason all the time. I'm like, am I fucking crazy?
I felt that way too. And I can't even imagine the depths that you have felt that with, trying to process everything at once. I'm sure others have felt that way too, but no, you're not. Because again, they can go fact check this. Like I'm trying to source as we go. So again, and I'm trying to pay attention to questions and go and find things that people are questioning that we are talking about. This is a lot of information that she's been talking about and processing, but it's just a lot because everything connects to so many different pieces. So those of you that are being patient in chat and respectful and kind, I appreciate you. I can't stand the people that say we support Kresha and then they act like that. It's like, what are you doing?
Or the victims, and I'm like, yeah, okay, all right, yeah, no, you don't.
And I'll wrap it here.
They're being just like Lauren when they choose and pick who's going to be the best victim.
Right.
I'm nobody's victim. They want us to think of ourselves as victims, as their victims. They believe they own us. Okay, we're their slaves. Tim Ballard's whole thing, slave stealers that he had with Elder Ballard, for profit,
man.
one of the whiteboard. Slave stealers. Don't think that you're not the slave, okay? Because that's what this is.
I talked about this last night. Mike Tomlin was the one who wrote the foreword in the book, introduction. Mike Tomlin of the Steelers wrote the introduction of slave stealers for Tim Ballard.
And you got to think about Tony Robinson, how he wrote the foreword for Dr. Bradley Nelson who taught Tammy, Chad, Julie, and Zalema this emotion code, body code, this energy healing stuff. You know, the things like Zalema was doing. I mean, besides not the cuddle therapy, not the cuddle buddy service, the loving room is what it was called. I'm laughing because it's weird. Okay. I'm just saying it's fucking bizarre. All of it. All of them. And I don't know how only Lori and Chad are the ones in prison. They're the scapegoats in the sense that everybody else is good. They're around kids. They're around people. They're people in thinking they're persecuted, I'm sure. And I mean, can you imagine like Melanie Gibb coming out and being a cult expert or something? I would die.
Oh my gosh, I would. And yeah, I don't know. Also, if you rewind to the beginning, Kresha opened with talking about how good people, like this isn't trying to paint every person that identifies.
Yeah, you know who you are. You know who you are. That's what I say.
People, right. And we appreciate those of you that are LDS that are willing to sit here and listen and engage with us too. We get it. Thank you.
We need you.
More than ever.
We're in this together. Like community.
I just looked down and saw a comment about being a professional cuddler.
That was the dilemma. Hold on, let me find it. I mean, I don't know if it was her, but there it is. Professional cuddler. It was called the loving room. Yeah, not the living room, but the loving room. Yeah.
Really?
Billy did. Yes.
I didn't know that.
I looked up and there were actually like news stories on this where like $80 an hour and it's wild.
Articles about it, but I didn't know okay. All right.
I didn't know that, Huggy Bear. I love Huggy Bear. Huggy, I wish you'd come on. And you and we have a shared subscriber. That's what I was trying to tell you in the comments last night, but I failed miserably. And I was answering emails and texts, and I'm slow. I'm like you. I'm just. I want to be like. I want to give people like my all. Right. I'm a whole ass is what I call it. And so it's hard for me to just be like, okay, thanks. You know, like that's not me. I can't. I answered a few, and then I didn't see it immediately. So that scares me though, because I'm like, how many are there?
Oh, there's going to be a lot, but you're going to have a lot from a lot of people, but take your time. You've got a lot. Like you didn't ask to be thrust into this again. I mean, you've been doing this.
I did take the opportunity. I did. I did. I ran with it,
but
I was booking it.
You should have.
I let my mom know. I was like, hey, letting you know what I'm doing Sunday. And she was like, oh, and then she called me the next night and she apologized. You know,
you didn't jump on this. Here, let me take it back and link this really quick.
Okay.
For my king. Right. Here you go. I'll make it relevant for you guys that are wanting to talk about Lauren. Here you go. We were talking about Mike King. He's mentioned at the end of Lynn Packer's op-ed there. He's actually mentioned through it. He read a book. He was the detective in this investigation around satanic ritual abuse. He wrote a book about his experience. He's a part of the 1995 report. Here you go with Lauren. This is after CrimeCon, her September 12th.
To prepare for her show behind the scenes, and I'm like, she's not. This is
the same person.
This is not an act.
Susan's on there a lot, and She always giggles with us about it.
Thank you.
Did you see Mike King on Profile and Eagle? He's educating on cults.
Yes, he is wonderful.
Yes.
Mike and I had an amazing conversation because I actually was a local reporter in Colorado City and Hilldale, the FLDS community, where we can talk about that too, where Warren Jeffs used to rule and reign, no longer. And of course, Mike King was law enforcement there and did a lot of work there. So Mike and I were able to connect and give each other a big hug and talk. We were excited to go to his panel.
No, we missed it.
We went to bed at 3. We slept in. Essentially.
Yeah.
But again, they link these connections themselves. If you just listen to them, they will link themselves. to all of
Yes. They give one another credibility, just like Jody Hildebrandt. That's what this is. And
Yep.
and they have a click and they interchange and they all help each other. And I have, even to back that up, like with Mike King, I mean, I started looking into signs, symbolisms and stuff like that Chad and Lori communicate in. And others. Tim Ballard throws them all the time. But Mike King, I mean, I don't call it what you will. I'm just saying, here are some things you can take it or leave it or whatever. I know what I'm doing, like I'm only the boss of me, but throwing triangle symbolisms while talking about rescuing children or the Children's Justice Center. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just like, yeah, that's not sus. Anyways, just consider these things, I mean, they exist. We just weren't trained to look at these things because that's why they're hidden. That's why it's a cult. Occult. Hidden means occult, by the way. So hidden true crime is occult true crime if you think about it. And it goes deeper than that. So
it's so much. I'm going to skip forward to the end of it so we can watch that portion and get to the part so it wraps all together in a pretty little bow for people that are confused. I highly encourage you to go watch this if you're interested in this stuff. Again, this is from Lynn Packer.
And then after that, I'm going to play the part from Everyday with Jay about some LLCs that Dr. John has in his past.
That's perfect. This will wrap it back to Mike and Lauren, and then that'll be the perfect.
Gordon, my son, believe what happened with Mel and with Kissy. It's true. You did cast out female spirits from your body that are not you. You are not an H-man, period.
Beat up.
Homosexual.
One of Barbara's sons, by her first marriage, provided an affidavit about David.
Well, I'm just showing the casting out part. That's what Lori and Chad and all their people were doing.
Hamblin. David Hamblin arrived to stay in Gordon's New York apartment, who had been Gordon's therapist years ago. Having had his license revoked, and his specialty now was casting out evil spirits. They sat us down and essentially told us that our mom was off her rocker, that if she did leave Gordon, she would be making a serious mistake, and that God would be very angry with her.
Chad said that to Lori.
Mitt Romney and Gordon Bowen.
Chad said that to Lori.
Yeah, he said that his grandpa Keith, well, basically when Lori wouldn't talk to him at one point, this is before she moved her and her children up there to Rexburg. They got in like a little tiff, a little spat or whatever. And Chad was like, I'm taking all the powers away from you, basically. And he's like, unless you talk or send me like a thumbs up emoji, and then I'll have them restored. And he did. She texted him back emoji or whatever. And then he was like, okay, I'll have them restored. Thou giveth and thou taketh. We don't believe it. They do.
That's right.
One website has already named Bowen as an alleged perpetrator of the Utah County case and connected him to Mitt Romney. The headline, high-profile individuals involved in child ritualistic and sexual abuse.
Sorry. I want to say, okay, the lady that Lauren listed as her friend, and I mean, I'm not saying anything bad about her, okay? I'm just stating connections, okay? So, Tylee and JJ's memorial in Idaho, in Rexburg, Idaho, the same time that Chad Daybell's trial was happening, went up there, and, just recently, Lauren, it came out in the declarations and everything. There was this one declaration that had like a hell of resume, like listing all the credentials, and that's who the friend is. Okay, so my parents and I mean, like she was very helpful, very sweet, very nice and kind and generous, right? But I'm just saying this because she also worked for Mitt Romney's campaign. That was part of it. And I didn't know that till that declaration came out. And then I was like, oh,
That's wild.
I knew she worked in policy and stuff like that and could get things passed through legislation. And yeah.
Yeah. There's so much of this that I had no idea about. You're okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Layers.
Oof.
Throughout Utah. It says Gordon Bowen has the most disturbing allegations against him. He is a high-ranking member of the Church of Satan. Then it says Olympics. Bowen also helped campaign for Mitt Romney when he ran for office. Craig Romney also worked for Bowen at his company, McGarry Bowen. Well, it's not yet established as fact there ever was any Church of Satan, but as reported, Bowen did work for Romney campaigns and on the Olympics. Here are some.
You know what's crazy is there is a podcaster who is ex-Mormon who worked on the Mitt Romney campaign that Kyle engages with a lot.
Oh, that one you talk about. I've heard you talk about him before. Yeah, I've heard you. I don't know who he is, but I've heard you talk about him before.
Oh, I'll have to. Yeah, I'm going to have to ask him. I got to tell Kyle that now.
Bullet
Oh
points
man, my
in
head's
19.
gonna spin. I'm gonna be like,
Well, and he's probably one that he's very knowledgeable about all of that stuff in Utah. He's, like I said, he's ex-Mo, worked on the Romney. Like, that would be a good connection.
it would.
Sure, for you.
I
Yeah,
would
I will.
love that.
Yeah, that would be amazing. I talk about him all the time because he's just great to listen to, but that connection right there would be okay.
Also, I mean, I just kind of want to mention, or because I haven't been able to, or haven't done that yet, but Gordon Bowen worked at one. I mean, he's an ad. What do you call it? I never remember the terminology. An ad. He owns McGarry Bowen, and he worked on Madison Avenue in New York, and these big ad agencies. He landed like big contracts like Reebok, which he got through one of Romney's sons. Whenever Romney's sons like went and interned in New York City and lived in the same apartment with Gordon Bowen. Gordon Bowen also is the designer and got paid from the church for designing the brand logo for the church, which is the Christos, Jesus. So everything is tattooed, branded by the design of a man who doesn't belong to the church. He was excommunicated, I want to say twice, but in 2003, he's alleged to be the LDS Church of Satan Punisher. He's the one that allegedly is who publicly distanced the church from Tim Ballard by writing that email to Vice News. Okay. Do you see what I'm saying here? And he worked for Bonneville Communications, and that's who Frank Vandersloot bought 5 stations, TV and radio combined, which would turn into East Idaho News one day and would be covering my family's murder stories and whitewashing them. And I have a story as well showing when Adam Steed, who's connected more through Jody Hildebrandt's case, because I mean, just like Kevin Franke would, although I believe Kevin Franke is he's more liable for what happened before all that. Okay. That's where I stand. But either way, he's out and he's remarrying. But how Jody iced out the guys, that's what she did. She like triangulated and so Kevin wasn't around, but the same thing happened to Adam Steed when he was married to one of a leader of the church's daughter. And I want to say I feel like he was targeted. Like the church put him up to that, even maybe, or put Jody up to that to punish Adam Steed for being a whistleblower for the Boy Scouts of America sex abuse scandal. Okay. Frank Vandersloot, and now I happened to catch it. I mean, I don't know how I caught it, but Adam Steed did a Mormon Stories podcast interview, a couple of them, I want to say, with John Dehlin, and in his story, he said something about how his family, like his dad ended up having to, being excommunicated, his mom, because they were trying to hold their son's abuser from the Boy Scouts of America and the church accountable for what he did to their son, right? Okay. Well, fast forward a little bit, the Steeds were able to change legislation in Idaho. And so the day that they were doing that, getting awards and everything, and honoring Adam Steed for, being brave, being a whistleblower. I mean, he's appeared on Netflix and Boy Scouts, uh, shows or whatever, documentaries about the Boy Scouts of America scandal. But when I was watching that Mormon Stories podcast interview back when Jody Hildebrandt and Ruby Frankie came out and all that stuff with their kids that were going to end up, in my opinion, like Tylee and JJ. Well, Adam revealed that the day that he was receiving his award, that he mentioned Frank Vandersloot, and my ears perked up because Pocatello, Idaho is where Adam is from. And I want to say that is where Lauren might be from too, or she lived there for a time. So it's interesting. And not to mention she's interviewed him a couple times. But so, okay. So what Adam said briefly in that interview was that Frank Vandersloot, he's a billionaire. He is the wealthiest billionaire in Idaho, who happens to be from the same Idaho Falls, basically, which is Rexburg is just right outside of that. So I don't know how close Pocatello is. I don't have a map in front of me, but it's all in the same southeast Idaho. Okay. Frank Vandersloot is so wealthy. And there's some news stories that I have on cue whenever you want, if y'all want to, but he purchases these stations that eventually become, who's going to cover my family's story, that actually they open their doors the same week that baby Dior Coons went missing and has never been found. I have my theories, but I'm just saying, and the East Idaho News is not like just a regular media outlet. It's very specific. It covers specific crimes, right? Ever since Daybell ended, it's like, what is there? I mean, he has been doing good. He's been having different people on, but before that, that's not what they did, Now Nate Eaton will go this year and he'll be Secret Santa, or he'll hand out gifts from Secret Santa, and Secret Santa, surprise, is Frank Vandersloot. He also puts on public free. We laugh at this because, I mean, people are like, well, have you ever had to pay for a fireworks show? No, have not. But I'm sure they pay for it in ways they don't even know, if you know what I'm saying. It's just super sus to me, and that's my opinion. But I'm not trying to get in lawfare with Frank Vandersloot. I just know that he's got interesting connections. He financially backs the TPUSA thing and other conservative type organizations like that. He also funded Mitt Romney. There we go again, right? His campaign. He was a campaign chair. I don't know all the terminology, but he is part of the Chamber of Commerce in his local area. He has, I want to say, the largest livestock, or one of the largest livestock cattle business. I don't know. And Frank Vandersloot said in his news story with Nate Eaton that I do have, and this was from a long time ago. It's like a whole different Idaho radio TV station. And it's like a 3-part interview, and it's like 5 minutes apart. 5 minutes a piece. And Frank admits himself that he was talking about the Boy Scouts of America thing, and how the Idaho, what is it called? Idaho Post or Post Idaho. I don't know the name of the news organization, but they were printing up stories about the alleged, I'm going to say alleged. I don't need to, because it's been proven, okay, a lot. But, this abuse was happening, and they were covering it. And so Frank did what Frank does, and this happens, and this gives it away to me. It says it without saying it, but he believed that he could just buy these stations, and actually he bought a blog. He started printing on a blog to counter the narrative that Adam Steed and many, many others were claiming, that they were abused by, members of the Boy Scouts, members of the church. And so Frank basically admits that I feel like I'm going in circles. That he bought the stations from Bonneville Communications, which is it's the media arm of the church. Okay, so he bought radio stations and TV stations from the church. He's a Mormon. He's from the same area as Chad and Lori, maybe Adam Steed, same vicinity. Maybe Lauren. I don't know. I don't know how long she lived there, if she did. And then, so to counter, like, he's going against Adam Steed, who's getting an award for his bravery and being a whistleblower for the Boy Scouts of America abuse and all the things. And he's being recognized, his family's being recognized. And Adam Steed says that Frank goes out and buys these moving billboards, to be on the back of these mopeds and stuff that he paid tens of hundreds of thousands of dollars for, just to silence, Adam Steed, a victim of egregious child abuse. And Frank admits that he didn't like what alleged victims were saying and claiming. He said their church, and I'm like, yeah, your church, your Boy Scouts of America, Chris Peret's in. It's so deep, y'all. It's so deep. So,
you mentioned billboards. Utah also has the company called Blip Boards that people probably recognize in the true crime sector or missing children, because a lot of people use Blip Boards, which is out of Utah.
I have a question, and I hate to ask it because it was done out of niceness. When Tylee and JJ were missing, Lamar billboard, the company that makes the billboards, they donated billboards. I'm just saying, these birds of a feather flock together. They do business together. They endorse one another. They're going to be people you admire, people you gush over, people you idolize, people that you would never suspect were part of anything nefarious. And I'm here to tell you that, yes, if you believe in God, we're not supposed to be worshiping idols anyway. So, it's not hard for me. Like, I can sit there and appreciate what people have done, their role in this case, and finding the kids, all the things, to prosecuting them, to being a bailiff or whatever. Am I saying that right? A jailer. Or reporting on news, or the financial backer of said news organization. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can appreciate what people do, but I don't put anything past them. I don't know them personally. I'm not going to vouch for somebody I've never met. Not anymore. I used to do this kind of thing. People, you don't know them. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, no, I'm not going to vouch. And they divide a whole community. I mean, it's interesting, and it's sad too to watch, but it's not all sad. You also see the good side in humanity, which is really important, because you find your people and they get you. They know what I'm going. There's people in here that know what I'm talking about, as much as it doesn't make much sense, or like my Uncle Charles says, nonsensical. Absolutely right. It is nonsensical, but it's not my crazy. Theirs. So it just makes me sound crazy by design. But anyways, go ahead.
I'm going to have to look. Now that you mentioned Lamar, I don't know. I know that they gift them to missing children. My friend Duchess knows quite a bit about that. I'll have to ask her about Lamar and
Monkey, like, because the ones you were talking about are the ones they were talking about putting them on 18-wheelers for Michael Monkey Vaughn.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Yeah, that's been a suggestion.
Just like the milk cartons, right? If you think about it. Yeah,
and that's A really
Hmm.
good spot though for a missing child
Mhm.
awareness though on the back of an 18-wheeler would be
Yeah,
incredible. Truly.
it would.
Yeah.
But I mean, I really
I
think
know where
it's
you're
all
headed.
just,
Yeah.
huh?
Where you're headed though is very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, it's more or less like, like Glenn Beck ended up being someone who was commentating on this documentary, Missing 411, and I was like, "What the f- are you doing here?" He also has a mansion in freaking Idaho too. You know, birds of a feather flock together. One religion, man. One government, theocracy. That's
Yeah.
what they're going for. That's what Chad and Lori sacrificed to go gain entry into not heaven. No, no, no. This life. And that would be what's trying to be ushered in now, which is New World Order. I said it. All right. And that's what the 7 mountain mandates is. They're trying to, it's like the 7 mountains of influence that they say has to be done in order for Jesus Christ to come back again. And I'm like, well, that's very reminiscent, isn't it? Not a new concept around these parts.
This is
It's fucked up. I mean, it's because
Oh.
this goes to the words that came out of Lori's mouth to my uncle's ear. I'm ushering in the second coming of Jesus Christ. And she had to kill, separate the wheat from the tares. If you're Tim Ballard, you're saying lukewarm, dehumanizing you in front of your face. Chad Daybell, raccoon, code talk.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm gonna push this button so we can get to the J.
Okay.
We can watch it. Sorry, we're
Allegedly. There's a lot, y'all. So go ahead.
You want me to go? Or you?
Yeah.
Sorry, Kresha.
1983, Bowen worked on the unsuccessful Mitt Romney for Senate campaign in Massachusetts. In 1999, he helped Romney with the 2002 Winter Games. In 2002, Bowen advised Romney on his successful campaign for Michigan governor. Then in 2007, Bowen advised Romney as he campaigned for president and Mormon leader Russell Ballard as he traveled the United States defending Mormonism, ostensibly to help the Romney campaign. Bowen was
Elder
also
Ballard.
connected with Mitt Romney.
This brings up so many questions now watching it again.
Yeah. I mean, because you got Eric Trump going visit. You got old representative from my state, Louisiana, Mike Johnson. He went and did a speech at Melaleuca, which is owned also by Frank Vandersloot.
Vandersloot, yeah. Crazy.
His sons. Bowen befriended 4 of 5 sons, Tag, Josh, Ben, and Craig. A family acquaintance says the boys often used Bowen's apartment as a crash pad when visiting the Big Apple. 2 sons, Craig and Ben, lived with Bowen when they interned at his ad agencies. Tag steered a lucrative Reebok contract to Bowen's business, and Bowen helped Josh with a short career stint as a model. In 1996, Bowen arranged an internship at his New York ad agency for Ben Romney, Mitt's second youngest son. He reportedly stayed with Bowen at his apartment. He's now rating.
Kresha, did you see Robbie's comment? Robbie said, difficult research. Maybe I could come up and do a presentation on a little satanic Freemason group called SCHOMP Automotive. That would be amazing.
Oh, that's the one. Oh, from the other day. And then April. Oh, yeah. Anytime. Well, I mean, not today, but you know what I mean? Yes. Would love to. And anybody else, welcome aboard. You're welcome. Come on. We got to do this. We got to build this. We got to get the word out. Which reminds me to finish what I was telling you earlier about, she changed her name, so it's hard to remember. Her screen name is Miss something, Fancy Pants.
Yes, Fancy Pants.
Okay. She's wants to share her personal story about Tim Ballard.
Yes.
And she can pinpoint the specific doctrine that they are using to kill.
I would love to have a conversation with her and hear what she has to say and hear that conversation. Her comments blow my mind.
Yeah, it's an honor. Like, I'm just like, oh my God, she's been digging into this for a long time too. And there are a lot of us for real that are affected by this, not just public. It does. These people have far reach, and they are movers and shakers, and they don't ever stop. They make you dizzy. I swear.
Yeah,
But I would love to. Go
I
ahead.
I can't wait to hear these stories and like
Mhm.
people that you can connect with and bounce ideas off of and thoughts. Like there's a lot that you guys can eliminate. Like that's the thing, is not everything's going to lead to something, but the conversation and putting pieces together, and it's
Mhm.
amazing.
It does. By sharing your stories, it takes the power away of these people who try to, back you into a corner and shut you up.
Right.
Take away your First Amendment because you're not criticizing them because you're telling the truth, and they can't handle it. They're the ones who delete the comments in their comment sections. They're the ones that block you because you ask a question. And I want to go find all the times and videos and stuff that Lauren and John have uploaded where they're talking about Lori throwing her glasses, when the judge pissed her off. And she chunked her glasses on the table. So did Dr. John. And then there's times whenever they're talking about House Dilemma and the ladies, that were in their cult, that were casting out and children and just praying their souls away, right? And anyways, I want to see I want to go back and like revisit these moments and just be like, well, what they say? Oh, they couldn't ask questions, so you're kicked out. You're dark. There you go. It's like it's not same thing. It's the same thing that I see in John and Lauren. First, it was just Lauren, and then Dr. John was like, "Hold my beer." He doubled down, and it's so triggering in the sense that this is what my uncle went through as far as trying to get his wife help, and he didn't have PhDs and all that shit. And Dr. John has looked at this case down the throat. Experts, right? They're experts on the Daybell Ballo case. Wife exhibits same issues, looks like to me. Nothing to see here. And there's a little boy. No, ma'am. But I actually found a lot of manipulative language used in Dr. John's what do you call it? Declaration to the court, for the alleged stalker.
Oh yeah.
It's interesting. Yeah.
Somebody asked a comment or is pushing back on the thought that the LDS Church pays influencers. You can find articles that source with direct TikToks and statements from the church. Again, a simple Google search will lead you to find out that the LDS Church very openly pays influencers and or has reputation management PR arms that have huge budgets. So
yeah. This is a big thing. It's everywhere. I mean, I have a video pulled up on it, but let's finish these first.
Yeah, I was just wanted to answer that really quickly.
Yeah.
But you can research what we're saying. Like this is what I had to go find articles the other day, and I found quite a few different news. And then
it'll blow your mind, I think. And it also ties back to what like Gordon Bowen is doing. He's an ad agency, like this is what he does. He owns a whole freaking big ass advertisement agency worldwide, and they also had Gordon Bowen had allegedly stolen the idea about a portal. I'm just throwing that in there. I don't know much more. I have to go like put my hands on it before I talk about it, but that is just like what?
No,
I'm so sick of portals.
That's why I sourced it for you. Like whoever is it, Leah? You asked a question. I just wanted you to be able to understand that this is why people are saying that, because there is documentation that they do pay that. And we just all were talking about it the other day. So that's probably why you asked. I'm just answering and sourcing it. You can find it.
I mean, they're smart. That's business, man. Who wouldn't? I'm just saying.
Right. Absolutely.
Lives in Holiday, Utah with his wife and child. He declined.
Oh, I see what's going on. Okay. Carry on.
An interview. Bowen introduced Josh to modeling when Bowen was at Sundance. He arranged a catalog shoot in Santa Barbara. Here's one of the shots. A friend said Josh quit modeling after that. The friend said, I think a lot of families in the Mormon culture are kind of wigged out by the whole idea that you can be a model, like every day is gay, that it's an immoral business. He said, I felt like there was some pushback for Josh. Youngest son Craig did a 2-month internship at McGarry Bowen before graduating from BYU in 2005. During the internship, he stayed with Bowen at his Chelsea apartment. I interviewed Craig, who told me he knew Bowen as gay, mostly based on his mannerisms. Next in this report, Ballard's and Bowen's secret Jesus movie. It's an example of the continuing alliance between the men. It was a multi-million-dollar project Ballard and the Mormon Church entrusted to Bowen, despite Bowen's odd, even eerie notions about the Savior. Details about the Jesus movie have been kept secret. Neither Ballard nor Bowen will comment. What little is known in about 2000.
I just want to say right here, this would either become the future Sound of Freedom movie and or the Jesus movie, which I mean, again, we know that according to Lynn Packer's reporting, says that a lot of the general authorities, aka apostles in the church, actually would go and visit Gordon Bowen's house allegedly and they went and watched the movie and they were just horrified by it. Okay, so it didn't go anywhere. It didn't catch any traction. And so they scrapped it. And it was like, was it $20 million for this icon / Jesus movie? Do you remember?
I don't remember but it's
big.
up there. Yeah, it's huge.
So if you think about just the logo for the church being the church, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints actual brand logo, that's what they show to the world. Okay. It's on all their stationery. It's on the websites. You can't get around it. And Gordon Bowen was paid by the church around allegedly $10 million or so just for that logo. The work that Gordon did. And it's very simple, very chic, very minimal. All right. And then $20 or so million for this movie that got scrapped allegedly. That's 30 mil right there. I mean, that's sitting pretty, you ain't got to work nowhere else for sure. But anyways, just makes you wonder, and I'm not the one questioning, or I'm not the only one questioning these things, but I've had my friend on, Justin Riggs, who's over LDS Abuse. LDS Abuse is the name of his website, and he has enlightened me on a lot of research into Gordon Bowen, and he had to actually kind of move on, because he was pissing a lot of people off. But actually, he's just making more connections, like with Dick and Brenda Miles and the alleged bountiful sex abuse ring, that exists allegedly and has connections to the late Mormon prophet who just passed away in September or October. It was right around the time of
Nelson.
Charlie Kirk. Yeah, Nelson. Russell Nelson and M. Russell Ballard, they throw me off and I always fumble. But yeah, they do believe, at least Chad and Lori were both LDS. And so were like all their people in their group. They're all LDS. And none of them got excommunicated except for Chad. And he didn't even get excommunicated. He got disfellowshipped and whatever that means. And he don't accept it either. According to his letter, his letters, he's like, yeah, well, they didn't follow policy and procedure. And so, I have a stronger testimony of the Holy Spirit here in prison. And so he basically was like, no, I don't accept it, is what he basically did. And then Nate Eaton, after it was one of the last hearings for Lori, not this last one, but, a couple ago, when she was sentenced around that time period. And I'm sorry, I just remembered, after her interview with Nate Eaton, she told him that, she was, she's still a member of the church. She had not been excommunicated. But then the next time Nate went on, he said that he spoke with someone who confirmed to him that she was excommunicated. And I'm going to call bullshit. Papers or it didn't happen.
Agree.
I'm tired of just buying people's word. I'm not. that was like a good way to distance without proof.
Yeah, that's what I think too. They made such a roundabout way to make sure it was known that Ballard was excommunicated. I mean, that's why shouldn't be that hard with
Just
these
publicly. That doesn't mean,
profile.
you know, Catherine talks about how they got a blessing from Elder Ballard, who said he had nothing to do with it, you know? So it's just like, whatever, dude, whatever.
You're right. That's what I keep saying. Like every time I have looked, there's some weird, well, half the people think she was like, it's just back and forth. And it's like, it shouldn't be that hard to get a straight answer. They should have came out. This is a high profile. They made statements about not getting involved in the investigation. Hello. Stand up.
I can confirm. I want to, like, I wouldn't put it past Lauren to be the one that assists Lori and Chad communicating still through prisons. Well, I don't know about that, but I have a very good source that says that it was Lauren through third party communicating with Lori in prison, religious babble, all the Mormon things, you know, that they have in common, and was putting money on Lori's books. And, oh, I don't know if I want to do this. I'll wait on this part because it involves somebody else that, yeah. But just know it's bad. It's bad. And I trust this source all with my life. I trust this source with my life. It's not my mom. So, or dad.
This isn't JFK. You don't need to announce your departure. Bye.
Yeah, bye.
I'm sorry. I'm getting snappy. I've been on live stream a long time today between yours and mine. So I'm like,
oh, I mean, it's, I know, but you can't let the bad apples get you. You know, we got plenty of good people in here who are here for the right reason.
Exactly. I got it. But some of those, I'm just like, they say bye multiple times. I'm like,
right.
Waiting for one of us to say bye. Okay, bye.
Yeah. I like when y'all say announcing departures and stuff.
Don't.
Yeah. We need to leaving on a jet plane. Anyways, yeah, Lauren does seem to worship Lori. It's bizarre.
Do you want to finish this one, or do you want to go to? Okay, we're almost there.
2019, the LDS Church.
No, you're good.
Likely via Russell Ballard and the Public Affairs Committee, wanted to commission a Hollywood-style feature film about Jesus Christ. Ballard directed the project to his longtime friend and media advisor, Gordon Bowen.
Sorry, guys, it's just the blatant disrespect. It gets old seeing it.
Rather than to the church's in-house, Bonneville Communications. The movie project, ostensibly costing $20 million, was never publicly announced, and details about when and where it was filmed kept secret. As the project began, a member of the church who knew Gordon Bowen wrote Russell Ballard, describing Bowen's unsavory reputation. I had to tell Ballard this guy is really bad, the writer said. The letter asked, what if it comes to the attention of the national press? This man has so much influence with LDS leaders, and he's a child molester. It would be terrible for the church. The member got a phone response from Ballard's secretary saying, we're keeping an eye on him. The project
That's interesting as hell.
Proceeded under Bowen's direction, and at least a rough cut of the movie was produced.
And this is the media PR. Think about how Lauren's like, she prides herself on PR moves, but it doesn't look like she took her own advice or whatever. Look like she pretty much is responsible for her brand at least getting tarnished really bad.
That's really interesting.
The film was shot and
when you watch this now, there's a whole different
edited. Bowen apparently previewed it.
I'm actually glad you mentioned this one, and I went to source it. That's how we ended up here. Is she mentioned this and what she was talking about, and I went to source it, and here we are.
I love it.
The PR piece is right here, though. The way it connected right back around to the PR arm. Oh my gosh.
Also think about Lauren. I'm sorry. Also think about Lauren's friend, the one that I was telling you about, how she has the big resume with all the powerful people like Mitt Romney and the connections, and where we had the service for the kids, and how that building that we were in, the theater or whatever, it was sponsored. The museum was sponsored by East Idaho News, which is owned by Frank Vandersloot and Nate Heaton. So it's like you follow the money in these little bitty things. And I'm telling you, I'm not saying anything nefarious. Don't come at me like that. I'm just saying it just paints a broader understanding of what's happening? What money is going where? Who's in whose pocket? How does this work? It's a network. That's how this works. So, and it goes all the way up to people like Carlos Slim and wealthiest man in the world till Elon took it and then somebody else just got it. So whatever. I consider it like a tie.
Oof. You're right about they had to get rid of Ballard. Yeah, you're right.
One source out.
Oh my gosh, this is just blowing my mind. I did not expect.
Here you go. Chad Daybell also met with young LDS filmmaker, okay, who did an interview a long time ago on this channel. I'll have to go find it one day and share with you guys, but about his book. And so then he writes a letter not long ago from prison talking about, and oh my God, Lori actually ordered this book while she was in prison. The Lion and the Lamb by Paul Rand, I think. This is from memory. So, but yeah, Chad Daybell published that book, and him and Tammy actually, according to Chad, went to the movie premiere before she died. And he, he's taking pictures and selfies and shit with like one of the Osmond brothers, and sending it to Lori. I mean, come on, y'all. That's what this is. And one of the Osmond brothers lives in the Rexburg area because I saw it on a Facebook post not long ago, talking to the group of people following Chad Daybell case. Ken Krogh, who gave Tim Ballard blessings along with Tom Harrison, who's in the same ward as Lauren growing up. And he is part of the missionary department, Tom Harrison also, he like decides whether or not a missionary is ready for the missionary program or not. I wonder if he gauges their light or darkness. I mean, visions of glory, portals. You want to talk about portals, belief in portals? They are the portal. Okay. Which actually, don't be scared of the word portal. It actually means remote viewing. And there happens to be this woman who was allegedly accessed by even Elder Ballard, but also put together with Tim to go do these op-ed rescue, these quote unquote rescues from Gardy Marty, which put Tim Ballard and Ballard on the map. Okay. Elder Ballard was going to have a TV media crew there for whenever Tim came back with the rescued child that was kidnapped from a church there in Haiti. Well, that didn't happen. But the intel that donors were donating to OUR, Operation Underground Railroad, was actually Janet Russin using her spidey senses, remote viewing.
Ugh, you just wrapped that all the way back around. Holy, like the fact, I don't know if I know a lot of people are following how you just wrapped that around, but you just connected so many damn dots right there.
Gross. It's gross.
It really is. And everything you said can be fact checked. Like,
it's there. I mean, Melanie Boudreaux wanted to, she never shut up about this. Okay. Never shut up about her gifts. Lori said Charles was blocking hers. So,
oof.
Saying. I'm gonna blow y'all's mind. You know what? This is a powerful time to just let me go grab that. Go ahead, and I'm gonna show. Next time we stop, I'm gonna show y'all this article about the mirrors in the temple, and how I believe it just will blow your freaking mind like it did mine.
I'll play until you want me to stop.
Okay.
Again.
Okay.
Leadership circles who saw the film said it was a disaster. The footage was said to have been turned over to the church's in-house division for film production, Bonneville Communications, to see if they could salvage it. Apparently not. No Mormon Jesus movie has yet been announced. Bowen Ballard and Church Media Relations will not comment. Finally, wrapping up this report, did a satanic child sex abuse ring operate in 4 Utah counties? Were David Levitt, Gordon Bowen, and others named by alleged child sex abuse victims participants in a sex-crazed, devil-worshipping cult, or falsely accused? Looking at the satanic allegation by itself, nothing publicly known corroborates the victim's satanic claims. While there's not enough known to rule out devil worship, based on what I know, it's very unlikely. Bowen wanted evil spirits cast out, not summoned. His writings castigate Satan and venerate Jesus. There is not yet any physical evidence of devil worship. However, as near as I can tell, the case was never fully investigated by Provo Police and later Homeland Security before they both dropped it. Experts have found most claims of satanic child sex abuse to be false. The FBI's ritual child abuse expert, Kenneth Lanning, submitted a report in 1992. He wrote, in 1984, when I first began to hear stories of what sounded like satanic or occult activity in connection with allegations of ritual sexual victimization of children, I tended to believe them. But after years of investigating, Lanning concluded almost all allegations of satanic child sex abuse are false. He did say, I believe the majority of victims alleging ritual abuse are in fact victims of some form of abuse or trauma. He added, I'm concerned about the credibility of the child sexual abuse issue and outraged that in some cases individuals are getting away with molesting children because we cannot prove they are satanic devil worshippers. In 1992, the Utah Governor's Office funded $250,000 for an Attorney General investigation into Utah ritual abuse. The task force's report was published in 1995. It said, the AG's office studied 300 cases of ritual sexual abuse which claimed children were sexually abused and Satanism was involved. We were only able to truly get confessions where someone had used Satanism or satanic beliefs or doctrine as part of their control mechanism in only about 3 or 4. Allegations of organized Satanists, even groups of Satanists who permeated every level of government and religion, were unsubstantiated. Mike King, who led the investigation, concluded, however, it is possible and even likely that there were isolated instances of child sex abusers using satanic or occult imagery to scare victims into silence. Even though very few...
And there's that King connection again. No, I'm just sitting here. My mind is blown because I don't know all this stuff with your family's case, the like details of it, and you've blown my mind tonight. So I'm just sitting here zoning out. Sorry.
Oh, well, hold my beer. And I mean, I don't want to be right. I mean, I don't want to read. I don't want to connect these things because it's like, what world am I living in? It's not even your church, my church, your belief system, my belief system. It's our world. We are brothers and sisters connected through humanity. No church touches, there's no church affiliation. The church didn't birth us, so it's just somewhere that people go. But a lot of members of the church have dismissed, distanced, denied, not supported, even worked against, suppressed, giving my video a dislike. I know it's horrible subject matter, but it's like, I'm talking about your children, your lambs of your church. They were innocent. 16 and 7, a 7-year-old boy with autism, a 16-year-old girl who had been stunted. Turns out we didn't know that. I didn't know that. We learned that through this investigation that, that my aunt, she's this one person one way, but then how she wants to present herself. But then here we are, we're here because of her and Chad's decisions and other things that factor into this. And that is why we're here. They brought us together, unfortunately, through their disgusted shit. And they do pervert a lot of things. That's law. That's just regular freaking morals. That's church doctrine somewhat. It's not all. So don't be deluded yourself and think that you're just on some higher moral ground. And, I'm not saying that what you do and what they do, what you believe, what they believe are the same. I mean, there's no way to gauge that. Everybody, it's a whole freaking sliding scale. It's an umbrella of all kinds of things. And there are more accounts that this type of religious practice is happening versus not. I mean, there's just the people that spout it out, but they don't give a reason why or what everybody's experience is unique, period, as a human. So, this Mormon's this way, this Mormon's harder this way. I mean, I get it. And I'm not laughing at you. I'm just laughing because of the Mormon harder thing. It's like a competition, better than the Smiths down the road. But I mean, as humans, like it's our job to look out for one another, be your brother's keeper. And we have got to look out for the kids, y'all. We got to do better. I mean, because Tylee and JJ aren't here. It's not because I was a stellar aunt, not, it just is. What I'm saying is it sucks. And this happens and they fall through the cracks and it doesn't have to be that way. I mean, I can't solve crime and put people, all these, idiots in jail, all these disgusting people in jail, but I can raise awareness about it. You can believe it or not. You can believe a victim or not. I like to believe them. That's why I believed Lauren at first. I was there because she looked like she was in distress. But just like Lori, she showed me and you and 10,000 to 12,000 other people in the live stream exactly what she wanted them to see. Okay. But then I rewatched with a critical mind, without my emotions, without being triggered, without tying that in with another person that I had a run in with, that she lumped into the trilogy or whatever, the one that she interchanged the characters, basically to create one fake victim story. All that just to suppress shit she's talked about my family and the victims that she claims she has either had equal pain and suffering. Right now she's comparing her pain that she chose to take this route in order to, I guess, suppress her hateful words, her backstabby words. Okay. But it's their fault for threatening her to sprinkle them up. Oh my God. It's the most stupidest thing ever. Just saying it out loud makes it like, it pisses me the fuck off. Like, I'm sorry. I just sound like Tim Ballard with his, when he says what does he say? Oh, I don't know. It's some weird way he says, I don't know. He uses the hard P sound. It's like, whoa. Anyways, it just is bullshit. And she's doing this. And everybody, I mean, she's still making money. She made over $3,000 something dollars on that live stream, that 9-hour live stream. Over 3 G's, $3,000. And she had it monetized when she went live. So I pay for premium service, so I don't ever see an ad. I don't know what that experience is like, thank God. But people were having to watch ads that went into her pocket, okay, during a 9-hour workday. I mean, that's how long it is. A whole 9-hour work shift. Some people are working, double time, overtime. And here she is collecting money to lie to you, to lie to me, to lie to herself, really, to frame an innocent alleged woman. I mean, look, I'm not getting in the middle of that. But once I figured out what was going on and I made sense, I was like, oh my God, she's doing this to freaking suppress these things. That's why she pulled out of that TRO. That's the next day, that very next day, Lauren, her quote unquote stalker, the witnesses of all these girls were going to be there. And those text messages would have been splashed for law and crime to see and to display it to us. Okay. It will come out. It's just like we have to wait a little longer to be punched in the ass again. It's like this shit never ends. But, I can sleep at night. I don't worry about what I said. I might not be very proud, but it's nothing that's going to be like earth shattering ever. I get mad, but I'm not above saying I'm sorry. I'm not exalted. I'm not a narcissist. I'm not an egotistical bitch. We all have that in us. But I admit, I laugh at myself. I admit my flaws, I want constructive criticism. I invite it. Please hold me accountable. hold everybody accountable. You want to be held accountable because you don't want to end up like these people where you're in such a delusion that it's just more comfortable for you to stay there. Some people don't have that option. Some don't make it out of here, that they don't make it out of their childhood and go on to graduate high school and be with their friends or go pick out which university they're going to go to, what they're going to do for the rest of their lives. What are they going to bring to the table? It's just so much. Who are they going to marry and have kids, and what kind of moms and dads are they going to be, and aunts and uncles, and love life. That's not an option. That's done. And there's nothing we can do here, argue or debate or whatever. Nothing brings them back. When they were convicted, sentenced to even 7 lives in prison, Lori compared herself to the Nephites, and they got 7 death penalties and blah, 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 blah. She's still comparing herself to deities and or characters and or fantasy. Okay. So that's nothing. It's like, and so like, she's never going to learn her lesson still, even in prison, until she realizes that what she's done was not done in righteousness and that she was not deceived by Satan. Maybe she was, whatever. She can't blame him though. She's got to accept that. Same for Ruby, Jody. I mean, aren't they going to be up for parole soon? We don't know when that's going to be. We have to do this. You want me? What'd you say? Let's see. Oh, I know, right? It was way. Have you watched that show on Peacock called No, kidnapping with more weirdness due to families. Oh wow, I didn't know that.
I've never
Okay,
seen that. Okay.
guess we will be watching.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go look it up.
For sure. Thank you, and yeah, the disco. I know. I realized that quickly. Thanks for sharing that. But let me I found it. I want to switch to it. I'm going to share this. Hold on. Let me stop talking one thing. I can talk in one sentence.
You're kind of mumbled, but I think it's just because you're switching. There you go.
I don't know if that's the right one. Oh yeah. Okay, I'm like, where's the damn keyword?
I took
okay.
mine.
So this is from she's also from Louisiana, it turns out, and she shared my stream the other day. She's talking about the whole she's the one that brought up the 7th generation thing, which I heard Jason Mao say. And he's the one, the author who, LDS author who, is involved in our case with, Chad and Lori. And how he writes the war chapters is what he writes about. And Gabe Bonilla, the bishop, Lori's bishop, Charles's bishop, the bishop, he is the what do you call that? Illustrator for Jason Mao. They actually have a LLC together, but he's also the bishop. And he vouched for Lori. I mean, he basically minimized what Lori said to Charles about how she can destroy him. And he was like, it's kind of, and I mean, I get it. It may not be the wow factor. And that's why I shared that story about my friend Jen, who was Mormon, who I was like, point to all the things that are, oh my God, that are big, that raise red flags. And she's like, girl, I'm used to this. And I'm like, you're right. But that made me realize like, oh, that doesn't stand out to somebody who's seen it their whole life.
Right.
Makes a lot of sense. So this is,
this bliss, I was just agreeing with you. It wouldn't stand out to somebody, but I've told you that before. I don't know like the details of your family's, the true crime aspect of it. So you're blowing my mind with linking all of this stuff. And you guys have sent me down some new rabbit holes recently on that side. And everything is blowing my mind. I'm still like the Jason, all of that stuff is fascinating to me.
Girl, you've heard about Midnight Productions, right?
Yeah. Just recently.
Man, I'm like, oh my
man.
God, that screams Jason Mao vibes to me. Like, it's wild. Nobody really will cover it because it's so.
Well,
I'll do it. You go, I go.
Yeah, we're just in the tip. Like I am just starting to look, but I'm finding some. Yeah, I've got questions already, but that's a whole other day.
So I'm just gonna say this is a Starkey Farmstead, and I think she's Pentecostal, but she is a good teacher. Like I understand what she's saying. She's tying all these kind of ideas together for me. It's another piece in the puzzle. I watch all kinds of people, and she's one that helps me to kind of pull it together. So she's going to talk about mirrors in the temple, and this will remind you of the James and Elena story, which Chad Daybell wrote and basically told on himself and Lori, James and Elena, right? And I think that's, anyways, it's going to tell some really crazy stuff. So buckle up.
Kirk was surrounded by Mormons.
Let me speed it up.
Of course, you might note how few social institutions are half Mormon, half Christian. There's not any. And how there has been a concerted effort by Mormondom's more extreme elements at infiltrating evangelical Christians, and whether or not
evangelical Christians also know that David Barton, he's another guy, but he's evangelical Christian. I can't really talk right now, but he is in the same nonprofit organization as the Nazarene Fund with Glenn Beck, Tim Ballard. So just know you don't have to be LDS to be in this club. You can be Scientologist like Marisol Nichols and Tim Ballard, who she was the cock blocker for Tim Ballard, allegedly. And then, Ashton Kutcher, they're all friends. This is what they do, friends. Yeah. All right.
Turning Point USA was itself being infiltrated. And if so, by which groups beyond Deseret? Remember that name, Deseret. You might even wonder if this Kirk's killing was a Deseret act that replaced Kirk's operation, with one of their own. After all, one of Kirk's lieutenants was a 7th-generation Arizonian. I was like, whoa, okay, what does that mean? Because words matter. So I did a little bit of background knowledge digging for you guys.
Oh, I hope she don't pull my video.
And let me pull it up for you guys so I can read it real quick. What is the importance of being considered 7th generation, especially where Arizona is?
Let me pull up Jason.
And I gotta turn this on again. Sorry, it's so much today, you guys, and I really do hope that you have some grace for me, but you stay through the entirety of the video, because if you don't, you really will not understand the importance of all of this. The importance of being a 7th generation Arizonian lies in the commitment to making decisions that benefit not just the present community, but also future generations, reflecting a deep respect for cultural heritage. This principle encourages individuals to consider the long-term impacts of their actions. You are encouraged to not just look at today, but to see what your decision will bring the effects 7 generations from you. If you know anything about God, 7 is a very powerful number. It's a very holy number.
Oh, God.
Right? And in the Bible.
I'll tell you all in a minute. Just remind me of 7 gatherers and stuff like that.
It talks about 7 generations. Like people can be, cursed for 7 generations and then it'll be broken. You can break it before that through the blood of God. But I'm just saying, you guys, I'm just saying. It says we oftentimes think that radicalism goes away as people become less religious, but that isn't really the case. A religion is merely what you do, and extremist personality types often connect to these types of things, right? Like they are drawn to it. And there's a gay angle. All right, there's a gay. I'm gonna put all of this in the description. You can go read it. I love Charlie. I really don't want to go there right now, but you can go read that yourself.
This is This is Heidi right here. She's come on before and she's gonna come on again. I need to reach back out to her. She's the one that's been tying all the stuff together. Oh my God, about the lower keys of Solomon, the black magic, the Joseph Smith with the 33rd. He was like a master mason, and I mean, a lot of us knew that, but tying it back to like what Bill Real and Radio Free Mormon were talking about that school. Oh my God, I can't think of it right now. Dartmouth, and how Hiram Smith went there. And I mean, she is a wealth of knowledge, and she's an ex-Mormon, and she's a Christian though now. And this is what she does. She exposes, and she also works at a mental health hospital, treating patients like that. I like her. I love her. I appreciate her. Go ahead. You want to say something right there?
If you're doing okay and going to finish with this, do you mind if I pop down? I need to get my butt ready for bed. I've been on this internet for way too long. I want to fall asleep on you. And
yes.
Well, my mind is also on information overload because I don't know all
Mhm.
this piece of it. And so you've been catching me up recently. Like, this is something that I'm more catching up on. And my mind
Well,
is
good.
seriously blown. And there's so much I'm trying to process at the same time of being like, what the heck? But I'm so excited. Like, thank you for having me up tonight with you. Thank you to Kresha's audience and Afar for letting me be a pain in the ass. I don't want to see her disrespected anymore. And it's hard to watch it. Like, people just like trying to, she's processing this. She's super open to ideas, thoughts,
Mhm.
and she is so welcoming to asking. Like, and then if you
Yeah.
hear what she says, all she's saying is like, my life was turned upside down because this is what happened. And it was like, it impacted your relationship with your mom, everything. And you have
Yeah.
every right to ask the questions. So I appreciate you guys allowing me to be a little snappy about the disrespect, but I appreciate you having me up with you tonight. Thank you so much. I
Thank
am
you.
looking forward to listening for the rest of it and continuing to see what we can unfold and put together. I'm so incredibly proud of you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And oh my God, you're so good at this too. I'm so glad to find you. I was like, oh yes, I need to talk to her.
I'm just so
And you don't give up. You don't let up. You have been full
No.
throttle every damn time I see you, year after year. And I just want to say, hey, I don't know if we can connect tomorrow and maybe talk to
Yeah.
Miss Fancy Pants, and we can maybe present that pretty soon.
Yeah, anytime. I'm here. I'm here to do whatever
Awesome.
I can to support you because that's truly what it's about to me, is supporting the victims. And this is something that fascinates me. And
Good.
when you see it, you can't unsee it. And I
Nope.
am so incredibly proud of you for not ever giving up and continuing to be such a strong voice.
Thank you. Thank you
All
so
right.
much.
You're welcome.
All right, girl. Thank you.
Good night. Good night,
Good
mods
night.
and chat. Thank you for being so kind.
I had to cough. It's like hitting me again. Okay. Awesome. 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 All right. I'm going to just stop pussyfooting around. Okay. So here we go.
To a woman who broke out of the Mormon church. She is an apostate by their own wording. If you're Mormon, you know what I'm talking about. But she's going to connect the Mormon church to Masons. It's Masonic, the entire thing. You've got to hear this. If you're not interested, you just simply fast forward about 15 minutes and pick it up on the backside.
And just know I don't agree with everybody or everything that I share. I mean, this goes across the board. I should have said this way earlier, and I need to have a thing on the bottom of my screen. But just know that these are it's like tidbits, it's like take what you need and leave the rest, like it just helps to fill in some context, in my opinion.
Side.
Never went the whole way. And but his family is also from the same lines, like not exact, but like the main settlers, right? And they're very, very, I would dare say they're more Mormon than mine.
That's crazy because I remember her saying something about a cousin hooked her and John up. I just wanted to say that. Just we'll keep peeling back, right? Everybody share that. Whatever you find, that's been said out, in the world by Lauren on as to how her and Dr. John met. Because I still got to share that too. So let's go.
My family, like in their continuation, maybe not the previous generations, but he was always like, this seems like it's stupid. He was smarter than me. I'm always like, man, you're so lucky you didn't do all the things. And he's like, I was out by 16. Like I could see the writing on the wall. So he was like, you need to look at this, and I'm like, I don't know. Like, I don't know how I feel about that. So he starts showing me these shows and I'm wearing the temple garments, everything. I'm all the way in. And he's like, I just think you need to know what you're doing because you're a Freemason. I'm like, what's that? What's a Freemason?
Poor thing,
and
right?
I know people are going to be like, that's a lie. She knows. No, so many Mormons don't even know what that is.
Love you.
So that's a problem because, I mean, not to say that they're nefarious, but I think you should at least know what you're doing. I mean, if you have no knowledge, why are you doing a ritual? And so I started.
All right. So she flat says it. Every single Mormon is a Freemason. They have indoctrinated you. You've done the chants. You've done everything. So listen to this. This will blow your mind, you guys.
They don't go over, even if they say, no, these are sacred. They don't go over what they mean or where they came from or why you're doing it. It's just what you do. And so and they won't tell you anything about the temple
Okay,
until you're
we'll
in the
have to
temple. And then if
corroborate.
you have a question about the temple, it can only be asked in the
We'll get it
temple.
worked out.
But you're busy doing all these rituals, so you never get a chance to ask anybody anything, which is probably by design. And so you do this whole situation. You're doing secret handshakes. You're doing chanting with your hands up around a book, like all this weird stuff. And it feels weird. You're sitting there going, I don't think this is a good thing. Like well, for me anyway, I felt that way. And you want to kind of run. Do they give you the opportunity? Of course they do. They say, if anybody would like to leave now, please leave. And then you look at every single person that's there for you. Your whole entire family is there. Yeah, I didn't leave. I wasn't going to leave. Like, no way. So we nailed over.
What is that? I'm trying to understand. Please share, because that's why subbed again to their YouTube channel after the video of wedding. I don't know. Fill me in on that. I don't understand. I'm not putting the context together. All right. Okay.
Over an altar to get married in the temple. You are getting married in a Masonic apron and a white garb outfit, like I'll show in the presentation. You have specific things. Everybody wears the same thing. You kneel over an altar and you stare into these mirrors that face each other, right? Creating a portal.
James
like
and
a
Elena.
portal look. Okay, where it goes on forever. And I speculate possibly maybe a portal, but it looks like one anyway. And you swear that you will be married to this person for time and all eternity. And when you get a new name in the temple, you
have to stop it here, and I have to make this reference. Last year, Christmas Eve, the Catholic Pope opened, and they tried to say it was symbolic portals, but it wasn't. I've done quite a few videos trying to explain to people about portals, how it is in the Book of Enoch, and I understand. I did not start my journey of all of this anywhere but in the Bible. And my dear friend that co-authored the book with me, Growing Under Poison Sky, for my 51st birthday, sent me the Book of Enoch. But I have spent years comfortable in my Bible before I began to read the Book of Enoch. I highly encourage everyone. You start your rabbit holes in the Bible, you end your rabbit holes in the Bible, and that protects your mind. Okay, it protects you spiritually. Everything.
Like, I'm not scared of information, and I understand what she's saying. That a lot of people are. I just read it, not like I'm looking for. I just wanted to find the language, like what is going on here, and how the Church of the Firstborn is supposed to be the church that comes back with Jesus for the second coming of Christ, right? That they're all saved. The church is saving money for. They've said it. Jesus don't need money, or if you're dead and there's no afterlife, if there's no reason or whatever, just all those things. This is not right, y'all. Question why the church says that it's saving money for a rainy day, or fire insurance, or for the second coming of Christ. Okay, just no, that's Jesus doesn't, or God. If this is real, then they don't need money. That's created by man and used as currency. Anyways, just think about these kind of things that just at the time, when I hear them way back then, I heard about the church, saying these kind of things about saving money for the second coming of Christ. And I'm like, what? And it sounds so absurd. You don't even really give it a second thought. But then you're like, wait a minute. What are they? I don't know if it's serious or not. I don't know if it's fact or not. But I mean, just the logic, like what? It doesn't make sense. But it also aligns with the same plans as Chad and Lori, who were ushering in the second coming of Jesus Christ, which is actually ushering in the new world order. So it really sucks, because I just wanted to know. I've even said this, and I don't want this to sound, I don't even know if it would, I don't know what it sounds like. I just know that some points in time, I'm like, why can't these just be regular murders? And right? Does that even that sounds bizarre. Because I didn't want to know all this stuff. I didn't want to learn it. I didn't set out to learn any of this. It's just, it kind of happened. And I was like, oh shit. Oh no. Oh God. I mean, and I can't say, yes, this is what's happening. This is what's going to happen. I'm not a prophet. You do your own discernment. You do your own journey. I'm just here to share with you like my journey and where it could possibly lead. And I feel the need to just expose. I promised my dead, murdered family members that I was going to expose and try to hold everybody responsible that had my family's blood on their hands. And there are many people that do. Like the people that deny these victims, deny them, don't honor them, just because we believe the same things. Okay, well, you don't practice the same things, it's okay. I'm just saying, and sometimes you got to do a little self-reflection and just say, do I've done that, and I'm not Mormon, but I'm just like, oh shit, that's pagan, and I'm like, I do that, I've done that. It's just untraining ourselves to things we learned, we were indoctrinated with, that were no choice of our own. Okay, let it go. It's okay. It's not going to eat you. You're not going to die from belief. Well, people do die from belief, but, not because they let it go. Let the belief go. All right, let me shut up.
Should begin with the word of God. Why? Because literally it was the word of God that created everything. Can I get an amen? But these portals she's talking about, when you're looking in these mirrors, you guys have to understand that Tyler Robinson would have gone through similar.
See, she's saying that Tyler Robinson is Mormon, and I mean, maybe so. I think his family was at one point in time. It didn't really matter. I mean, kind of, but then don't, I don't know this for myself. So I just have to say, do your own research, and I will too.
Types of rituals in the Mormon church.
Mm-hmm.
Me personally, I think that doing these types of things, the way they do it with this Masonic angle to it, that this is fracturing people. It's fracturing them. Remember I said fracturing because the next video.
Making them easier to program. I'm going to add that. I'm going to add to that because this is where Tom Harrison and his sex therapist, all his education at UVU and teaching at UVU and then all kinds of other things he's involved in, which they might intersect in Chicago with Dr. John. Yeah, hold on. All right. Let me finish. We gotta hurry.
Video is going to tie this all together. So I said, you got to watch it beginning to end, folks, or you're going to miss what I'm trying to present to you.
We'll have to revisit.
So just remember that these portals that the Mormon church, I think that's all demonic. Okay.
Your husband goes through first and he gets his new name and he gives his name to God, pretend God on the other side.
So Chad Daybell gets his new name. Is it James?
A real curtain. Like this is all really happening. This isn't like a show. This is like you're sticking your hand through these little holes and you're doing the secret handshakes to get past the angels and sentinels that guard the veil. And if you don't know him, you can't go to heaven. But anyway, so you got to keep going back again and again. And he goes through first and then he calls you through. God doesn't save me. My husband does.
So James, being Chad, when they get to heaven, allegedly, he'll be like, Elena. Okay. Do you see what I'm saying here? Just visualize it.
Because I'm a woman. And so that was weird. I always thought that was a little weird. I'm not a big feminist or anything, but I just thought that was strange. I thought it would be the same for everybody, but that's fine. And then, after that, you go through and finish up. You're married supposedly forever, even in the afterlife. And so
Tammy, according to Lori, was her eternal friend.
Where you will go on and make spirit children together and populate. They lie and say this isn't true. You're supposed to have your own planet and become a god. Adam God theory is not something I made up. Joseph Smith and Brigham Young talked.
Lori and Melanie Boudreaux traveled to Missouri. Adam God theory. I mean, that's what that is. Adam on Diamond. That's a ritualistic, special place that has something to do with that. And Audrey Baratero is who showed Melanie Boudreaux and Lori Vallow at that time around the sites in Independence, Missouri. It's in the trial coverage in Lori's trial for sure.
Talk about it. So that God.
Oh, I mean, plus Audrey was an herbologist, and I mean, I believe that she would be what I would call practicing dark arts as a witch, if I had to label. And allegedly, in my opinion,
once was a man, and he became a god. So, and that he was a man, like in as far as flesh, like God was real flesh with real urges. This is from Brigham Young,
real man,
and that is how Jesus Christ was made with Mary.
I mean, and to know that most Mormons have denied, and I mean, leadership too, have denied that Heavenly Mother exists. Okay. And Lori was all about Heavenly Mother. You know, it's really creepy how she said it too on those recordings. But know that like Elder Oaks, or now he's President Oaks, he's the prophet of the Mormon Church now. He, right before becoming prophet of the church, he started talking about Heavenly Mother, you know, or mothers. He actually said Heavenly Mothers. So whatever that means, I don't know.
Oh, Jesus, help me. You know, my friend and I often say this. The problem with people nowadays is that people want to create God in their own image instead of creating themselves in the image of God. God was not man. He does not lie. His covenants last forever. Let me back it up just a second so I don't mess it up for you guys. I apologize.
Hold on a second. So God.
Something I made up. Joseph Smith and Brigham Young talk about it. So that God once was a man and he became a God.
Once was
So,
man.
And that he was a man, like in as far as flesh and like flesh, like God was real flesh with real urges. This is from Brigham Young. And that is how Jesus Christ was made with Mary, just as any baby is made, was the quote.
They had sex.
Hold on a second. So
God,
when you say God was a man that became God, are you referring to the Godhead that they think of it that way, or Jesus? Are we talking about Jesus, or both?
No, okay, so they don't believe in the Trinity. They believe there's God the Father, Jesus Christ is his son, made by copulation with Mary, and the Holy Ghost. They're three separate entities, but their God's name is Elohim. And there's also a Heavenly Mother.
God,
and
Elohim means gods, plural.
We all lived in a pre-existence, and we basically
which is that's a life. I mean, you could say, okay, this confuses me because LDS say that they don't believe in multiple mortal probations. I mean, but there's that whole what's the name of that sermon? I can't think of it right now, but it has the multiple mortal probation doctrine. So there's the pre-life. I'll let her explain it because I suck at it.
Chose all of our struggles. We chose our life. We watched it. All the things that have happened to you here, you did to yourself. And then eventually when your parents like get together, you're like, okay, my turn. And then you jump in.
So she chose this, like Lori has talked about this even in her interviews, how she chose this life and she chose this mission. And so this is her mission from God. She is ordained, preordained, actually. That's the language that Mike Stroud uses. Tim Ballard does too.
I guess. Because we're one of God's spirit children. Also, Lucifer is Jesus Christ's brother.
Is he firstborn? Because I want to know if it's Church of the Firstborn. See, Mormons believe that Jesus and like she said, Satan are brothers. I remember telling Jen this. I was like, that's not how I was taught. I mean, I don't know. Again, I wasn't there. So I can't say it happened or it didn't happen or they exist or they don't exist. I don't know. Nobody knows. These are stories, these are even in the Bible, right? They're made up of books of men who lived, who had dreams and visions, right? Nothing different than, let's say, Chad Daybell today. I'm just saying, like, I know there's a lot more to that, but I'm just trying to, I don't know, minimize, just with my little pea brain, like Lauren thinks, just regular talk. I know it's a lot more complex than that, but are Jesus and Satan brothers in Mormonism? Yes, they are. And then I want to ask, is Satan the firstborn? And I'm asking because the Church of the Firstborn, which is supposed to come in with Jesus Christ for the quote unquote second coming. And if you decode that, that means the New World Order ushered in. Do you understand what I'm saying? Satan ushered in. That means Antichrist, Korihor ushered in. That's what many give secret combinations. That's what Gordon Bowen studies allegedly.
Just so people know. And this is Mormon theology, not real. This is what they say, that he literally was his brother and that, they were up there together and they had an argument about how man should be. So Lucifer wanted to control us and make us do everything, whereas Jesus was like, no, let's just give them away. So then Lucifer and him had a fight, and then he got all haughty, just like the war in heaven. And then black people are black because in the war in heaven, they decided that they didn't know who to go to. And they were like, do I go with Lucifer or Jesus? And they were confused. And so they sat on the fence, and Mormons will call old Mormons, I think new Mormons or young Mormons have figured out this doesn't go over well. They will call them fence sitters. And
Or the third that fell, you know.
so it was actually illegal for any black person.
I wonder if that's what Tim Ballard calls lukewarm and what Chad and Lori call zombie or dark spirits. You can go 50 million different ways with this. Or Emma Daybell using raccoons as her cover photo, as her dad did, Tylee, in reference to burning limb debris. A text that he sent to his wife, Tammy.
Person to hold the priesthood until 1978.
That is true.
And that they could only go to the top kingdom as our servant.
Which is the celestial kingdom.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
So black people in the Mormon church could only go to and then be servants to their white Mormon masters. What?
Yep. And then Tim Ballard, he's exploited the whole underground railroad thing. You know, that's the name of his organization. It's so gross.
I'm 6% black. I guess I'm not going very high in their hierarchy.
It gets weird. Oh, I have quotes. Mm-hmm.
And like right now, we're on the celestial realm. So this is hell, I guess. And then terrestrial, like Lori texted Alex and she was like, meet me and Chad at the terrestrial church. So that's the next realm, the next level of heaven, the second, level. There's 3, with the third being the highest, celestial. That's where you want to go. And I mean, I've actually read a blog where, I started crying because these Mormons were, like I said, discussing these topics, right? They discuss these things in such depth. And it's beautiful. I mean, it is just the conversation going on back and forth. And for years of messages. And I remember crying because I was like, oh my God, these people are under so much pressure or just always having to prove their worth, right? Because you have to be worthy. You have to be a worthy Mormon to go to the temple. You have to be temple worthy, to have a recommend. You have to do things by works, which is what Lauren and John were emphasizing the other day. Judge us by our works, not all the other things. And so it's a little hairy. I mean, it's not a me problem. It's a we problem. And not that they're a problem. I don't think anybody else is a problem. We are all humans, humaning these religious affiliations, political affiliations, that they're nothing but labels. Boy, girl, man, woman. I mean, it's pretty simple. But these classifications and it's crazy. I don't like labels. Mm-mm.
And it only changed when everything was being changed, right? Like equal opportunity, Martin Luther King, all the things that started happening. And this ties into Howard Hughes and all kinds of weird stuff. Like I do a full.
Howard Hughes is he was really good friends with a lot of the apostles in the church, like and Russell Ballard, all the other ones, the Huntsmans. Okay, this Huntsman was on Epstein's list that I did see.
Thing on JFK, RFK, all these people that have been inundated with Mormon mafia or Mormon CIA. And it gets weird. But I will tell you,
I think Tom Harrison is part of the CIA. And I mean, Tim Ballard claims to be ex-CIA. So whatever.
That they absolutely believe this. And they also said, this is a direct quote from Brigham Young, the second prophet, seer, and revelator of the church, is better to, if you saw your wife in bed with a black person, better to run them both through with a blade than let them live.
Blood atonement.
And let me make a point here. Did anybody catch our reference to Mormonism and CIA?
Bring it up, girl.
I say this all the time because I really want you guys to understand this. When the mainstream narrative is these are the people that we should be afraid of, these are the people that have done all the bad things, you know, we're going to connect them to JFK, we're going to connect them to ship sinking, we're going to say that their death is a lie. I'm obviously talking about Israel. I become extremely concerned because we all, if you read your Bible, then you know that Satan like legitimately hates the Jewish people, like hates them with more so, I think, than he hates Christians. He hates Jews. I just kind of feel that after watching them dwindle down to 15 million. Listen to me right now. I think this is a good place to do this.
Oh, I remember hearing that the church basically believed that they are the Jews. They also heard that about they believe they're Native American too. So whatever. I don't know. Allegedly.
Right now, on the Temple Mount, that's where the first temple and the second temple sat in Jerusalem. Okay.
You're not even supposed to be building temples, I believe. I think that's more Masonic than anything. I think. I don't know. Correct me, because I'm still wet behind the ears on all this stuff.
If you know anything, you know that Abraham and Sarah were given a covenant by God.
The covenant.
And a promise. Well, the baby didn't come. Sarah hit 100 years old, no baby. So she gives Abraham her handmaiden Hagar and says, make me a baby.
This sounds like some polygamy right here.
Right. That's where you get Ishmael. Ishmael is the father of every single Arab in the world. That's their genetic line. Okay. Every Arab goes back to Ishmael. So when Muslims say that Abraham is our father, they are correct. But we also know what the Bible says. The Bible says that that Ishmael would literally like be a thorn in Isaac and Jacob and the Jewish people's side for like ever. And they have been, right? Right now, we know that in the end times, there's going to be a third temple built, a third Jewish temple on the Temple Mount. Has to be right there. Has to be right there. And that the Antichrist is going to enter in. It would only take the Jewish people about 10 months to build that. So they could do it within a year. That's how fast that could happen.
Now, she taught me these code words. I call them code words, but how I share all the ones that I find, like greater light knowledge. Oh, well, no, that might not be it. She's been talking about how she's been hearing people in the more evangelist, I don't know what to call it. I don't speak this kind of language, but how they talk about salt and light. And I'm like, ew, that's okay. That's interesting. Like Erica Kirk said it too. I don't know.
We know that the abomination of desolation will enter in. I really need you guys to understand something about occult and Satanism. During Abraham's time, child sacrifice was not uncommon. And I'm going to tell you right now, it's not uncommon today. Get mad at me, whatever you want. Abortion is.
No, I just need everybody to hear you. Okay. And just believe in Tylee and JJ. Okay. Believe in the stuff that was happened to R&E. Believe that maybe Melanie Boudreaux Pulaski's kids were being judged and measured, they call it, according to the light and or dark. I know it's horrible, but to deny it is to be delusional. I think I don't. All it is just allowing yourself to just believe that it exists. Like you don't have to go into all the research that I've been doing, that I'm never going to stop doing because I can't now. Like I can't turn away. I feel like I'm denying Tylee and JJ. I feel like I'm not validating what could have happened. I was not there. This is not how the legal system prosecutes crimes. We don't go into beliefs and all that. We try to steer clear of it for the most part because it's protected to some extent. But I just don't see what it harms to believe that it's a possibility. They've had people to do this kind of controlled narrative before. The CIA is who came up with the term conspiracy theorist or satanic panic. And you have to ask why. Oh, you start to realize that like it's just to F with you, to weaponize words, phrases, to keep you from asking questions. Okay. It's shock value. You stop asking questions when you hear zombie. You're like, oh, whoa, what the hell? Whoa, that's huge. What, a zombie? Like, you can't even fathom what that means. Promise. So they use these kind of things to make you stop thinking, to make you stop asking questions. And then you have to kind of push through that part and just get to the other side of it and say, it's not criticism to ask questions. It's not criticism to hold someone accountable. They shouldn't like melt in front of you. Okay. They shouldn't be issuing freaking false reports, getting temporary restraining orders, trying to get you put in jail for a month. They shouldn't be doing this kind of lawfare. They shouldn't be convicting wrong people, and putting them to death. And they're okay with that. I'd say they're lacking a conscience. Okay. And I'm not. Mm-mm. Don't let, and then they try to shame you into being like, oh, you're one of those people that believe Richard Allen is innocent. And I'm like, I mean, the same could be said. Same thing about like what's happening in our community with being divided. Megan was somebody that I do love. I love her, but I cannot, I hadn't subscribed today too, because that's where my power is. And I don't endorse that shit. I mean, it hurts to see. I just don't understand how she don't see it, but I still love her. And I don't hate anybody, it's just, I don't hate Lauren. I care actually, like it's sad to see this happening. And it's like, this happened with Lori. It's happening with Lauren. I believe that's my view. It's disturbing.
It's a form of child sacrifice to demons. It powers their spiritual machines. And I'm going to explain that more in the video. All occults need sacrifices because the occult is the dark beside the light. God never needed human or children sacrifices.
Or money.
Never, ever, never asked for them. You're going to tell me, well, he told Isaac, he told Abraham, put Isaac, but he provided a sacrifice there. It was symbolic. He was saying, I don't need that. I can provide the sacrifice. I can provide the covering. They need blood. All right.
And what's happening in these rituals, that a lot of people aren't even going to believe, whatever. They do a mock sacrifice. They mock Jesus, and I mean, that's what's going on. And it's all just to please their demons. I believe that Chad and Lori were possessed. I do. I believe these things. Can I prove it? No. Can you prove that they're not? It's up for debate. I don't know. It's just, we don't convict on that. That's not how we convict. That's not how our judicial system works. So yeah. Anyways, they look possessed. Lori's blue eyes were black in Kauai. Look up her mugshot. It's bizarre. Chad, I have Dateline was taking a picture of him and Lori hand in hand in Kauai, and there was the way it processed or whatever, the camera, the film, it's like overexposed, and it was like, I'm like, oh my God, he is showing us his demon right now. It's freaky. I saw it again yesterday and I was like, oh my God, that's so scary. Like I said, they show you what they want to show you.
It's a perversion of the truth. The wages of sin is death. And something or someone is going to pay that debt for everyone. Okay. Satan uses a counterfeit perversion of what God did to gain strength and create chaos.
As above, so below.
Jesus was the ultimate sacrifice because he was sinless. He didn't need to die. And again, God.
And that's why I believe Aleister Crowley would prefer a young male boy with no marks or what do you call that? Deformities, and of higher intelligence. And may I present to you my nephew, JJ, who was autistic. 7 years old. Tylee was likely, a virgin. which I mean, in the documents, FOIA documents, there's this talk back and forth with somebody between Melanie, I want to say Melanie and Lori, and they're talking about sacrificing a 16, or I'm not 16, female virgin. But I mean, that's in there. I didn't make it up. It's in there. It's in the police report. I mean, it didn't say one way or another. You know, it's just Can't
I
make this up.
provided that. So what they did to Charlie Kirk breaks my heart, because when I connect this to you, when I really show you the connections to the occult, your heart's going to be broken with mine, and I'm sorry.
Also, it was a blood atonement sin.
Oh.
So your neck would have to be slit, and your blood had to be spilled, because there's some sins
Did this happen to Tylee?
here on earth that Jesus Christ's blood doesn't atone for. So
wow.
It gets big. Yeah. And I like to bring receipts only because it sounds insane.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and Utah was one of the last to let go of the firing squad. And they did
And
that
then
because of the
Idaho was like, okay, Chad Daybell happened, Lori, and then Brian Koberger happened. They're like, all right, we're going to build a new firing squad. They passed that through legislation. So here we come, blood atonement again.
spilling of blood. They could choose.
Wow. Okay,
Yeah.
so let's go back to the temple.
They waste nothing.
Utah. He had to be sacrificed in Utah. Had to. Keep watching.
And you're going through this ritual, and you brought up the idea of mirrors, and that definitely, I mean, mirrors, like mirrors are portals in the essence, and to me, in the very essence of what they are and what they do. Not in a woo-woo sense, but like they're a threshold, clearly a threshold to something else. And what we
Remember Lori's mirrors in the living room in Chandler? That's crazy, man.
see physically, now we're crossing the woo-woo, because
Or like Awen reminded us the other day about how Melanie Gibb talked about going in her closet to make a portal, or how she laughed at Chad Daybell. Even I'm talking about Melanie Gibb. She's with Nadine, her interview, and she's like, I don't know what he does with a portal. I don't know how he builds his, you know. But I mean, I have this note from way back in the case, in the very early on, in the early days, where I just knew Tom Harrison as Portal Guy. That's who Portal Guy was. And it said lived in a nice home in Salt Lake City. It said like 75 years old ish, you know, that he was teaching Julie and Chad how to portal, which is remote view. So, or communicate right here, how they're about to
now it's
explain.
like, all right, what we see physically,
guys,
maybe there's more that's there other than what we physically see as a reflection.
Yes.
And so if I picture this correctly, you and your husband were facing opposite directions, looking into mirrors, but you could see each other.
We and I have photos of this, so that when
James
we
and
do
Lana.
the thing, but we are facing each other, holding hands over an altar, kneeling, and then we are looking into the mirror like this, and the mirrors are placed here and here, and the altar's in the middle. And only people that are worthy to go to the temple could be at your wedding, just so you know. And then every time after you go through the temple, after your first time, you're doing it for dead people, for necromancy. And I'll explain all of this, but it gets weird. And I absolutely agree with the portal and the mirror. And it gets weird. And I wonder if, I often postulate, are they attaching things to people at that point?
Yep, I've heard these stories.
So based on that, do you feel like when you went through the ritual that did you feel different when you walked out? I mean, did you feel like there was something different, as in, you know, maybe something attached to you, to, you know, just like maybe confusion? Because you said that, you know, they had a lot of questions, but, you know, there's family there too. So like, what kind of questions did you have after this?
You can't ask your questions to your family. They won't tell you, because you have to ask a bishop or somebody in the temple. And that just never happened. Like the whole time I was a temple Mormon, I never got my questions answered, but I did feel sick. I felt physically like fight or flight engaged. Like I totally wanted to run, but I just did not want to disappoint my family. And I even asked my grandma in the middle of the ceremony, is when they started chanting, and I'll show it around a book. I have a demo. It's not the actual, but yes, you can find the actual stuff, because No Name Noah, he went in and recorded it with Google Glasses and put it all over the internet. It was quite the situation, but this is a reenactment that I show. But they start chanting and bringing their arms up and down and all kinds of wild stuff.
Which, like she just said, the reenactment is a reenactment. That's what they show in the temple by video sometimes, or back in the day, they used to do it, you know, like a play. And it reminds me of how Lori put so much stock into movies like Twilight or shows like Chosen. Okay. She likens it to just like how she saw it in the temple, I believe.
Also, the apron we wear in the temple was given to us by Lucifer in the temple. Oh, yes. Lucifer's all over our
Did you know this when you went through it?
Chad and Lori's favorite color, there's the 7 missions, there's the 7 gatherers, the 7, all that stuff. Their primary color that they loved, I guess their team color, I don't know, is green, which is the color of the apron, which is the color of Satan, okay, which is the color of malachite. Malachite was I'm like, what was this? Like some kind of, you see what I'm saying? Like it's very, what's the word? Like a tarot deck, or I don't know what I'm saying. Oh my gosh. I went blank. You read your horoscope, those kind of things, like, and plus the symbolism behind the archangels and how Chad referred to himself and others referred to him as Raphael. Okay. And so that's a numbered archangel.
Oh, it tells you. So not before, but they're like, okay, so the boys are on this side and the girls are on this side. And then they're talking the Adam and Eve story. You used to watch a movie and too many of the actors left the church. So they don't do.
There it is. Even Hollywood is controlled by Mormons. But if you get on right now, who controls Hollywood? The Jews.
Mel Gibson.
They're always the scapegoat, folks. I mean, the Bible tells you that. It's so much.
Okay. Now I've got to show y'all this, and I'm ready to wrap up. I know y'all are too. And this one's going to be kind of, but this is from Everyday with Jay. And I'm going to share the link in the chat once I push go. I'm not going to really stop this. Okay. You're going to hear Jay. She cusses too. So just be aware of that and like to hear it. Here it goes. I'll slow down if I do it too fast.
She was pretty before she did all that shit to her face. When you type Strive Psychology into the Nevada Secretary of State, it takes you to Hidden Productions, LLC. Oh, my God.
Here we go. Ready for...
Oh, my God. Strive. What is it? Strive. Psychology. And where is that at? Utah? Oh, Nevada? Hidden Productions, LLC. Permanently closed, it says.
Okay. But wait, there's more.
Strive Psychology. Oh, there it is. Hidden Productions, LLC. Oh, okay. Wait, what? They've had Hidden Productions since June.
How? So I was like, oh my God, can they retroactively go change the name? Maybe. But 2009, John and Lauren did not know each other until I think around 2016. So it's like June 22nd, 2009, Hidden Productions LLC in Nevada, active is their filing status. John M. Matthias. It's managed by managers. Okay. Report due date, June 30th, 2026. Business category, psychologist. Governing agency, Nevada Secretary of State. That's crazy.
What?
LLC. Limited.
He had Hidden Productions since June of 2009.
So if you do the little word play right here, it's just like hidden true crime. Hidden means occult. 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 Occult Productions. You heard it here first. Well, actually second. But Jay was first. This is getting weird. Fast.
Why would you call a fucking psychology business category psychologist? Why would you call it Hidden Productions? That doesn't sound like a cool name for psychology. What the fuck?
Reminds me of Midnight Productions, right? Or Tim Stowaway Productions.
You see this? Look.
She's about to
God.
pull up all kinds of other shit.
I
It's
thought
crazy.
Hidden Productions was because of their fucking podcast.
Mm-hmm. I mean, look at his tongue. Just saying.
Yeah, filing date June 22nd, 2009. It's been in business for 16 years, 5 months. Hidden Productions LLC.
Mm-hmm. This blew my mind.
Dr. John M. Matthias, PhD, 107 Broken Rock Drive. And then it says business category psychologist, governing agency, Nevada Secretary of State. And then
I don't know why
company
it said that.
contacts
Not
John
the look.
and Lauren.
Mm.
That's really weird.
Mm-hmm. It is. I just broke my
That
mind.
makes you
earlier.
want to pay when you click
It
the
was
link.
smoking.
Hidden Productions is a Nevada domestic limited liability company filed on June 22nd, 2009.
Thank y'all for hanging.
Let's see.
It's wild.
I mean, I don't see anything else with Strive other than this strivemental.com, which is a dead site. Hidden Productions.
$2.3 million allegedly
Strive, is this it?
annually, just off Hidden True Crime Podcast.
Provo, Utah. Is this it?
Provo. Wow.
This is weird.
Yo, the chat got really like it changed the
Strive
tone and everything.
Behavioral Health Offices.
Do y'all think it's gonna run into Tom Harrison?
They have Las Vegas, Nevada, and Provo, Utah. Look. Hidden
Oh, I gotta go.
Production sounds not good at all. I don't like.
And so I'm going back so I can read Lindsay's comment. Lindsay, please come on. Okay, anytime, any damn time. Would love. I didn't realize how hard you were diving. Okay, and she says, and the ones Lauren has registered are interesting too. It was like some sort of manager. I think travel manager. I think I could be completely misremembering. Preach, girl. Right? We'll forgive you. If you forgive me, I can forgive you for sure.
Like that.
It'll
Why
come
would
out
you
in the
name a
wash.
psychiatrist or psychologist? You know what I mean? Provo and Las Vegas. Let's look at the team.
There's
This
more.
doesn't have anything to do with him. Trent, Jean, Michael, and Andrea.
The farmer name just kind of stood out to me, but I don't know why. It just
This
stands
is
out.
the Strive Behavioral.
It's interesting because it says Strive Behavioral and then Thrive is Mormon Stories podcast. You know, that's I think where Lauren maybe was a guest speaker this weekend because her alleged stalker was stopping her from having speaking engagements and working. Lie.
Telemedicine.
This is before COVID.
This shit looks
I believe-
fake. The name Farmer is of interest. Really?
Oh, that's my comment. Sorry.
It says Andrea Farmer. Andrea received undergraduate and postgraduate degrees from University of Utah.
Guess who worked at University of Utah? Tom Harrison.
She has
Just
broad
saying.
experience in healthcare, but over the past few years has focused her clinical expertise.
Oh shit! I just realized what else it says. Okay, so seeing it up close and personal right now. Oh God. Okay, yeah. So I mean, come on. If she's in the mental health field, Tom Harrison taught this at UVU, University of Utah, and here we go with the Huntsman Cancer Hospital and Institute. You can't make this shit up, man. Oh yeah, and the clinic. Oh my God, pulmonary and sleep medicine. Oh, that's right there. That's Paul Hutchinson's type of stuff too. He does some kind of sleep study stuff, financing wise. Whew.
And mental health and psychiatry.
Brigham Young.
Andrea has worked at a number of prestige healthcare organizations in the Salt Lake City area, including the Huntsman Cancer Hospital, Jordan Meadows, and Hunter Medical Centers and Granger Medical Clinic. pulmonary and sleep medicine. She's an empathetic advocate for her patients' mental health.
Tom Harrison.
She takes a conservative approach to medication management. She is currently seeing patients 12 and above.
Mm. Boy, they collide.
Well, if you say you're a doctor, you should expect people to be able, you should provide these so people don't have to look for them.
Correct. And you don't freaking demonize them like Chad Daybell and Lori Daybell did whenever people ask questions. You're dark. You're out of the club.
If he was honest and provided his creds, we wouldn't be doing this right now.
And then I also question, like, why, if they have mean girl syndrome, right? Lauren's been selling this bullshit story, in my opinion, about having an alleged stalker, which it looks, anyways. I'm just saying they dug into the they were, calling to verify John's what he said was true, but this didn't come up that I'm aware of by Christina. So this is very fucking interesting and it's concerning and it's mysterious and it gets worse. And I want to know more.
Strive Psychology. Now, what's this?
St. George.
This is him too. Strive Psychology LLC, June 22nd, 2018. Then we have him in St. George, Utah, and Henderson, Nevada.
Utah Department of Commerce.
Individual and Family Services. And then he's the only contact on that one.
I'm so glad that she found this.
And if you click on Strive, it makes you want to pay.
Hell, that. Nope. Lindsay
Really
Hendricks
weird.
in the chat on this one says he,
because you see Strive and
that where'd it go? Oh shit, it's not that far up. Oh, we're here. Lindsay Hendricks, he has Strive linked in his Instagram bio, but it's no longer an active link. I ran that through. I appreciate your service.
In Hidden Productions.
There are a lot of clues in this chat too, as well. I'm kind of keeping an eye on it.
This is what's not adding up to me right here.
What? Hidden Productions and Strive Psychology.
You have Hidden Productions started in 2009.
Yep.
And you have Strive Psychology in 2018.
You know what? I know it's going to be a crazy little theory, but it's like you almost have, like, once you get accepted into this quote unquote NWO, you're in the club, you're not going to die. We'll let you in. Everybody else will be slaves. It's like they all have to have some type of nonprofit organization in order to what? Maybe do some laundry. If you know what I mean? Whiteboard Prophecy with Tim Ballard. And how April Raymond told me privately on Facebook Messenger that Chad and Lori had allegedly, she didn't know. I mean, I still got to corroborate this. But they had invested in a nonprofit or something in Nevada. I'm going to have to go dig that up. Oh my God. Oh my God, Robbie.
And they're both under his name.
This is crazy.
Except here, it doesn't say PhD. See how it says registered agent, John Matthias, PhD? Over here, it just says John Matthias. And this is for the actual psychology. But Hidden Productions, LLC, was started in 2009. Lindsay Hendricks, he has Strive linked in his Instagram bio, but it's no longer an active link. I ran that through way back, and it's pretty interesting. It mentions equine therapy, too. Hidden Productions. What were you producing in 2009? That's not. Oh, I don't know. Nevada Domestic Limited Liability, Utah Foreign LLC.
See, I don't know what
does that mean? Let's look it up. Utah Foreign LLC.
Foreign. I'm looking for that
A
message
Utah
from April
foreign
now.
LLC is a business entity formed in another state that wishes to operate in Utah, requiring registration with the state to legally conduct business. So it means you're going state to state. So that would track because you've got Nevada and you've got this Utah. I don't know, man. What's he producing that's hidden?
An opportunity for the bigger
No.
the bigger machine. The
Let's
bigger
let's do Hidden Productions LLC. What state was
freaking
that?
crazy.
That was in Nevada.
Oh, really, Love Always? Arranged
Nevada.
marriage. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good theory.
No, that's Hidden Truth. That's not them.
Okay, thank you, Kylie. She says if
It's
he were getting
Hidden
them
Productions
for
LLC.
some psychology practice, he would need to get a PLLC. So
All I see is Hidden.
thank you.
Wait, okay, what's this?
I feel bad for
Lauren
it too. but then she's
Matthias
an adult. I'll explain more.
is associated with 5 companies. And these may not be the same Lauren Matthias, though. But we
Yeah.
got Hidden Productions, again, started in 2009.
Yeah, they are. That's probably. I think the
Utah
government
Domestic
shut down.
LLC, Lauren Ruth Matthias. I don't know if that's her. LM Service Advisor LLC.
Launderland, right? Instead of Legoland. It blew my mind, y'all.
Yeah, I don't think these Florida ones. I don't think that New York one is her. I don't think the Florida one. Jam Underground. Justin Matthias.
Yeah.
I think this her? Lauren Ruth.
Ooh.
Mandy, I don't know. Ruthie? Lauren Ruthie? Okay. So this is Lauren Ruth, LM Service Advisor.
I know it's a different format. She uses a different program than I do. But right here, Lindsay had put a comment and says, yep, Lauren Ruthie is her old blog spot too. Just, yeah. So
LC.
Man, y'all rock. Y'all rock. Y'all rock. F.
Right,
F
but
with
WK,
me.
that doesn't
F for you.
explain why he had his psychology, had a Hidden Productions filed under psychology.
9 years before they meet. Hidden psychology, occult psychology, y'all. I'm just saying. And wait, it's going to throw you even more when you realize the mission.
That's interesting. They had an announcement of a podcast coming soon for Strive Psychology.
Oh, hold on. So I don't want to say that. Tired eye. If you go to the link I provided via Wayback Machine, you'll find a decent archive of the Strive Psychology site together with an announcement of a podcast coming soon. Right. And so this is like Jody Hildebrandt. And then you got to think David Hamblin was also a psychologist who was, he lived in Tucson with his parents who were sociologists who basically performed behavioral experiments on impoverished people, children, and got paid for it by our government. And it goes into the whole David Levitt reasoning when he was asked whether satanic ritual abuse exists. And he said, yeah, I know a victim, which was actually someone who is David Hamblin's daughter and who accuses David Levitt of being one of the 144 abusers. I'll say abusers. And so it's like, oh my God, this is bizarre, y'all. It just is. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Tom Harrison. This reeks of Tom.
Well, let's click on this one, LM, and see what it says. This was active March 3rd, 2017. So she was with John.
And Santa Clara, Ivan. Santa Clara and the Ivans area, but I want to say more Santa Clara is actually where David Hamblin's great whatever grandfather, he settled this area. Jacob Hamblin. I shit you not. Fucking Jacob Hamlin. Sorry. I'm just like, what the when you say these things out loud and they start clicking together in your head, you're just like, oh my God. No, no. Kresha, you just try to find things. If you're looking for something, then you're gonna find it. Yeah. Okay. Or it's there, It's fucking nuts.
She's the only one on it.
Oh, and like Utah Department of Commerce, this reminds me of, I don't know if this is connected, but how I said earlier, Frank Vandersloot was on the whatever of commerce, but it wasn't a state one. It was a Chamber of Commerce. Anyways, I don't know if it means anything. Just sharing.
LM Service Advisor LLC.
Oh, plus,
And it's still
I'm sorry. Plus, Jody Hildebrandt is from Santa Clara, St. George, Ivins, Utah area.
active.
That's where Chad and Lori met. That's
Your
where
kingdom's on fire.
burn
Okay,
up.
let's go back.
Kingdom down. Man,
Jam
I'm so
Underground. No, that's
proud.
not her because it's middle initial C. We already looked at that one, and this one's not her either. Okay.
That just said underground.
Hidden Productions LLC.
Whoa.
Oh, look, it was a website.
It's for sale.
Book online for Hidden Productions Visual and Design. That can't be them. No, this ain't them.
And
It's
I mean Tim
other-
Ballard too with his Stowaway Productions. I mean I said it earlier, but just think about these things. That was a Florida LLC, or was it no, I don't know. I have to go look again because I'm just now I have to go look again to find out. It'll be on his
Okay.
lawsuit.
Hidden Productions Facebook.
Gathering Humanity has a nonprofit organization allegedly helping. I mean, oh my God, this is crazy. I think that's what's happening. The whiteboard prophecy. If you think about Tim Ballard's infamous
This is in Tennessee.
whiteboard meeting.
Or wait,
2019.
that's
I have
not
the
them.
2016.
That's odd though, right?
All of it is odd.
Oh God, I don't know. WK, that's really weird.
And so
I know, Donna, that was really hard to watch. Oh God, Santa Clara.
oh shit.
Oh, Kresha, that's wild.
Oh yeah, and where Gordon Bowen plays pickleball. And then Adam, I'm just saying, I don't know. And I actually wanted to warn Adam, he teaches pickleball. And I know that I've heard that Gordon Bowen allegedly plays pickleball at St. George. And that's where Adam was for that time. I don't know if he's still there. I don't know. But I don't know if he would have maybe instructed him sometimes, coached him. I have no idea. It's just interesting when you start connecting these little freaking dots.
Oh, she has the YouTube that says she like life coach or something.
Yes, the relationship coach, the life coach. How are you going to be how does one become a reporter and a life coach on the side? I mean, she doesn't seem to be giving out good advice nor taking any. So, somebody's blocking her gifts. I hope John ain't blocking them.
No record of a license ever held in Nevada, according to Nevada
Ooh.
State Board of Medical Examiners. You can look it up. Thought he had a license.
Oh yeah, another thing too, and I'm not going to play it because I'm not about to get struck. But Lauren said on her 9-hour live, you can maybe look in the transcript like I'm doing right here, and you just do Control F, you type in a keyword, and it'll find it in the transcript. Okay, but go to that 9-hour live. You find, like I said just now, you type in premature. Okay, because Lauren said this really weird, and it hit me when I heard it again. And she said something about, she's shaming everybody. It's everybody's fault for John having high blood pressure, and he's going to die a premature life. He's going to live a premature life. That struck me. That can be taken a couple ways. Why would John have a premature life? Is it because blood pressure, or is that a way of saying things without saying them? Slippery words. Oh shit.
License in NB. I don't think he's a medical examiner. Thank you for your super chat, but I did find him in Nevada. but I don't know if that's him or not. Like if you go John Matthias, PhD, Nevada, the first things that come up obviously are his own things. But if you go here to the NPI, you can see right here, John Matthias, PhD, here.
We're almost done, y'all. Hang in.
And it was active starting March 26th, 27.
Oh.
2007.
Did he MK Ultra his wife? I mean, I'm just asking us a very fair question.
Can you guys see that?
Questions ain't accusations.
So I don't know though. It's weird that you can't find anything else, you know. Like Facebook. This doesn't prove
Here
anything.
we go.
This proves nothing. July 25th, 2019. He's got his whole thing. That looks Photoshopped too. That is the weirdest looking photo I've ever seen. Like, look how blurry the background is. Like, that is not a real background.
Tyler Robinson standing in that dorm room or whatever. It looks photoshopped. I'm like, oh my God. I thought that from the very beginning. Just throwing that in there. It reminded me. Okay, we're almost. Oh, there's that adjunct.
Dr. Matthias has been an adjunct assistant professor in University of Nevada, Las Vegas since 2007 and has trained over 25 doctors.
I mean, come on now. And so I just looked right here and, I know I've heard it. I've said it, but just reading it just now, it hit me. And it's like, okay, shit. Look at this. He served as an expert witness for the federal government, and he has consulted on numerous high-profile cases for DA's offices and defense attorneys in several states. A certified court evaluator in several Western states. I want you to think about Richard Allen. And don't stop. Bullshit. That's
in the forensic area, he has developed expertise in personality assessments, hidden behavioral motivations, complex trauma, and criminal psychology. Look at this one. He worked with survivors of the Las Vegas shooting massacre in 20.
Okay. I didn't catch that earlier, but I mean, Lauren reported on it. She even won up the story whenever, I want to say it was Nate Eden or was it Justin Lum? Might have been both of them. I don't know. But they wrote a story. It was like something day. And then out of nowhere, they're working for actual like media outlets. But I guess Lauren's like, I own a media outlet. I own all kinds of things that are hidden. Okay. And she allegedly was reporting on the Vegas shooting. And I want to say I screenshotted that a long time ago. Her recounting, because she said something about breastfeeding her baby in the car or something while she was reporting. So just know, I mean, oh my God, behavioral motivations, complex trauma, and criminal psychology in the clinical realm. He has worked with numerous victims, right? They're so awesome with victims, so victim oriented of abuse and trauma, including with survivors of the Las Vegas shooting massacre in 2017. She's reporting he's being a victim advocate, and helping them heal. He has, oh my God, this is fucked up. And so this is where I think it's going to clash with Tom Harrison for sure. Oh, well, let's go. It's everywhere.
2007. Huh? Has he ever talked about any of that? Like, what the fuck?
Where are people pissed off about, their run-ins with
Look at this.
Matthias.
He serves as an expert witness for the federal government, and he has consulted on numerous high-profile cases for district attorneys' offices and defense attorneys in several states. He's a certified court evaluator in several Western states.
Richard Allen, y'all.
Why so vague? And he has forensic evaluation contracts with the federal government.
Richard Allen, y'all.
He recently started a podcast, Hidden, a true crime podcast, with his journalist wife, Lauren.
A cult.
To present forensic psychology to a broad audience. The current season of the podcast explores the psychological dynamics behind the Vallow Daybell case.
That's $2.3 million a year annually. Well, I said a year annually. And that's according to a forensic accountant, right? You can't be a forensic psychologist. And, she's a forensic accountant. I was very appreciative of her video. I will share that link too. $3,000 over three G's on that.
He graduated
9
with
hour.
honors in philosophy from Princeton and won the prestigious McCosh Thesis Prize while there.
Here's
In
Chicago.
high school, he graduated valedictorian from a large public high school. Why can't you name the high school if you're the valedictorian? That should be able to be easily proven. That's probably why it says a large high school. Okay.
Plus, in an art book that I have, it was of when Vicea and Tylee had spent that summer together, where Tylee's like, name me 5 things you love about me or whatever. I don't know. It's her and Vicea, and they're just being silly, giggling girls, teenage little girls. Okay. But they would draw and color in this, it's just an art book. No lines or anything on the paper, but they would sketch and stuff. And so Tylee, she wrote pictures or it didn't happen. So Dr. John, paging Dr. John, pictures or it didn't happen. Just kidding. Just remind me. Good story for Tylee.
Okay. He was chosen to participate in a groundbreaking valedictory study that continues to this day. What's the name of it?
What is it?
What's the name of it?
Concerning.
He received his doctorate from the University of Southern California.
Well, I mean, where's what's
the name of it?
I didn't mean to hit J. The letter. Lori is from San Bernardino. I don't know where that is in, relation to Southern California. Tim Ballard also from that area. I'm just kind of throwing some things together. I can't talk.
What's the name of it? He received his doctorate from the University of Southern California.
He went to a lot of schools, huh?
Oh, Dr. Matthias also started a leadership development company. What? That sounds like an MLM.
Strive and thrive.
Dr. Matthias also started a leadership development company, Strive Psychology, in 2017 that assesses leadership performance potential among executive CEOs, athletes, and others operating within high stakes environments. But you called it hidden.
High stakes? Are you fucking kidding me? Okay. I'm gonna have to read that. It sounds very, very important. And so I'm gonna have to read that and not sound so newbie.
Productions?
Occult. It's in our face, in plain sight, man. I will never underestimate that plain sight shit.
Project I Hope.
And think about Delphi. I don't know much about the case, but the little I have learned about it stinks so fucking bad. Lauren, like her getting that Clue Award at CrimeCon, okay? Would she have gotten that award if she would have believed that Richard Allen was innocent? What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? And if Dr. John is, like an expert freaking coordinator of witness and federal and no high stakes, no ma'am. And they both had to do with the Las Vegas shooting. No, in plain sight. Tom Harrison.
Wayback Machine, February 10th, 2019. Dr. Matthias recently launched 2 initiatives, Project I Hope, which provides adventure experiences for children with terminal illnesses and their family, and Project I Strive, which provides a platform for individuals to share their most passionate strivings for the future.
Passionate strivings. Okay. All I'm saying is this stinks. There's so much more here. It kind of feels like right now, just for right now, I don't know, just the feeling I'm getting is like they've dumbed it down for us or something. What we've gotten. You know, this is like very curious to me, to a lot of us. I'm sure they don't like it. Don't
Oh,
look
hell
at my
no.
stuff. Let me look at your stuff though. But don't look at my stuff. Good for thee, but not for me.
Okay. One of his mentors in graduate school at the University of Southern California was the leadership studies pioneer Warren Bennis.
And just think about that cop too. That's what I wanted to say earlier was he's like, when he would make announcements for the Delphi case, he would be like, oh, hidden in plain sight. And they'd all be doing their little triangle bullshit symbolism. Corruption like crazy. Everybody's okay with it. The town sleeps because the monster is put away, right? No, they broke that man's
He also
spirit.
recently started a podcast, Strive, to assist people in striving for meaning and mastery through conversations.
What they did to Richard Allen is no different than what Lauren was allegedly doing to Christina, if you think about it.
Oh, you think he renamed it Hidden Productions and it was something else?
Maybe.
I see. Like he added Lauren to it and renamed it at that time.
Well, where's the receipt? Where's the receipt trail though? Where's the paper trail? What I mean, there's got to be something that would show that kind of name change. Maybe, I don't know. Not my field.
Yeah, he is. All this has been scrubbed. I knew that his ass was scrubbed from the internet because you can't find shit.
It's hidden. They're telling us they're hiding the shit.
Dr. Matthias believes, based upon extensive research and experience working on the extremes of the human psyche with criminals and leaders, that the underlying basis for both criminality and mastery are driven.
That bothered me right there. That mastery word. Okay. That the underlying basis for both criminality and mastery are driven by the same foundational psychological dynamics. That mastery. It just, I don't know. It's so, Dr. John, were you involved in a fraternity at any of those schools? Any or one?
Driven by the same foundational psychological dynamics. He is currently completing a book exploring this topic, Strive. And he worked.
I wonder if because that world class shit right there. Okay. They talk about nations and they'll talk about like world united, global, those kind of words. That's more for the New World Order, which they're going to be ushering in. Okay. That's Zion, Jerusalem, for Lori, New Jerusalem, Enoch. Okay. So is he writing a book in the UN somewhere? I don't know. Where's this damn book?
Works with a very select group of leaders intent upon achieving world-class performance.
Do they know Tim Ballard on a business level? Or Tim Ballard goes to meetings at the UN, allegedly, according to Sherston Stockwell.
In addition to his extensive forensic work, back site mentions 3 books. How do we know that they're not?
And that's 2019. And that was, I mean, when everything was going down with Chad and Lori. And it's just like, okay, yeah. Controlled opposition, a plant. Similar to what I believe Mike King is, similar to what I believe Othram is via web, web sleuths now. CrimeCon infiltrated. You got, I followed True Crime Design, and she she actually included my name the other day because I've been wanting her to dig into our case, but I mean she's not. But via Lauren, she kind of is because of CrimeCon and how a lot of people from the Delphi case were there. Lauren got the Clue Award, okay, for the Delphi case. And then you had people like, what's her name? Stacy Chapin, Ethan Chapin's mom, one of the Idaho 4 university students, that was murdered. Does business with Othram, like business, like. Anyways, and that's the same place that actually did the testing for Brian Koberger's knife sheath. Run tell that. No corruption here. None.
The ones carrying on
No,
Chad and Lori's
convincing
message.
bullshit. Ha ha. They're laughing at us. Ha ha.
Who fucking published his books? I'm
Right,
not
self-
liking this.
I wonder if Chad did, for fuck's sake. I mean, might as
And
well.
then it says that about what I already read. Right. It's lies.
Mm,
And why does this look photoshopped?
whatever. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's still there, though. You know, it sucks. I don't know. This is so sus to me. They're willing to burn down $2.3 alleged $1 million annually. And then, guess so.
Odd.
But I've seen a lot of fluffed up resumes
I
too.
don't know. It keeps coming up this Rainbow Boulevard.
Rainbow.
Instagram.
Almost done. Poor Brandy.
Chad's loin fire.
Mm-hmm.
Ew. Here's his IMBD.
Look at that picture.
Or
Look at that
DB.
picture.
Look at this.
Hi. Oh. Like, it
Look at
don't
that
even look
picture.
right. It don't
Okay,
look
here's
right.
another bio. Look at mini biography by Lauren.
Mm-hmm.
John is a licensed clinical and forensic psychologist with 30 years experience in both clinical and
Whoa.
forensic work.
Mm-mm-mm.
Oh my God, Lindsay.
What do y'all think? What do y'all think? What are your thoughts?
He's currently writing 2 books. Strive, the new psychology of meaning.
He's also, I remember him announcing that he was going to be writing a book about Michael Monkey Vaughn.
And Mastery will be published in 2018.
Where?
The second book, Leading Lives Wednesday with Warren Bennis and the Search for a Grand Unified Theory of Leadership, will be published in 2020.
Lindsay, what do you think about Warren
my
Bennis?
God,
I
the
can
third
miss
book?
that. I missed that point earlier, and I was like, well, how did they connect? And so I missed it. So.
He's an expert with the
Wow.
federal government and consulted for numerous high-profile cases. What
Lori and
what
Chad,
high-profile cases?
Richard Allen. The
He's appeared in
2017
documentaries and long-form newscasts and hosts the popular Hidden True Crime podcast with his journalist wife, Lauren Matthias.
Mm-hmm. Here I am thinking they hooked onto my parents' coattail to get it, onto Dateline, onto 2020, onto the CW, all these Netflix, all these things. And then, I mean, maybe it's vice versa. I mean, not my parents did it, but I'm just saying, like, who's got the real pull here?
He has developed expertise in personality assessments, hidden behavioral. This is all the same.
Hidden
He
behavioral,
received his master's in marriage, family, and child counseling.
which is Tom Harrison's crap. That's his bread and butter.
As well as his doctorate from the University of Southern California.
I'm freezing my butt off.
He graduated with honors in philosophy from Princeton, and he won the prestigious McCosh Thesis Prize while there. In high school, he graduated valedictorian from a large public high school.
Which is where Elder Oaks is from. President Oaks. I'm sorry. Prophet Oaks. I don't know what they call him. He's from Chicago area where Oaks took a picture with Obama. So there's that part. Whatever.
Same bullshit.
And they all go take pictures with the Pope, whoever that is.
That picture, though.
Mhm.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Looks like Animal House. That kind of picture.
Analysis on Moscow motive. Navascio.
Tim Ballard exposed.
This is all rain.
Tim Ballard exposed just a little, but never past that.
Rainbow Boulevard. I don't know, guys.
She didn't hit every one of those. They're all different colors now.
Like nothing is really sticking out. All right, tattoos. I'll take you up on that. Thank you for your super chat. Send me an email. Here's my email. 62. He's 62.
Hmm.
John Mika Matthias.
I thought it was Micah, but she finds it and it's Michael. John Michael.
Yep, that's him. Yep, there's Lauren Ruth.
What were they an arranged marriage? I mean, what is this? What is happening? Besides long ass life, okay. What do y'all think? I was like the other day, Jay was
Oh,
reading
that's just an
something.
alias. It's John Michael. John Michael. There you
She
go.
said, Lauren said John was
Now we have a
39. I
middle
was like,
initial.
ain't no way. Ain't no way he's 39. I'm 47. He is not 39. Sorry. But she thinks he was just, saying that. My great grandma used to say she was 39.
Here's his Instagram at Dr. John. Oh, it's private. Who thinks Lauren made this? Look, love letters to my son, psychologist, Princeton University to USC, Chicago to Southern Utah, married to at Lauren Mathis.
Southern Utah.
Or Matthias. Warren Bennis. Okay. Warren Bennis.
You posted a video of
California.
who at graduation. Who?
Okay.
Tyler Robinson? Who graduation?
Oh, he died. He died in 2014.
Oh, we're gonna have to do that. Feed 'em beans. Feed 'em beans. Yeah, we're gonna have to rewatch every goddamn thing, and it's so long. And then these are long, and then I'm sorry.
What was his dealings with this guy?
I don't know. It just without knowing.
He taught at Harvard.
It reminded me of like Epstein
during
and West
the MK Ultra
Westmore.
days.
I was like, oh my
67.
God. And how? Oh, let me go pause. And how like Frank Vandersloot, he was raised in poverty. He is now the wealthiest billionaire. I say wealthiest billionaire like he's a billionaire, but he's the wealthiest billionaire in Idaho. And he was actually mentored by two brothers with the last name of Ball. And one of their names was Roger Ball. Okay. So Ron Ball was a detective in our case with the kids, Tylee and JJ. So, I mean, I'm just saying Rexburg's not a big area or, I want to say there was a population of like 28,000. I want to say that was back then, but it's just, okay. Are they related? The Ball brothers. And, then you have Frank Vandersloot where he used to work for Cox Communications, and that's Governor Cox, which is, I mean, he was did a press conference or a couple press conferences for Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson. Remember that? Valhalla. That's Cash Patel. They're all friends.
This guy has a really interesting past.
Pisses me
Then
off.
he was the 22nd president of the University of Cincinnati.
The unconscious conspiracy, why leaders can't
He
lead.
received honorary
Okay, Chad Pitt.
degrees from 15
Oh,
institutions.
that's the wrong one.
He was a
That is
consultant to John F. Kennedy, Lyndon B. Johnson, Gerald Ford, Ronald Reagan.
That's not suspicious. Okay, there's nothing, and I say nothing to see here. JFK, Lyndon B. Johnson. No, actually, there's a picture of Glenn Beckwood, Gerald Ford. I think if that's the right one I'm naming. Yeah, I'll have to find out, and I'll come back to that. Fucking no.
A heart attack in 79 in England sidelined him. After returning to the U.S., he joined the University of Southern California as a business professor. He wrote several books. Yeah, he's John's mentor. But he died in 2014. This is
Okay, I just found that Facebook message finally. I've been saying I'm going to do it for 800 years now.
This is him. 6 personal qualities.
I just want to read it to you real quick. Okay, so April Raymond had messaged me on Facebook Messenger on October 30th, 2021. And she said, thank you. I mean, wait, no. Let me skip down to 9/4/2023. Hello, Kresha. Just wondering if during the course of your research, you've come across anything regarding a Ponzi scam out of Vegas called Ignite. Y'all, this reminds me of Sean Reyes, the former Utah Attorney General, who owns a nonprofit organization called Lava. Sounds kind of similar. Anyways, and I want to say it might have been a Vegas. I'll have to find out though. So, Ignite. Okay. A guy named Blake Baxter, who was LDS and also had connections here on Kauai, relentlessly asked me questions about it. According to him, Chad and Lori had invested in it with the money from the insurance settlement. Fast forward to 2022, Blake is living in Springville. Of course, this didn't make no sense to me back then. Okay. And died under very unusual circumstances. He also mentioned that he personally knew one of the federal agents who transported Lori from Kauai to Idaho. That's the guy, the big beefy guy, getting Lori off the governor's plane, right? Whenever she was, this is fucking crazy, y'all. Oh, sorry, just starting to hit me. And then it makes me think of Chris Tapp and how he was murdered in Vegas after being pinned for the wrong crime, serving time for Angie Dodge. But then finally, and then Jim Archibald was the fucking attorney and John Thomas was the attorney for Chris Tapp. Do you see what I'm saying? This is crazy. The webs are webbing. Oh my God. I'm about rubbing my face off right now. So there was this big beefy guy, white guy, helping Lori off that plane. And he's got like tattoos, just bulky dude. Anyways. And so she sent me an article, missing motorcyclist found dead a mile from where bike was stuck in, it don't say, but I'm not going to open it. It's on idahostatesman.com. And then it says, this is the article about Blake's accidental death. So she sends me a picture of like his Facebook profile and like a cover photo. Typical looking Mormon guy. Oh wow. Wait, no, is that, hold on. Wait, okay. I need some eyeballs. I'm going to show it because I made sure there's nothing. Okay. Oh my God. Is this Tim Ballard's sister right here in this picture? Right there, Tevia or whatever her name is. Tell me it's not. I can't make it larger or I would. But this is Blake Baxter. But this looks like Tevia. She used to work. That's Tim's, like it would be Tim's sister if this is Tevia. And she worked for Operation Underground Railroad. And then whenever shit was going sideways, she went and started her own. I don't know. Oh my God, the rabbit holes are deep. Deep. We need hip boots and probably maybe a rescue rope. You can't take notes fast enough. I know. So why did the LDS church excommunicate Chad but not Lori? I don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I'm not going to sit here and take, like, Nate wouldn't expect me or you or anybody else to take, at face value. I'll consider it that maybe she is excommunicated according to his source. But I mean, they don't have to actually reveal that type of information. They only do, it seems, when it needs to be public. Like Chad was almost public. It was kind of like the second day that he was doing his preliminary hearing. This is after the kids were found on his property. He was serving a calling in the church. And, there's already like the proof of the letters being sent out to the jury pool from the church, reminding them of a 2010 policy that, reminding them not to participate in investigations because it might implicate the church or them, they say. But come on, y'all. No. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Right. I'm sorry. She was spewing all over at that premiere. Wait, what? Can't wait to see what Lauren's nonprofit is going to be about. What do you mean? She was spewing it all over that premiere chat. What premiere? What? Fill me in. I feel lost right now. Maybe my head's like, I know. I did look this up the other day, but I forgot to go back and actually look because that's exactly what I was looking for. And type names that we just talk about a lot, if y'all can, when you do go. And that way we can kind of tackle it as a community, if you don't mind. That would help. Get the whiteboard to infinity and beyond, girl. They not like us. They not like us. Oh my God. Okay, so let me I don't want to share anything by accident. Lord knows I paid for that mistake. Although the name to their child was shared in that other post just now that Jay was reading too. So just know that. Okay. And okay, so now can I go back to this one? No. All right. So I'm going to continue reading. I mean, it's just like one more post. So April, of course, sent me that screenshot I just shared with y'all. And then she said, just wondered if his name ever came up during any of your investigating. She said, Springville isn't a big town. It's all very odd. And then September 30th, 2023, she sent me that Rex. Oh God, what's his last name? Rex. Tim Ballard's friend. Rex, whatever. It's his video about Tim. He's distancing Tim from the church and then, kind of telling, but not really, just enough, but okay. Just another voice in the chamber. All right. I'm going to play this just for a little bit longer and then we gotta adjourn. I gotta go let my head rest.
Days of Leadership.
Shit.
By Warren Bennis.
I'll take that information from that Facebook post from.
Is he just using the name though, right? Because he's done a lot. He's got quite the background.
You don't have to take notes. Thank you, April.
I don't know. God. Let's go back to this. You found his CV. What's that mean?
Co-bossing, because that's
how did we even get in that rabbit hole?
It was a deep one though.
How did we get in that rabbit hole?
I was drowning in that one.
I just jump right back out.
She does too.
Right. Volunteer positions.
Thank you, Huggy.
And also Lauren said also that
thank you, Salt and Pepper.
He volunteered at a nonprofit.
Oh, she did, Young Black Economist. I didn't know. And Mom said
his resume.
Too,
oh. Is it but that's self-made. We've just read it, right? There's no way to prove what he puts on his resume is the problem.
Mm-hmm.
That was a deep one.
Thank you, Miss Mary, for your donation. You might be really interested in we delve deep into Tylee Ryan's police interview.
In my life and say all kinds of weird sexual things a lot. Allegedly. In our opinion. I'll speak for some of us. Anyway, so I'm going to leave it right there, but I just copied the information from April that I shared with you, and I'm going to have to try and it might send like this. Let me see, because it's weird like that. But I'm just sending you the actual text. I can't send you pictures, of course, not on here, but I can share them on my community wall. And we can start digging into this. We should have been doing this, and I'm sorry. I hesitate and I procrastinate, and here we are. I don't go on here very often. I don't go on Facebook at all hardly, and it sucks. So, yeah, we got to call it. We are throwing in the towel. Okay, we're done. We're done. We're not like Lauren. We cannot do the 9 whole work day. Okay, whole damn work day. Here's the rest of that text. Okay. So, what was his name? Blake Baxter. Let me see if it's in there. The premiere chat of that 4-hour. I was live when they rammed me right over, as per usual. The premiere chat of that 4-hour video that she did with John. She was saying in the chat, "Oh, that she's going to start a nonprofit for whatever cause she was for whatever cause she was a victim of. I mean, I'm laughing because she thinks she's a victim of this. And so it's like, what? Whatever. Okay, so Blake. Okay, so it does have it on there. Let's see right there. Springville, Ruby, Jody, Chad, Tammy, the Daybell, Chad's parents, Tammy's parents, Pam, whatever her name is, Botcher, and her husband. All kinds of people live there. So it's just interesting, y'all. Come on. We got new material, at least. Thank you. I appreciate Jay and Lindsay. I mean, just everybody that control. It's a village. We all participate. We don't own information. We just sharing it. They are called No Way. Are you kidding? They are called Hidden Media LLC now. Thank you. Woman is still like victim of bad acting, teacher. Yeah. Wow. Thank you, Lucid66 Jess. Thank you for sharing that. You're very pretty, by the way. It's like right here in my face whenever I pin y'all's comments. Why are those labeled big and yellow, but it's asking a question of K? I don't know where. On the last screen maybe or something. I'm going to move on to this for now. I'll try Humanimal. ClickFunnels was Russell. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I can't land the plane. I can't. I'm like one name, but I can't remember the other. It starts with a B, but he's the one that came out and basically ratted on Elder Ballard, saying, "Oh no, Elder Ballard is he contacted me and asked me to, basically invest in Operation Underground Railroad." This all goes together. I wonder if Melanie Boudreaux-Pulaski actually did donate $6,000 as was reported in a rumored way. It wasn't corroborated by Carl Danger of True Crime Underground when he was on Jay is for Justice a long time ago. It was like 3 different parts. It was like a timeline. So, I mean, that's about all he had on that, but it's just another place where I was expecting for Operation Underground Railroad to come railing through. Hawaii, Melanie Boudreaux Melanie Boudreaux and Brandon were settling their accounts, their businesses. It was like Cougar, by the way, Cougar. I have those documents, but they didn't get much traction because I was I still am, very small channel, and I was being overshadowed by Hidden True Crime. No, not that I would have been anything, but I'm just saying, like, it definitely wasn't helping me. But I remember going over it, and it's still, not many views, and maybe we should go over that again. Maybe we can just like put that energy out there, where maybe it'll prompt the prosecutor or the state of Arizona to indict Melanie Boudreaux-Pulaski. I know I keep saying Boudreaux, it's hard to drop. Okay, I gotta go. I'm joking. Sorry. It just hits me out of nowhere, y'all. I'm sorry. It sounds crazy. All right, we gotta go. Thank you again, Lucid66 Jess. Y'all, we got some researching to do. And I'm gonna go. Yeah, not overshadowed anymore. Hopefully they won't overpower me now. We found you. We hear you. Oh, thank you. That's so awesome. Fuck's sake, Lauren should have been promoting. She wouldn't. That was the whole point. That's the controlled opposition part. And I was also told by a very credible source, that she was only telling mom, allegedly, I'm just gonna say allegedly, she was only telling mom and Larry some Mormon things. Not all. She was spoon feeding them, basically. Allegedly. So knowing that, knowing my experience, knowing what Awen Reese told me, and knowing how it even felt from my view, the Facebook ladies that were put up allegedly by Lauren, but they said that by Lauren, let me finish that. By Lauren to keep me within boundaries. You know, keep an eye on me. I talk too much. And that's why Lauren's rolling her eyes and she thinks I'm simple-minded or whatever the hell she said. I think she's a freaking dumbass. I mean, I ain't setting my damn I'm not even setting my trailer on fire. You know what I'm saying? Who's dumb? That's all I'm saying. I made Donna laugh in the background. So, who's smart? Who's not? Anyways, all right. Y'all, I'm going to run through these so fast. It's not even going to be funny. Okay. So I'm just going to thank Irene Mino 3585 for becoming a new member. Dow Girl 499. I can't see once I click it. Super chat or super sticker. And then Evelyn Bound. I don't know if it's missing. All right. 1743. Thank you for becoming a new member. Howard ESQ. 199. Can you summarize the recent drama? Bless you. Oh, I wish I could. That was a long time ago. I'm sorry, Howard. Thank you for the super chat. Eliza Allison became a new member. I Will Be Tina also became a new member. Welcome aboard this crazy train. You sure you want this rabbit hole? Think again. No. Shauna L, thank you for becoming a new member as well. And I love your videos. I know that's you, I think. OLOPP. Y'all, if this is the right channel, I'm telling you, I love this channel. Oh my God. Yeah, I'll have to share those with you next time. But thank you so much. Lauren allegedly wore a steaming diaper in the 9-hour live stream. Oh my God. You know, she looks like the type. She probably. That's why she had that weird face. Just kidding. Chin plant. I get it. $9.99. What has this taught me? Always trust your instincts. Start getting icky vibes within the last 14 plus months or so. It's a bummer, but now I trust my gut more than ever. Mega respect, Kresha. That's so validating. It's making my voice quiver because it makes me want to tear up, y'all. Thank you. Thank you, Chin Plant. You need a bottle cap. And Messica, I love that name too. Thank you so much for your $4.99 super sticker and just for being here. Thank y'all. Do I have a GoFundMe? No. No, I don't. Corn Dead. That's a different name. $20 super chat. Or yeah. And cute puppy. That's so cute. Much appreciated. I don't know how to even do a GoFundMe. And Howard asked again, please quickly explain the drama from the beginning. You were saying how Lauren and Stalker met. How did you get pulled into all this? I just need to publish this stuff somewhere. Maybe on a Substack because it's all written. I write reports all the time. Never share them all. I will listen to the rest on replay. Great job. Thanks, Lil Red. I think this might be the Lil Red that was interviewed by Lauren. Hopefully. I hope. Janice in accounting. I remember you. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. And then Oz is $143, $10. Thank you both for the excellent live stream. This is so important, very informative. Thank you so much for being here. And thanks for your contribution. Betsy Ross, Angel Studios. That's the one I pinned earlier. And then Leisha Gallegos. God blesses you and your family. $19.99 super chat. Thank you so much, Leisha Gallegos. The book earlier was Dave McGowan, and it's Programmed to Kill. It's an eye-opener. And there's SuTube. Hey. Oh, yeah, she's LDS through and through. She's proud, right? Infamous Truth Teller 411 became a new member. Welcome to the shit show, right? You get ready to be overshadowed, just not by me. It won't be by me. It's just gonna be other people trying to stop us. Mitzi Blankenship, so good to see you. Thank you for becoming a YouTube member. Y'all, I've never had this many. Besides the last, since I broke free of Lauren, right? Canvas and Crime became a new YouTube member. I love your picture. It's cute. Thank you. Welcome aboard. It's just Robbie. Yes, we're going to talk about that for sure. Yeah, we're going to do that. And I also have to talk to Ms. Fancy Pants, who knows or wants to share her story, her personal story with Tim Ballard. So, and some other things that, yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to not be fun. It's going to be interesting. Very interesting. So thank you. Thank you so much for, oh yeah, that was from earlier. And Lucid 66, Jess, $5 super sticker. Thank you so much. And thank you for sharing the LLC law hidden. What the hell with the hidden media law? I think you said. I'll have to go back and look, but yeah, that's nuts. I mean, how many times can they use hidden, right? Thank you. Aloha, Polly. Oh, you're so pretty too. You have pretty hair. And thank you. You became a YouTube member. I need to do stuff for over there. I feel like I'm jipping everybody. There it is. Hidden Media Law. I'm sorry. Hidden Media LLC. Why do I keep saying law? All right. Time to go to bed. All right. Good night. Love you guys. Thank you so much for being here. And thanks for just being patient with me and my brain. It's mush a lot lately, but I think it's just because there's a lot of processing going on. I don't know. It's my first time. But justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. And I'm sorry, I will have to change this outro, but not today. It's gonna be Tim. Sorry.